Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Kenya. I catch his eye. That's the moment, right there. My lips part into a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. The cool marble beneath my heels grounds me as the horrified whispers swirl around the chapel. Kenya, he mouths, not into the microphone, like my name is still a secret between us. I tilt my phone higher, the red recording light blinking like a warning. Don't stop on my account, babe. Actually, this lighting is incredible. Mind if I get a better angle? I take 3 steps forward. A security guard materializes from somewhere, but I freeze him with a look. I've perfected that look in 12 different paid partnerships for eyewear brands. Is that, someone whispers, the crazy ex? Another voice hisses. I laugh, the sound echoing against stained glass in judgment. Crazy? No, honey. Meticulous, determined, on a rampage. The bride's father stands, his face flushed with righteous indignation. This is completely inappropriate. So was screwing his publicist during our engagement, I counter, voice crystal clear. But we all have different definitions of inappropriate, don't we? The chapel explodes in gasps. Social currency I can cash in later. Aaron's jaw tightens. That same tension I'd seen the night I told him about the miscarriage. Not grief, relief. The look of a man who just dodged a bullet shaped like forever. Kenya, please. His voice cracks. This isn't about us. I take another step forward, the cathedral ceiling suddenly too heavy, too holy for what I'm about to say. No? Then why did you wait until our due date to schedule your wedding? The silence is absolute. Even the organist looks stunned. You think I didn't notice? Today, the exact day our child would have been born. The bride's perfect face crumbles. She didn't know. Of course she didn't. I lower my phone. Tell her about the hospital, Aaron. Tell her how you left to get coffee and I didn't see you for 3 hours. My voice doesn't shake. I've rehearsed this moment too many times in therapy sessions I pretended not to need. Tell her how you said it was probably for the best, since we were so busy with the holiday collection launch. He stands frozen at the altar, his perfect vows forgotten. Hey, besties, I purr to the camera, voice smooth as lip gloss over bruises. My finger flicks to switch from photo to video mode. This is what betrayal looks like, in case anyone forgot. The comment feed explodes with, fire emojis? Is this real? Girl, what? I tilt my phone just so, capturing Aaron's face draining of color like expensive champagne from a flipped glass. The bride, Alexandra, clutches her bouquet like it might shield her from the blast radius of my truth. What do we think of the decor? I pan across the chapel, stopping at a particularly gaudy flower arrangement. $10,000 of someone's daddy's money, and it still looks like a funeral home threw up. My mascara's waterproof, but my heart isn't. Years in front of cameras have taught me how to keep my voice steady while my insides collapse. I zoom in on the couple, then flip the camera to myself. I look good. That's what matters, right? The Givenchy dress I bought 3 days ago hugs every curve that survived the post-miscarriage weight loss. My hair is pulled into a sleek bun that says, "I came here to read a eulogy, not attend a celebration." The bride didn't know, by the way. I whisper into the mic like I'm sharing gossip over brunch. You can see it on her face. Imagine finding out at your own wedding that your groom scheduled your special day to coincide with when his ex would have given birth. But my hands are shaking. Behind the careful framing, my knuckles turn white around my phone. Because behind the smirk, I'm unraveling. "Get her out of here!" someone shouts, and I laugh, the sound hollow. "Oh, honey, I've been trying to leave this story for a year," I respond, without looking away from my followers. But some chapters refuse to end properly. Aaron steps forward, off the altar. "Kenya, please, this is between us." Nothing's just between us anymore. I angle the phone to catch his approach. "Not since you made our private pain your public schedule." I don't know if I want to ruin his day, or if I just want someone to notice that mine never ended. The guests are frozen like extras in a bad rom-com. Every face a different flavor of shock, some delicious, some disappointing. Aaron's mother is halfway through a hissed "security" when I grab a bottle of Dom Perignon off the reception table. It's heavy in my hand, cool against my palm. "You always did love a dramatic exit, Aaron," I say, my voice dripping with disdain. "Remember Paris?" His eyes widen. He knows exactly what I mean. That night in the hotel when he'd stormed out, leaving me with a pregnancy test in one hand and room service champagne in the other. I swing the bottle by its neck and shatter it across the centerpiece. The sound is magnificent, better than the glass break sound effect they add to reality TV fights. This is authentic destruction. Flowers fly. Glass glints. My rage is confetti, spectacular and impossible to clean up properly. White orchids speckled with champagne that cost more per drop than most people's hourly wage. Crystal shards catching light like the diamonds Aaron never gave me. "That's for our baby," I whisper, but the acoustics in this place are excellent. Everyone hears. Some people scream, some applaud. One bridesmaid, the petite one with the septum piercing, who clearly got squeezed into that pastel monstrosity against her will, whispers "Queen" under her breath. The comment feed on my live stream explodes. "Oh my God. She really did that. Someone send this to TMZ." Aaron lunges forward, but his best man catches his arm. Smart move. My lawyer would love nothing more than to add assault to our ongoing litigation. "Kenya, you need help," he hisses. I adjust my earring, tilt my chin up. I needed help when I was bleeding in that hospital bed. This is justice. I don't run, I pose. One hand on hip, chin slightly lifted. The same angle that sold out that Fenty collection last spring. I hold it for 3 perfect seconds, just enough for screenshots to capture the devastation behind me. And then I walk out like the villain in a limited series. With a soundtrack, a following, and a lawsuit forming in real time. My heels click against angrily, each step a punctuation mark to this chapter of my life. The next morning, my iced matcha tastes like moral ambiguity. I sip it on my balcony, letting the morning sun warm my face while my phone vibrates itself into oblivion on the glass table beside me. The world is still spinning, which seems unfair considering I've personally blown up at least 3 corners of the internet. My phone lights up again. Tasha. We're trending. Again, I snort. Trending. Such a clean word for the mess I've created. I swipe through notifications, 17 missed calls, 38 texts, and a DM from a reality show producer asking if I'd consider becoming a special guest villain on their next season. At least someone appreciates my talents, I mutter to no one, scrolling past the death threats to find the brand deal cancellations. 2 skincare lines, 1 athleisure collection. My bank account whispers a gentle warning. Tasha calls. I let it ring 3 times before answering. Damage report? Oh, now you answer. Her voice carries that particular blend of exasperation and calculation I've come to recognize as her business tone. The video's at 14 million views. 3 national outlets picked it up. Your follower count is up 600,000 since yesterday. And the bad news? Kenya. She pauses. I respect the nuclear option, but this wasn't strategic. This was, what, human, messy, not brand appropriate? I laugh, the sound brittle against the morning quiet. Don't worry, I'll monetize my breakdown by Friday. An hour later, my doorbell rings. The courier doesn't make eye contact as he hands me a thick manila envelope. I sign for it with a flourish. Like it's a gift, and not what I know it is, the legal equivalent of a guillotine. Back inside, I spread the papers across my white granite countertop. The notification is clean, clinical, and full of words like irreparable harm and libelous conduct. Aaron's lawyers work fast. The temporary restraining order means I can't mention him online, in person, or apparently in my own thoughts if they had their way. I snap a photo of myself holding the papers, careful to blur the text just enough to avoid further legal trouble. I post it with the caption, "Wouldn't be the first time I caused irreparable harm in couture." The likes flood in immediately. The comments section becomes a battlefield of support and condemnation. I close the app. The silence in my apartment is so loud it makes my ears ring. Without the constant validation of notifications, I'm suddenly aware of everything else. The empty wine glasses from last night, the dress I wore to the wedding crumpled on my bedroom floor, the fact that I haven't really slept in 36 hours. I walk to my desk drawer and pull it open. The wedding invitation is still there, cream-colored cardstock with gold foil lettering. I pretended I burned it in an Instagram story last week, filmed myself holding a lighter to a different piece of paper, one that wasn't embedded with memories. I run my finger over the embossed letters. It still smells like him. That particular mix of cedar and privilege. It still feels like goodbye. Why does it still hurt so much? Chapter 2. Kenya. I'm halfway through reheating pad thai and regret when Tasha shows up unannounced, stilettos clicking like a countdown. The microwave hums in protest as she sweeps through my apartment like she's surveying a crime scene, which, given yesterday's wedding apocalypse, isn't far off. "You look like trash," she says instead of hello. "Good morning to you too." I pull my silk robe tighter, suddenly aware of my unbrushed teeth and the mascara probably smeared under my eyes. Did I forget an appointment, or are you just here to witness my downfall in real time? Tasha drops her Birkin on my kitchen island, right on top of the legal papers. She doesn't sit, doesn't breathe. Her blazer is too crisp for 9 a.m., her lipstick too perfect. It makes me want to smudge it. "This is salvageable," she announces, opening a folder like it's a holy book. The pages inside are color-coded, tabbed, and highlighted. Of course they are. But we need a redemption arc, a clean one, a long-term one, something emotionally scalable. The microwave beeps. I ignore it. Emotionally scalable, I repeat, tasting the absurdity. Is that what we're calling my psychological well-being now? A metric? She flips a page, immune to my sarcasm. "The internet loves you right now. Even your haters are engaged, but it's volatile. We need to redirect this energy before it turns." Into what? More death threats? Too late. I gesture to my phone, still vibrating itself across the counter. Into irrelevance. She says it like a diagnosis. Terminal. I lean against the counter and cross my arms. So what's the plan? Charity work? Tearful interview? Another apology video where I stare soulfully into the camera for 8 minutes before whispering, "I'm still learning." Those are Band-Aids. Tasha taps a manicured nail against a page with what looks suspiciously like a timeline. We need surgery. Excuse me? Your personal brand is hemorrhaging credibility. You're the scorned, unstable ex now. It's a trope with an expiration date. I snort. So I should just… What? Rebrand my trauma? No. Her smile spreads slow and calculated. You should transcend it. I stare. Are you suggesting I fake a relationship? She walks toward me, heels marking time on my hardwood floor. Tap, tap, tap. Her smile widens, teeth too perfect. No, babe. I'm suggesting you fake matrimony. The leftover pad thai sits forgotten. The room feels suddenly airless. You want me to get married? To who? A mannequin? A hologram? The ghost of my reputation? I look out the window at the street below, gesturing in that general direction. That bum down there who's looking for spare change in the parking meters? Tasha's laugh is sleek, practiced. I have a list of candidates. Men with compatible personal brands and mutually beneficial PR needs. She slides a paper toward me. 3-month contract minimum. Airtight NDAS. Option to extend based on market response. I glance at the names. A retired boy band member. A tech CEO with controversial tweets. An actor whose career peaked in 2016. This is insane. I push the list away. Even for you. Is it? Aaron's wedding is trending. You know what beats an ex's wedding? Your own. She leans forward. Think about it. The ultimate comeback. From wedding crasher to blushing bride in one fiscal quarter. I laugh, but it comes out cracked. Wrong, like the sound of something expensive breaking. Tasha doesn't miss a beat. She pulls out her iPad, finger hovering over the screen with surgical precision. I watch her scroll through what looks like my digital obituary. Glossier. Gone. She swipes left. Fenty campaign? Canceled. Another swipe. Your podcast sponsorships? Evaporated. Poof. She doesn't even look up. That athleisure line you were developing? They're reevaluating the partnership alignment. The kitchen suddenly feels too bright, too exposed. My hangover pulses behind my eyes in perfect rhythm with each brand that's dropping me. This isn't just messy, Kenya. It's unsellable. Tasha finally looks up, her gaze sharp enough to cut glass. We need structure, legitimacy, a partner. I want to scream. I want to quit. I want to delete every account, burn every contract, and vanish to some remote island where the only followers are seagulls. Instead, I wrap my fingers around the cold counter edge, anchoring myself. You're talking about me like I'm a distressed property. My voice stays level, practiced. Just slap on a fresh coat of paint and a husband, and suddenly I'm back on the market? The algorithm despises a vacuum. Tasha sighs like I'm being deliberately dense. Right now, you're all chaos, no narrative. People are filling in the blanks with their own versions of you. She shows me a comment thread. The words blur together. Unhinged, toxic, desperate. Beneath them, a video clip loops silently. Me, tears streaming, mascara running, lips twisted in a snarl as I swing that champagne bottle toward a centerpiece worth more than my favorite car. Something inside me twists. It wasn't supposed to go this way. It was supposed to be a statement, a reclaiming, not whatever this is. This makes me look like a hot mess. I take a breath. And who exactly is supposed to marry the internet's favorite villain? Tasha's smile is thin, victorious. She's been waiting for this. For me to crack, to surrender, to finally ask the question. Someone equally in need of redemption, she says, sliding her iPad toward me. Someone with enough clout to balance yours, but enough scandal that your union reads as mutually rehabilitative. The screen shows a face I recognize instantly. My stomach drops. There's a long pause. A shadow of a name creeps into my brain before she even says it. Griffin, Tasha offers, too casually. The matcha I just sipped curdles in my mouth. The name alone triggers a physical reaction, shoulders tightening, stomach dropping, pulse quickening in a way that has little to do with attraction and everything to do with dread. Griffin Carlyle, I whisper, as if saying it louder might summon him like some designer-suited Beetlejuice. The human iceberg with a law degree? He's the only one with enough status to counter your chaos, she adds, tapping her nails against my counter. And just the right amount of emotional constipation to pull it off. I wince, setting my mug down before I accidentally on purpose smash it. His name tastes like puke in my mouth. Your brand tastes like desperation right now, so. Tasha shrugs, eyebrows arched in that way that weaponizes concern. You do remember what happened the last time we were in a room together? I pace now, suddenly too full of energy to stand still. He called my entire career planned narcissism masquerading as female empowerment. That was 3 years ago. He said it to my face at a charity gala while you were being photographed because I was receiving an award for social media activism. Tasha counters, not missing a beat, which he considered an oxymoron. I know, I was there. My hands find my hair, fingers combing through curls anxiously. He represents everything I've spent my career calling out. Old money, white privilege, soulless corporate protection. But even as I say it, I'm seeing it. Our faces on page 6, holding hands like we don't both secretly want a bite. The perfect redemption narrative. The cold calculating lawyer and the messy emotional influencer. Beauty taming the beast. Or maybe the beast taming the beauty. The algorithms would eat it up. He needs this too, Tasha says quietly. His last case. I know about the case. Everyone knows. Griffin Carlyle, legal golden boy, losing a high-profile defense that should have been a slam dunk. The whispers of distraction, of slipping focus. It was in the news for weeks. Look at this as a business arrangement. Clean, professional, mutually beneficial. There's nothing clean about lying to millions of people, says the woman who filters her morning coffee for the gram. Tasha leaves with the scent of victory and expensive perfume lingering behind her. I slide down against my kitchen cabinet until I'm sitting on the cold floor, knees pulled to my chest. The apartment feels too large suddenly, too empty. My phone buzzes again. Another notification, another comment, another stranger weighing in on my public disintegration. I don't look. Can't look. This is rock bottom wrapped in a silk robe. I push myself up and walk to the bedroom like I'm moving through water. My phone feels heavier than it should as I scroll through contacts, past the names of people who haven't called to check on me, past Aaron's name, which I should delete but can't bring myself to, until I land on it. Griffin Carlyle. The name sits there, mocking me with its presence in my phone. Why did I never delete it? After that charity gala, after he dismantled my entire existence with surgical precision while people snapped photos, I should have purged any trace of him. But I didn't. And now his name stares back at me, daring me. My thumb hovers. I'm aware of every heartbeat, every breath. This is surrender wrapped in strategy. This is desperation disguised as a power play. I start typing, delete, start again. The words need to be perfect, sharp enough to pierce his armor, but controlled enough to suggest I'm not the mess the internet thinks I am. I settle on, you want control? I want coverage. Let's make headlines. Direct, transactional. Empty of emotion, speaking his language. I hit send before I can rethink it. The soft whoosh of the message departing feeling strangely final, like I've just signed something in blood. Immediately regret floods me. What if he screenshots it? What if he ignores it? What if he responds with something cutting and precise that will leave me bleeding for days? Worse still, what if he says yes? I set the phone down like it might bite me, watching the screen with the kind of attention usually reserved for bomb diffusion. No typing indicator appears. No immediate response. Minutes stretch like hours. I pick up my phone, put it down, pick it up again. Check if the message delivered. It did. Check if he's online. Can't tell. The quiet of my apartment mocks me. This is what rock bottom feels like, sending desperate texts to a man who once called your entire existence a performance of authenticity without the substance. My phone stays silent, and somewhere deep inside, something small and fragile cracks a little more. I spend 7 hours getting my face right. Not pretty, not attractive. Right. There's a difference between beauty and armor, and today I need the latter. The vanilla-infused skin serum goes on first, a $289 ritual of unnecessary luxury that somehow feels essential today. Every drop absorbs with purpose, like I'm painting a canvas only Griffin will scrutinize. I apply it in small circles, counting each rotation like a spell. You are not broken, I whisper to my reflection. You are tactical. My hands shake through the first layer of foundation, but steady by the time I reach concealer. By highlighter, they're surgeon precise. The mascara wand doesn't tremble at all. I choose a lipstick, the color of expensive Merlot, the shade that makes men stare at my mouth instead of listening to my words. A weapon disguised as vanity. My hair goes up, tight and sleek. A midnight black bun that says, I don't have time for softness. Each bobby pin clicks into place with the finality of ammunition loading. The navy silk slip dress hangs on my closet door like a promise. Tasha texted that it communicates strategic vulnerability with aspirational edge. I text back a middle finger emoji, but wear it anyway. The fabric whispers against my skin as I step into it, cool, fluid, and deceptively simple, like the lie I'm about to sell. I add diamond studs that catch light like warning signals. A bracelet thin as a whisper but heavy as a handcuff. No rings. No distractions. The Louboutins are last. Stilettos sharp enough to puncture ego. High enough to meet his eyes without tilting my chin. The red soles flash like emergency lights with each step. In the elevator mirror, I practice expressions. Interested but not desperate. Confident but not arrogant. Composed but not cold. A woman who doesn't need saving, just strategic alliance. The yellow taxi waits at the curb like a judgment, its door handle reflecting light and making me hesitate. This is the last moment I can turn back. Return to my apartment, delete Griffin's number, maybe book a one-way ticket to somewhere with no extradition treaty. You getting in or just admiring the paintwork? The driver peers at me through the passenger window. I slide into the back seat, silk dress catching on the plastic. The city blurs outside as we merge into traffic. Where to? My mouth goes dry. Saying it out loud makes this real. 450 Park Avenue. The driver whistles low. Big money over there? Big egos too. I adjust my sleek bun, checking for flyaways in my compact mirror. There aren't any. My hair knows better than to disobey today. We hit a red light, and I watch pedestrians cross. Normal people with normal problems who didn't publicly melt down at their ex's wedding or text the human equivalent of an ice sculpture for help. My phone vibrates. Tasha. Remember, you're offering a mutually beneficial arrangement, not begging for salvation. I type back, thanks for the reminder. Almost forgot I was merchandise. She responds instantly. You're not merchandise. You're a brand in crisis. Different tax bracket. I silence my phone and press my forehead against the cool window. The city feels impossibly large and suffocatingly small at the same time. What am I doing? Griffin Carlyle once spent 45 minutes explaining why my career was the intellectual equivalent of fast fashion at a fundraiser for literacy. Now I'm voluntarily walking into his territory to propose fake matrimony? The taxi jerks to avoid a bike messenger. My stomach lurches with it. Sorry about that. The driver glances in the rearview mirror. You okay back there? Looking a little pale. I'm fine. The lie comes automatically, polished from years of practice. Just meeting someone I'd rather not. Ex-boyfriend? I laugh, the sound stretching too thin. Worse, a lawyer. We turn onto Park Avenue, buildings growing taller, more imposing with each block. Griffin's building looms ahead, all gleaming glass and stern lines, exactly like its most infamous resident. My reflection catches in the window as we stop. Makeup perfect, expression controlled, a woman with a plan, not a drowning social media star clutching at lifelines. The thing about drowning, though, is eventually you stop fighting it. I pay the driver, adding a tip that makes him grin. One last good deed before I make a deal with the devil. Griffin's building cuts into the skyline like an accusation, all glass and steel and implied superiority. The kind of place that makes you feel observed before you even enter. I straighten my spine, lengthen my stride. The doorman's eyes widen slightly when I approach. Recognition flashes, not from my social media, but from the tabloids, the wedding, the breakdown, the humiliation still fresh enough to scent. I'm here for Griffin Carlyle, I say, my voice steadier than it has any right to be. Do you have an appointment? I don't smile. He's expecting me. A lie, but delivered with such conviction it creates its own truth. I don't wait for permission or validation. I walk past him toward the private elevators, heels marking precise beats against marble. The air inside is cold, clinical. It smells of money and restraint, exactly like the man who built his fortress here. Each floor I ascend feels like shedding a layer of protection. By the time I reach the penthouse level, I'm down to raw nerve and strategy. I check my phone one last time before stepping out. Still no response to my text. He's making me do this in person, making me perform the desperation. Fine. If I'm going to beg, I'll do it with such calculated grace he'll never see the wound beneath. The glass door to his office suite appears, and I push through it like an inevitability. Like I belong. Like this isn't killing me one silk-clad step at a time.
Chapter 3. Griffin. The city sprawls beneath my office window, a kingdom of glass and concrete where consequences come to die. 300 feet below, people scurry like ants, unaware they exist in a world governed by men like me who turn chaos into contracts. I watch them through tinted glass, sipping coffee worth more than what most of them make in an hour. My intercom buzzes. Mr. Carlyle? What is it, Jessica? The edge in my voice isn't personal. It's professional conditioning, like a well-tailored suit or a calculated silence in court. The door opens without further permission. Jessica enters, her usual composure fractured by something that makes her hands tremble slightly. Interesting. Very few things rattle Jessica. I thought you should see this immediately. She slides a tablet across my desk's obsidian surface. Her fingertips leave the barest smudge on the screen, evidence of unusual anxiety. The headline screams in bold, unapologetic font. Ex-girlfriend crashes wedding, Livestreams meltdown. My finger hovers over the play button on the embedded video. The thumbnail alone is art. A woman in emerald green, mascara streaming like war paint, holding what appears to be the neck of a broken champagne bottle. Even frozen in digital amber, her rage is magnificent. I press play. The chaos unfolds with high-definition clarity. Kenya Barnes, social media darling and what looks like professional disruptor, standing in the middle of what must be a $2 million wedding. The groom, her ex, looks shell-shocked. The bride is crying, and Kenya is transcendent in her fury. "Tell her about the hospital," she says, her voice carrying over horrified gasps. "Tell her about how you disappeared for 3 hours after we got the news. She didn't know, did she?" I pause the video, study the frame, play it again. My lips curve upward without conscious permission. Something slow and dangerous uncurls in my chest. Not quite pleasure, not quite anticipation, but adjacent to both. Jessica shifts uncomfortably. "Sir," her attorneys have already reached out to 3 firms for representation in the inevitable defamation suit. But not to us. It's not a question. We don't defend, we prosecute. We don't shield the bleeding, we are the blade. "No, sir." "Thank you, Jessica." The dismissal is polite but absolute. When she's gone, I lean back in my chair, fingers forming a steeple beneath my chin. The video plays a 3rd time. Of course it's her. Of course it's now. 3 weeks after I lose the Hendricks case because I couldn't focus, because halfway through preparing my closing argument, I found myself reading her latest post instead of precedent law. The timing feels ordained, like the universe conspiring to bring chaos and control into perfect collision. I tap my index finger against my desk twice, the only external sign of the calculation happening behind my eyes. Kenya James, the woman who once called me the physical embodiment of privilege's emotional constipation to my face at a charity gala, the woman whose career I dismissed publicly, thoroughly, and, if I'm being honest, unnecessarily. The woman who's now staring me in the face. Now she's bleeding in public, hemorrhaging credibility and followers by the minute, and I'm interested. My phone vibrates against the obsidian desk. A single pulse, like a heartbeat out of rhythm. I don't reach for it immediately. Control isn't just maintained. It's performed even when no one's watching. 30 seconds pass before I allow myself to glance down. The name glows on my screen like a warning light. I pick up the phone with the same deliberate motion I used to lift evidence in court, careful not to contaminate what might prove explosive. You want control. I want coverage. Let's make headlines. The message sits there demanding acknowledgement. I write it once, then again. The corners of my mouth threaten to lift. 9 words direct, almost elegant in its shamelessness. She's pitching me a transaction, as if this were a negotiation between equals. Man, she's something else. I set the phone down without replying and walked to the bar cart nestled between twin bookshelves of leather-bound law texts. The crystal decanter catches the late afternoon light as I pour 2 fingers of whiskey, downing it in one gulp. The glass is cool against my palm. The burn of alcohol sharp against my tongue. I don't need to respond. She'll come to me. That's the natural order of things. Chaos eventually bends to control. People in crisis eventually kneel before those who can fix things. Kenya James will come through that door. Not because I'll summon her, but because desperation follows its own gravity. I return to my desk, turn the phone face down, and open the Waverly acquisition brief I should have reviewed hours ago. But beneath the practiced focus, beneath the steady rhythm of my breathing, something unfamiliar stirs. Anticipation. I've made a career of remaining perfectly still while others self-destruct around me. I've built an empire on being the unmoving center while storms rage. But finally, I feel something like eagerness. I take another sip of whiskey, letting it linger. I know exactly how this will play out. Kenya James will arrive, all barely contained fury and strategic vulnerability, thinking she's manipulating the situation. She'll believe she's the one setting the terms. How fascinating it will be to watch that illusion shatter. I hear the private elevator before I see her. A soft ding that only happens when someone has the access code that precisely 8 people in this building possess. I don't look up from the Lancaster merger documents, a habit cultivated through years of courtroom warfare. The person who looks up first loses. My office door opens without a knock. The sound of stilettos on marble floor follows, precise, measured, commanding, 5-inch heels from the sound of them. Then comes the scent. Something sweet like vanilla, with a hint of something sharper beneath. It fills my office like an invasion. I turn a page in the file, scanning numbers I've already memorized. The footsteps stop directly before my desk. I can feel her waiting, the weight of her presence demanding acknowledgement. I let 10 seconds pass, then 20. You know, for someone who bills at $900 an hour, this is a fascinating use of billable time. Her voice cuts through the silence, smooth as expensive whiskey with an edge that could slice skin. I allow myself to look up, finally. Kenya James stands before me like a declaration of war. Her hair falls in perfect spirals around shoulders wrapped in dark blue silk. Her dress hugs curves with mathematical precision. But it's her eyes that demand attention. They hold mine with such unflinching intensity that lesser men would look away. I don't. Miss James, I keep my voice neutral. I wasn't aware we had an appointment. We don't. I assume you got my text. She places a leather portfolio on my desk and leans forward slightly. The movement is calculated, just enough to establish dominance without seeming desperate. My mouth threatens to betray me with a smile. I suppress it. She takes a seat without being invited, crossing legs that have launched 1,000 sponsored posts. That's why I'm here. To embarrass yourself? I raise an eyebrow. That would be unprecedented. I can't help myself. She's made herself an easy target. To offer a proposition. She mirrors my expression with practiced precision. I should say no. Everything about this screams professional suicide. This woman is radioactive, toxic to touch, impossible to control. She's the human equivalent of a career-ending scandal waiting to happen. I won't say no. The realization settles in my chest like a weight. But I should. I'm listening. I close the file in front of me, giving her my full attention for the first time. Kenya leans forward, the inky silk of her dress catching the light. Her eyes hold mine without apology or retreat. I need to marry someone, Griffin. And I've decided it's going to be you. I keep my face perfectly still, the same expression I use when opposing counsel reveals their hand too early. Marriage. The word hangs between us, neither question nor confirmation. A strategic alliance. Kenya's fingertips tap once against my desk, manicured nails creating the smallest percussion. My agent calls it a redemption arc. I call it survival. I allow 3 seconds of silence, watching as she refuses to fidget under my gaze. Impressive. You crashed your ex-wedding, Miss James. You broke a $15,000 bottle of champagne over what I'm told was a customized sculpture. And you broadcasted it to... I reach for the tablet, swipe it open. 1.2 million followers. 1.4 now. The corner of her mouth quivers. Scandals do wonders for social media metrics. I lean back in my chair. And you believe marriage, to me specifically, solves this how? You're respected. She makes the words sound like both compliment and curse. You're established. You're the human equivalent of a credit score over 800. Her voice never wavers, but I see it, the barely perceptible tightening around her eyes, the smallest hitch in her breathing pattern. She's hemorrhaging sponsors by the minute. This isn't just damage control. It's desperation wearing Louboutins. You need rehabilitation, and I need... She pauses. What exactly do I need, Miss James? A personality. Her smile is surgical, precise enough to cut. Or at least the appearance of one. When's the last time you made news for anything other than attempting to destroy someone's life in court? Something dangerous flickers beneath my ribs. Not anger, not quite amusement. Something worse. Interest. You're proposing a business arrangement. I test the words, rolling them across my tongue like examining evidence. Exactly. 6 months. Public appearances. Shared social media posts, a narrative about unlikely love. The chaos tamer meets his match. You get humanized, I get legitimized. I study her for 19 seconds by the sweep of my watch hand. Not once does she break eye contact. And when it ends, amicable separation, mutual respect. We both walk away better than we started. She shrugs one elegant shoulder. It's just another contract counselor. Surely you're familiar with those terms. I shouldn't consider it. The professional liability alone should make this proposal dead on arrival. Yet I find myself calculating timelines, media cycles, potential benefits. And I don't hate it. I should. Every rational neuron in my brain is firing warning signals. But beneath that is something else, a current of interest that hasn't stirred in years. That realization is more disturbing than her proposal. I fold my hands, resting my elbows on my desk, treating this ridiculous proposal with the same deadly seriousness I give to billion-dollar mergers. Kenya watches me with those eyes that don't know how to flinch. It's infuriating. Very well, I say, rising from my chair with deliberate slowness. If we're negotiating a contract, let's establish terms. I walk to the window, knowing the sunset silhouettes me to my advantage. It's a courtroom trick. Control the lighting, control perception. No dating, I state, turning back to face her. Not publicly. Not privately. Optics have to stay clean. Her eyebrow lifts a fraction. I wasn't aware I'd signed up for celibacy. You're signing up for credibility. The two are incompatible in your current situation. I move toward her, each step measured. Full cohabitation, my place. We keep the narrative tight. Your place? A laugh escapes her. Sharp, genuine, dangerous. I've seen your apartment in Architectural Digest. It looks like what would happen if a prison and a museum had a baby. I continue as if she hadn't spoken. No unsanctioned posts. I control all external communications. Every image, caption, and comment passes through me first. You've got to be kidding. I never joke about contracts. I lean against the edge of my desk, closer to her now, close enough to notice the pulse at her throat quickens. No impromptu live streams. No emotional outbursts in public venues. No surprise appearances at anyone's wedding, funeral, or bar mitzvah. Kenya uncrosses, then recrosses her legs, the silk of her dress whispering against itself. The movement isn't nervous. It's calculated, designed to disrupt my focus. It almost works. What about the physical aspects? She asks, voice dipping into territory that makes the air between us compress. How convincing does this marriage need to be? Hand-holding in public. The occasional appropriate embrace. One photographed kiss per month, maximum. I deliver these limitations like court orders. Nothing more. Her lips curve into something too knowing to be a smile. Sounds like you've thought about this. I haven't. Not consciously. But my brain has apparently been running calculations without my permission, which is concerning on multiple levels. Standard contingencies, I deflect. Now duration, 6 months with a review at 4. What do I get? She leans forward, closing the space I've so carefully measured between us. Besides the privilege of living in your mausoleum and surrendering my entire online existence to your control? I meet her gaze without hesitation. A new reputation, and a front row seat to your own redemption arc. By the time we're done, brands will be fighting to associate with you again. The silence stretches out between us like something physical. I watch as she processes the full scope of what I'm offering and demanding. You're a bastard, Griffin Carlyle. She says it almost admiringly. I've never claimed otherwise. She smiles. Let's do this.
Chapter 4. Kenya. I arrive 50 minutes early because I know Griffin will be 20 minutes early. Control freaks are nothing if not predictable. Sure enough, he's already claimed the corner table at Elysian, the kind of coffee shop that charges $9 for a latte and makes you feel grateful for the privilege. He sits with his back to the wall, eyes tracking everyone who enters. The stack of papers before him is at least half an inch thick. 2 pens lie perfectly parallel beside it. I stop at the counter first, ordering the most complicated drink possible, just to make him wait another 4 minutes. Guy really needs to relax. 1 venti iced matcha with 2 pumps vanilla, oat milk, light ice, and cinnamon powder on top. I smile at the barista, letting my voice carry, in whatever the gentleman in the corner is drinking. From across the room, Griffin's jaw tightens. That tiny muscle flex is my first victory of the day. By the time I slide into the chair across from him, I've already scanned the room for potential witnesses. 3 college students with headphones, a couple deep in conversation. No immediate threats to privacy. You're late. Griffin's voice is professionally neutral. I'm fashionably on time. I set my drink down, deliberately avoiding the coaster he's placed on my side of the table. The condensation forms a ring on the polished wood. His eyes track it like it's a personal offense. I had my team draw up the initial agreement. He slides the document toward me. Standard clauses, nothing we didn't discuss. I flipped through it without reading, just to watch that muscle in his jaw jump again. 37 pages for a fake marriage? That's excessive even for you. Thoroughness prevents complications. He taps the first page with his index finger. Your signature here acknowledges receipt. I uncap my red pen, not the sleek Mont Blanc he's provided, but my own felt tip marker that bleeds slightly into the premium paper. Section 3.2, I say, circling an entire paragraph. Wardrobe approval? Absolutely not. It's standard for image management. It's standard for controlling. I'm not one of your corporate clients, Griffin. His eyes meet mine across the table. No, you're not. My corporate clients follow instructions. I circle another clause. Section 5.7 gives you veto power over my social media content before posting. That was explicitly discussed yesterday. Consulted on, not dictated to. I cross through his wording and scribble my own in the margin. You get notification, not authorization. Griffin's fingers close around his coffee cup. Your impulsivity is precisely why we're sitting here. My impulsivity is precisely why you're interested. The words ooze out before I can filter them. His eyebrow lifts a fraction. Interested in the arrangement? Obviously. I flip to page 12, scanning for more overreach. Section 8.4. Sleeping arrangements. Separate bedrooms with adjoining bathroom access. Very romantic. This isn't romance. No, it's a hostage negotiation. I circle another clause. What's this about mandatory wellness check-ins? Mental health monitoring. I drop my pen. You want to put me in therapy? I want confirmation you won't have another public meltdown. And I want confirmation you actually have a pulse. I lean forward, dropping my voice. Tell me something, counselor. How many people have you put in the hospital with paper cuts from all these contracts? His lips twitch, so quickly I might have imagined it. None that press charges. I laugh despite myself. Page 23. Physical contact limitations. Did you schedule our hand-holding in 15-minute increments? Boundaries prevent misunderstandings. Boundaries prevent you from accidentally feeling something human. I sign my name with an elaborate flourish at the bottom of the page, deliberately crossing the line provided. Griffin flips to page 26 with clinical precision, tapping a clause I haven't seen yet. Section 12.3. No outside romantic entanglements for the duration of the agreement. My pen freezes midair. Wait, you're policing these now? His expression doesn't shift. Same impassive mask, Same calculating eyes. The morning light bounces off his cufflinks as he adjusts his sleeves. I'm ensuring the arrangement's credibility. We're selling exclusivity. The illusion only works if it's airtight. I take a slow sip of my matcha, using the glass like a shield between us. The sweet vanilla cuts through the bitterness, but not enough. So I'm supposed to what? Take a vow of celibacy because we're playing house. The agreement allows for reasonable physical contact between us for public appearances. How generous. I set my drink down harder than necessary. What about you? This rule applies both ways, right? Griffin's gaze doesn't waver. Obviously. Nothing obvious about it. Men like you always build escape hatches into their prisons. This isn't a prison. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. With conjugal visits mysteriously absent. Something flickers across his face. Irritation, maybe fascination. If physical needs become a concern, we can revisit the clause. Physical needs? I laugh. God, you talk about sex like it's a quarterly budget meeting. Precision prevents misunderstanding. I stare at the clause, scanning the carefully crafted language. It bothers me more than it should. Not the restriction itself. I haven't exactly been collecting bedpost notches lately, but something in how casually he dropped it. Like he's claiming territory he has no right to. Why does he even care? Is it really about how things look or something else? What stings isn't the rule. It's that tiny, stupid part of me that wonders if he's jealous at the thought of me with someone else, which is ridiculous. We barely tolerate each other. Fine, I say, initialing beside the clause. Not like I have a line of suitors beating down my door after the wedding fiasco anyway. Griffin's eyes track my movements. You'd be surprised. I flip to the section labeled Image and Social Media Management, and my blood pressure spikes. Page 19 is a battlefield of legal speak, masquerading as reasonable demands. Back to section 10.1 through 10.8. Absolutely not. I draw a big X across the entire page. This gives you editorial control over every image I post. Not happening. Griffin leans forward, his cufflinks catching the light. Your social media presence is the foundation of our arrangement. Consistency is non-negotiable. Consistency doesn't mean ownership. I tap the page with my pen. No one edits my face but me. No filters, no retouching, no suggested angles determined by your PR team. Your unfiltered approach is what landed us here. And your filtered control issues are why you're failing in the legal world. I scribble my revisions in the margin. I maintain final approval on all visual content. Period. Griffin's eyes narrow. The microscopic tell that I've struck a nerve. At minimum, I need pre-approval for joint appearances. Fine, consultation rights. I rework the language, striking through his words with surgical precision. I'm not one of your corporate acquisitions, Griffin. My image is the only thing I still control. Your image is precisely what we're rehabilitating. Rehabilitating, not erasing. I meet his gaze, refusing to blink first. Would you let me dictate which ties you wear? That's hardly equivalent. It's exactly equivalent. My body, my face, my platform. Griffin's jaw tightens as he watches me rewrite his carefully crafted clauses. The coffee shop hums around us, oblivious to our quiet battle. I need assurance you won't undermine this arrangement with ill-considered posts. And I need assurance you won't turn me into some lawyer's trophy wife stereotype. I slide the revised page back to him. We post as ourselves, not some sanitized PR version. I caption my own content. I decide when and how I'm photographed. His fingers drum once on the table. Another micro-expression of frustration. At minimum, we establish content categories requiring mutual consent. Fine. Joint appearances, relationship milestones. anything explicitly referencing you or your firm. I cross my arms. But my personal aesthetic remains mine, my captions, my voice. Griffin studies me for a long moment, like he's recalculating something fundamental. This matters to you beyond simple vanity. It's not vanity at all. The words come out sharper than intended. When you've spent years being dissected by strangers, curating your own narrative isn't vanity. It's survival. Something shifts in his expression, the barest softening around his eyes. He flips back a few pages, studying the language. Section 10.2, revised. He makes a notation. You maintain aesthetic control. And caption approval remains mine. I hold his gaze, refusing to yield. My words. My voice. Griffin nods once. Agreed. Griffin flips forward to the final page with a fluidity that tells me he's done this ritual 1,000 times. His Mont Blanc hovers over the signature line, a weapon of mass destruction disguised as a writing instrument. Final confirmation. His eyes lock with mine. Once we sign, we're committed. Does the pen come with a divorce attorney, or is that sold separately? His signature flows across the page like calligraphy. All sharp angles and controlled pressure. It's not just a name, it's a statement of ownership. When he slides the contract to me, I take my time. I uncap my red felt tip again, watching his eye twitch at my choice of instrument. Signing this document with anything less than a lawyer-approved pen feels like my last small rebellion. You know this won't be legally binding if I use this. I tap the felt tip against my bottom lip. The notary page requires blue or black ink. I smile. Afraid my signature won't wash out otherwise? Griffin's expression is stoic, but something in his posture shifts. A tightly controlled recalculation. Your theatrics aren't necessary. The pen doesn't matter. Says the man with the $200 writing instrument. I sign with a flourish, my name spreading and bleeding slightly into the paper. There. One soul sold to the highest bidder. He slides the document into a leather portfolio. You haven't sold anything. We've entered a mutually beneficial agreement. Keep telling yourself that. I gather my things, slipping my phone into my purse. You should be thanking me. I'm probably the most interesting thing that's happened to you in years. Your confidence is remarkable. My confidence is exactly why you agreed to this. I stand, smoothing my skirt. Admit it. You're curious what it's like to be with someone who doesn't color inside the lines. Griffin rises, towering over me despite my heels. And you're curious what it's like to have structure imposed on chaos. Structure? I laugh. Is that what you're offering? Because from where I'm standing, you just signed up to be the ringmaster in my circus. We'll see who's performing for whom. I extend my hand for a formal shake, a parody of business partners closing a deal. His palm meets mine, warm, dry, firm. The contact sends an unexpected current up my arm. As I walk away, the weight of what we've just done settles over me. I've outmaneuvered him on key points, maintained control where it matters. This is a triumph, not a surrender. So why does my skin still buzz where he touched me? Why does victory taste like something different? Something dangerous? This is supposed to be pretend. So why does it feel like I just sold something real?
Chapter 5. Griffin. I check my watch. 10:57. 3 minutes early, which makes me 3 minutes late by my own standards. The municipal courthouse lobby smells like industrial cleaner and desperation, a fitting venue for this particular charade. A security guard nods at me. Room 304 for civil ceremonies. I straighten my already impeccable tie. The charcoal Tom Ford suit is the right balance, serious enough for a courthouse, expensive enough to make a statement. We agreed to keep today's proceedings quiet. Controlled. Our public wedding will come later, carefully choreographed for maximum redemption value. Which is why I expect Kenya to appear in something appropriately subdued. I should know better by now. The courthouse doors swing open like they've been personally offended, and everything, absolutely everything, stops. Conversations halt mid-sentence. A clerk drops a stack of forms. Even the security guard's posture changes. Kenya James has arrived, and she's brought the apocalypse with her. The dress, if you can call that scrap of white fabric a dress, clings to her body like it was painted there. The hemline stops precisely at the border between legal and obscene. Her jet black curls are swept up, showcasing shoulders that shouldn't be allowed in public without a warning label. She moves with perfect poise, like she's walking a runway instead of a courthouse floor strewn with divorce filings. She locks eyes with me across the lobby, and her lips curve into a smile that makes my throat tighten. That lipstick, that exact shade, Mada crimson, rich as blood. I remember it from 3 years ago, that disaster of a charity gala where she showed up representing a beauty brand my client was suing. She'd said exactly 4 words to me all night. Scared of lipstick stains? When I declined the drink she offered, I haven't forgotten a single detail about that night, including how that lipstick left a perfect crescent on the rim of her champagne glass. "You're late," I say when she reaches me, keeping my voice level despite the sudden dryness in my throat. "You're early." She adjusts my tie unnecessarily. "And overdressed for a shotgun wedding." This is hardly a shotgun scenario, although that is quite the shotgun dress. Her eyebrow arches. You practically bound and gagged me with legal clauses. Same energy. I should be focusing on Judge Hartwell, who's known for punctuality. I should be reviewing the witness statements we'll need for the marriage certificate. I should be concerned about the clerk who's openly filming Kenya's entrance on his phone. Instead, I'm calculating exactly how much of her legs that dress reveals when she walks. Approximately 6 inches more than our contract specified for public appearances. "Your dress violates Section 7.2, I murmur as we walk toward the elevator. "You can discipline me later." She winks, smoothing her hand down her side, drawing my eyes exactly where she wants them. "For now, behave yourself. We're about to be married." The elevator doors close, sealing us in a box of tension and her perfume, something with jasmine and a hint of something darker. "We had an agreement," I remind her. "Oh, we had several, none of which specified hemlines for civil ceremonies." She taps her finger against my chest. "Besides, I'm doing you a favor. No one will question why the great Griffin Carlyle rushed into marriage when they see me in this dress." She's right, which makes it worse. The judge will think exactly what we want him to think." Her eyes lock with mine. "That you couldn't wait to make me yours." My jaw clenches. The elevator feels significantly smaller than it did 10 seconds ago. "Remember," she continues, "we're madly in love. Try to look less like you're attending your own funeral." The elevator chimes at the 3rd floor. 3 minutes until the appointment. I should be reviewing our story one last time. Instead, I'm remembering exactly how that lipstick looked under the chandelier lights 3 years ago, and wondering if it would leave the same kind of mark on my neck that it did on that champagne glass. I expect nothing when Judge Montoya asks if we'd like to exchange brief personal vows before the legal pronouncement. We'd agreed to skip this part entirely, 3 lines maximum if absolutely necessary, just enough to seem authentic without veering into emotional territory. What I don't expect is for Kenya to turn to me with tears welling in her eyes. Actual tears. Her acting skills are genuinely impressive, though I'll be damned if I'll ever tell her that. "Griffin," she begins, voice catching perfectly. "I never believed in fate until I found you." That's 1 line. 2 more and we're done. I mentally review our post-ceremony itinerary. In a world that demands we hide behind filters and carefully scripted moments, you see the chaos beneath my surface. Her hand trembles as she touches my face, perfect fingertips against my jawline. And love me not despite it, but because of it. That's 3. We're done. Except we're not. Kenya takes a deep breath. You taught me that vulnerability isn't weakness, but the ultimate courage. That true connection happens in the space between who we pretend to be and who we actually are. A single tear slides down her cheek, and I watch, transfixed, as it navigates the perfect curve of her cheekbone. In your arms, I'm seen. In your eyes, I'm whole. In your love, I'm home. The court clerk audibly sniffs. Even the bailiff looks moved. I search Kenya's face for any hint, any microscopic tell that she's messing with me. Her eyes remain limpid pools of apparent sincerity. My turn. 3 lines maximum. I clear my throat. I commit to this partnership with transparency, mutual benefit, and full intention of maintaining appearances. That's it. Legally sound, emotionally vacant, exactly as planned. Kenya's reaction is unexpected. Her lips curve into a slow, predatory smile that doesn't match her tear-stained cheeks. It's the look of someone who's just caught prey in a trap they didn't even know existed. Like I've just handed her the keys to something valuable I didn't know I owned. Judge Montoya, a 60-something woman with reading glasses hanging from a beaded chain, looks between us, shakes her head slightly, and mutters, "Jesus Christ," under her breath. Do you, Kenya James, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? I wait for the rehearsed "I do." 2 syllables we explicitly agreed upon. Simple, clean, efficient. Instead, Kenya takes a deep breath like she's about to dive underwater. Her eyes find mine, and there's that dangerous glint that's been haunting me since the day she walked into my office. "I do," she begins, then pauses dramatically. "I do promise to honor this union with the same passion I bring to everything else in my life." Judge Montoya rolls her eyes, visibly exasperated. The clerk leans forward. I maintain my expression by sheer force of will. "I do vow to challenge you when you need challenging," she continues, her voice rising with practiced cadence. "To push when you need pushing. To remind you that life isn't just contracts and clauses and control." Her fingers intertwine with mine, squeezing just tight enough to be a warning. "I do commit to showing you that real power isn't in restraint, but in surrender. That freedom lives in the spaces between the rules." What was supposed to be 2 words has transformed into a TED Talk. The judge is practically swooning. "Stick to the script," I mutter, just loud enough for her to catch it. Kenya doesn't miss a beat. Her thumb traces a small, maddening circle on my palm while she continues addressing everyone but me. "I do promise to bring color to your grayscale world, chaos to your order, and honesty, brutal, beautiful honesty, to every moment we share." She leans in, lips grazing my ear. "What's wrong, counselor? Losing narrative control?" Her whisper slides down my spine like ice water. She pulls back with that smile, the one that says she knows exactly what she's doing. And she does. That's the problem. I've spent a lifetime mastering control in courtrooms, in boardrooms, in bedrooms. People follow my lead because I give them no other option. Yet here stands Kenya James in her weaponized white dress, deliberately coloring outside every line I've drawn. The vexing part isn't that she's breaking the rules. It's that she's enjoying it so thoroughly. What burns through me isn't just irritation. It's something older, more primal. I don't just want her to behave. I want her to submit. Not out of fear or obligation, but because I've bent her will to mine. And the fact that she won't, that she looks at my carefully constructed boundaries and strides across them in 5-inch heels, it both infuriates and compels me. I realize I'm gripping her hand too tightly only when her smile widens. She's cataloging my reactions, storing them away as ammunition. "I believe that concludes the personal vows," the judge says, her expression flat. "Unless you'd like to add anything, Mr. Carlyle?" My jaw tightens. Kenya's eyes dance with challenge. "I don't need to," I begin, but Judge Montoya cuts me off with a wave of her hand. "For documentation purposes, please seal the union with a kiss." The clerk shifts his weight forward, mobile phone angled just enough that I know we're being recorded. The bailiff smirks. Everyone waiting for the performance. Kenya turns toward me, that crimson smile like a declaration of war. Her eyes issue a silent taunt. Scared of lipstick stains now, counselor? Something inside me, a dark, primitive thing I usually keep chained, strains against its bindings. Just a quick one for the paperwork, she whispers, lifting her chin like she's offering me mercy. I don't want her mercy. My hand finds her waist, fingers pressing into silk and warm skin beneath. It's not a gentle touch. It's possession, annexation, a legal seizure of property. I pull her against me with enough force that her breath catches, her perfect composure fracturing for a microsecond. Good. Let her feel destabilized for once. Smile for the camera, I murmur, and then I take her mouth. This isn't the perfunctory kiss we discussed. This isn't even a theatrical kiss for show. This is punishment disguised as passion. I kiss her like it's a challenge, like it's a dare, like I'm expecting her to flinch away from the intensity. My other hand slides up her spine to cradle the back of her neck, fingers threading through those perfectly styled curls. I kiss her hard enough that she'll feel it tomorrow. Hard enough that she'll remember who exactly she's playing games with. But Kenya doesn't yield. She doesn't flinch. She kisses me back. Her hands grip my lapels, pulling me closer still. Her tongue meets mine, and the taste of her, sweet with an edge of something forbidden, makes my brain short-circuit. Her body molds against mine with a familiarity that feels dangerous, as if we've done this 1,000 times in 1,000 different lives. For half a second, no more, reality slips. My calculated demonstration of dominance dissolves into something raw and urgent. Something honest. I forget the courthouse, the witnesses, the contract. I forget everything except the way she feels in my arms, the softness of her lips contrasting with the sharpness of her teeth as she nips at my bottom lip. This is acting. This is illusion. This is a very bad idea. I pull back first, which feels like conceding something crucial. Kenya's eyes remain closed for a beat longer than necessary, her chest rising and falling rapidly. When she opens them, there's a dazed quality that transforms almost instantly into triumph. Her lipstick is smeared. Seeing it sends a rush of satisfaction through me that has everything to do with marking territory. That should satisfy documentation requirements, I say, my voice rougher than intended. Judge Montoya signs the document, thrusting it at us like she can't wait for our dramatic exit. I should say so. I feel the shift in the air before we even reach the courthouse doors. There's that electric hum of predators lying in wait, the barely there whispers of people trying not to give away their positions. Kenya senses it too. Her fingers tighten around mine, but she doesn't slow down. You're doing? I murmur as we approach the glass doors. Not this time. Her lips barely move, but I know who did. The moment we push through the doors, chaos erupts. Camera flashes detonate like artillery fire. Bodies surge forward, microphones thrust into our space. The paparazzi materialize like they've been summoned by dark magic, which in a way they have. Kenya's dress catches the breeze, the white fabric dancing around her thighs. Performance mode activates instantly. Her walk transforms from poised to deliberately cinematic. She curves her body slightly toward mine, creating the perfect silhouette of newly issued matrimony. I respond on autopilot, jaw clenched, hand at the small of her back, eyes forward with practiced indifference. We look like money and sex and power had a baby. Griffin! Kenya! Over here! How long have you been together? Was this planned or a Vegas-style impulse? Kenya, is this all for show after that wedding disaster? Kenya lifts her chin, that calculated vulnerability from the courtroom replaced by regal detachment. We'll release a statement when we're ready. Today was for us. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Then again, and again. I extract it while maintaining our forward momentum toward the waiting car. Notifications flood my screen. The metrics are already astronomical, thousands of posts popping up by the second. Hashtag toxic royalty #1. Hashtag legal lovebirds not far behind. Hashtag publicity stunt or power move climbing rapidly. I scan the crowd and spot her immediately. Tasha, Kenya's so-called manager, standing off to the side, aggressively typing on her phone while pretending not to notice us. Her eyes flick up, catch mine for a moment, and there's not even the decency of guilt in them. Just calculation. Your manager works fast, I say as we reach the car, opening the door for Kenya with exaggerated chivalry for the cameras. Tasha believes in seizing momentum. Kenya slides in, that dress riding up her thighs in the way that makes my mouth dry. You can't manufacture this kind of buzz. I follow her in, shutting the door on the shouted questions. The tinted windows transform the chaos outside into a silent film. This is exactly what we wanted. I scroll through the exploding hashtags. The algorithm is already pairing us as power couple content. The court clerk's video of our kiss has 50,000 views in 20 minutes. It's perfect. Kenya leans over, her perfume clouding my senses as she studies my screen. Look at us, breaking the internet on day one. Defamation lawsuit will be distant history by dinner. She's right. The plan is working flawlessly. The narrative is shifting exactly as we mapped it out. So why does something feel wrong? Why does satisfaction curdle in my stomach like milk left in the hot sun? I glance at Kenya, who's busy adjusting her lipstick in a compact mirror. For a fleeting moment in that courtroom, when the tears welled in her eyes when she spoke about being seen, something cracked in her performance. A glimpse of someone beneath the persona. That version of Kenya, the one who existed for perhaps 2 seconds between rehearsed lines, looked at me with something genuine, something raw. And that's the most dangerous thing of all. Because contracts can control behavior, but they can't control feelings, and feelings are messy, unpredictable liabilities. Take a picture, counselor. It'll last longer. Kenya snaps her compact shut, catching me watching her. Just making sure my wife is camera ready for our debut. I turn back to my phone, away from whatever just flashed in her eyes. The internet wants a show, after all. They've certainly got enough to work with.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 6. Kenya. I stand on Griffin's doorstep with an armada of luggage and the satisfaction of knowing I'm about to shatter his meticulously crafted piece. The delivery guy behind me shifts uncomfortably, my skincare fridge balanced in his arms, like a bomb about to detonate. Where would you like this, Mrs. Carlyle, he says, and the title still feels foreign on my skin, like borrowed designer clothes that don't quite fit. When the door swings open, Griffin's expression moves through several micro stages of horror. His eyes track from my face to the 2 overloaded luggage carts to the delivery man with the fridge on a gurney. His jaw tightens, a muscle in his cheek spasms. I was expecting you at 6, he says, voice impressively level. I'm an overachiever. I flash him my most disarming smile. the one that's gotten me out of parking tickets and into VIP sections. Going to invite your wife in? He steps back, each movement precise, controlled. God, his apartment is exactly what I expected. All clean lines and monochromatic superiority. Minimalist art pieces that cost more than my savings account. Not a single thing out of place. It's not a home. It's a showroom for a man who doesn't trust the world to touch him. I step across the threshold like I'm crossing enemy lines, stilettos clicking against hardwood floors that probably get polished weekly by people Griffin pays to disappear before he gets home. The movers with the rest of your things, he begins, are coming tomorrow. I turn in a slow circle, cataloging every sterile surface, every empty space waiting to be disrupted. This is just the essentials. His eyebrows lift a fraction. Essentials. I gesture the delivery man forward with my skincare fridge. Where's the kitchen? That needs to be plugged in right away. Griffin's expression is neutral, but something in the air shifts, like barometric pressure before a storm. I can feel his displeasure radiating in waves, see it in the rigid set of his shoulders as he directs the delivery man down a hallway. When we're momentarily alone with my mountain of luggage, I slip off my jacket and drape it over his pristine white sofa, a deliberate flag planted in contested territory. I brought my essentials, I call out sweetly, my eyes scanning his space. Wardrobe, face masks, emotional baggage, the basic survival kit. He returns to the foyer, delivery man in tow. There's something dangerous simmering beneath his perfect composure. Something I want to coax to the surface until it boils over. Emotional baggage wasn't in the contract, he says flatly. Consider it a bonus, counselor. I kick off my heels, leaving them exactly where they fall. Like me, it comes without apologies. Griffin dismisses the delivery guy with a crisp 50 and a nod so slight it barely registers as human acknowledgement. The door closes with a whisper click that costs more than most people's rent. I trail my fingers along the back of his couch, the white monstrosity that probably has its own insurance policy. The fabric catches slightly against my rings, and I watch Griffin's eye twitch at the microscopic disturbance. So where does the beast sleep? I pick up a heavy glass paperweight from his coffee table, tossing it between my hands. Kind of expected more chains on the walls, maybe a dungeon. Griffin plucks the paperweight from my grasp, mid-toss. The dungeon is being renovated. When it's ready, you'll be able to move in. I move to his bookshelf. All leather-bound law texts and first editions, organized by height and color, not a single spine cracked. Do you actually read these? Or are they just intellectual wallpaper? Both serve their purpose. He follows 3 steps behind me, straightening whatever invisible chaos I leave in my wake. Every surface gleams like it's auditioning for a catalog shoot. I check my reflection in his coffee table. Perfect. His side tables, flawless. The windows, immaculate. There's not a single personal photo anywhere. No evidence that a person with a past or feelings lives here. Did Marie Kondo design this place? Or was it the serial killer from American Psycho? My heels click-clack across his polished floors, each step echoing through the cavernous space like a small act of rebellion. The walls are, I count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different shades of gray. The furniture matches in masculine neutrals. Even my laugh sounds wrong here, too bright and messy for a space so controlled. I'm dying of thirst. Kitchen. I don't wait for his answer, heading toward what looks like the right direction. His kitchen is a monument to stainless steel and untouched appliances. I open the massive fridge to find nothing but rows of sparkling water, 3 bottles of fancy celery juice, and empty shelves so clean they gleam accusingly. Did someone die here? I close the refrigerator door with my hip, turning to face him. Or is this what celibacy looks like in architectural form? I grip the sparkling water bottle, twisting it with more gusto than necessary. The carbonation hisses like a warning before erupting in a spectacular spray across Griffin's immaculate countertop. Water splashes onto his pristine floors, forming little puddles that reflect the overhead lighting. Oops. I don't even try to sound sorry. The puddle spreads like a miniature lake across the counter. Got a towel? Griffin's jaw tightens as he reaches for a drawer, extracting a cloth that probably costs more than most people's bath towels. He extends it without a word, his fingers deliberately avoiding mine. Thanks, husband. I dab half-heartedly at the mess, mostly pushing the water around in artistic patterns. Your hospitality is overwhelming. I abandon the wet disaster and head back to my fortress of luggage, rifling through the smallest case with purpose. My fingers close around a sleek cylindrical package, and I pull it out with the reverence of someone handling a sacred artifact. Found you. I whisper to my signature candle, cradled in my palm like a precious stone. The glass jar catches the light as I return to the kitchen, my bare feet leaving damp prints on his floor. The subtle cream color of the wax, the hand-lettered label, it's familiar in this alien environment. The candle has traveled with me through 3 apartments, countless hotel rooms, and now to this sterile fortress of solitude. I place it in the center of the kitchen island, a small flag planted in conquered territory. The lighter in my bag produces a flame that dances as I touch it to the wick. The candle catches, and a small curl of smoke rises before the familiar scent begins to bloom. Vanilla, honey, a whisper of lavender, home. Griffin's nostrils flare. He visibly recoils, pinching the bridge of his nose like I've just committed a war crime against his senses. That smell. His voice holds the horror of someone witnessing a constitutional violation. I lean toward the flame, blowing gently to spread the scent faster. The warmth kisses my face as I look up at him through my lashes. It's called comfort. I smile, watching his expression contort between disgust and something that might be fascination. Don't worry, I'll teach you. I trail my fingers around the rim of the candle jar, claiming it, claiming this space. The vanilla notes hang in the air between us. Too sweet, too warm, too real for his sterile domain. His perfect apartment now bears my invisible signature, carried on molecules of scent that will linger in the fibers of his furniture, the threads of his expensive clothing. That'll teach him. I turn away from my candle conquest, the vanilla scent now marking this as contested territory. So, sleeping arrangements? I stretch languidly, watching as Griffin's gaze tracks the movement before snapping back to neutrality. Guest room is prepared. He gestures down the hallway with a hand that could probably sign away small countries without a second thought. Guest room? I laugh, the sound bouncing off his minimalist walls. That's adorable. Show me to the master. His expression doesn't change, but something shifts in his eyes. A tectonic plate moving beneath still waters. The master suite is where I'll be sleeping. Yes? I move toward my luggage, wheeling the largest piece behind me. Lead the way, counselor. Griffin doesn't move for 3 precise seconds. I count them in my head. 1, 2, 3. Then he turns with military precision and walks down the hallway, each step measured like he's counting the cost of this surrender. The master bedroom is exactly what I expected. A monument to masculine restraint. Charcoal sheets pulled so tight across the king-sized bed that you could bounce a quarter off them. No art on the walls that might suggest personality. A single lamp that probably cost more than my car on an unassuming table in the corner. I don't hesitate. I wheel my suitcase to the center of the room, build momentum, and launch myself onto his pristine bed. The impact sends a small ripple through his perfect sheets as I stretch across the mattress diagonally, claiming as much territory as possible. God, this is comfortable. I roll over, leaving imprints of my body on his previously untouched domain. Memory foam? Griffin stands in the doorway, hands clasped behind his back, like he's restraining himself from physically removing me. Naturally cooled gel hybrid? Fancy. I sit up, hair wild around my face from the static of his expensive sheets. Where's your closet space? There's plenty in the guest room. He replies coolly, one eyebrow lifting a fraction of an inch. No. I swing my legs over the side of the bed and stand, moving toward what can only be his closet door. We're partners, remember? Full cohabitation. I fling open his closet doors with the dramatic flair of a game show host, revealing a prize. Inside, suits hang in perfect formation, organized by color in a gradient so precise it feels like I'm looking at the world's most expensive paint swatch. Navy to charcoal to black. His shirts, equally meticulous. White to blue to gray. Well, this is deeply disturbing, yet unsurprising. I run my fingers along the sleeve of what's certainly a bespoke suit jacket. Did you color code these yourself, or hire someone with OCD? Without waiting for his answer, I wheel my suitcase to the closet entrance and unzip it with a flourish. From its depths, I extract a riot of color. A silky emerald jumpsuit, a crimson dress that makes me look like I'm on my way to destroy someone's marriage. Again, and a cobalt blue blouse that's cut scandalously low. I start hanging them beside his monochrome armor, each piece a declaration of war against his careful order. The fabrics clash, his rigid cotton and wool against my flowing silks and stretchy jerseys. Colors that have never been allowed in this sacred space now infiltrate like beautiful spies. From the corner of my eye, I watch him. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly when I hang my particularly dangerous corset top, black with gold grommets that catch the light, directly between two of his most somber suits. But he doesn't stop me. He doesn't argue. And that silence, that's the tell. I slide another hanger into place, this one holding a dress in a shade of yellow, so bright it practically vibrates next to his navy suit. He doesn't flinch, doesn't move to stop this invasion. Griffin's phone rings, that quiet, expensive vibration that costs extra. He glances at it, jaw twitching. I need to take this. He steps into the hallway without another word, closing the bedroom door with a soft click that somehow feels more disruptive than a slam. I listen to his footsteps fade, victory settling in my chest. He's rattled. Perfect. I grab another armful of clothes and continue my wardrobe invasion, deliberately misaligning the hangers so they create chaotic angles among his perfect rows. But as I work, something shifts. The silence in this room is different from any silence I've known. It's not peaceful. It's empty. A vacuum. Like sound itself is afraid to exist here. I pause, a silk blouse dangling from my fingertips, and really look around. The bedside table holds nothing but a lamp. No books. No half-empty water glass. No charger cord tangled like everyone else's. The surfaces aren't just clean. They're barren. What the hell? I whisper to the room. I open the top drawer of his dresser, socks arranged by color and pattern, not a single one with personality. The bathroom counter holds precisely 3 items: soap, razor, cologne, no random receipts, no loose change, nothing that suggests a person moves through this space leaving everyday evidence. My fingers trace the edge of his perfectly made bed. When was the last time someone slept here besides him? Has anyone? Through the door, I catch fragments of his phone conversation, clipped tones, monosyllabic responses. He sounds like he's testifying under oath. I move to the window and look out at Manhattan sprawling below, all those lights representing lives being lived, messily, loudly, then back at this pristine prison cell of a bedroom. He lives like he's waiting for the emergency evacuation signal, I murmur. I pull out my framed photo of my parents, laughing, arms around each other on a beach, and set it defiantly on his otherwise empty dresser. The bright colors look alien against his grayscale existence. like I've introduced a tropical bird into an Arctic landscape. I place my worn copy of Their Eyes Were Watching God on the bedside table. Drop my favorite cashmere throw, the burgundy one with the coffee stain I never managed to get out, across the foot of his bed. Each item feels like a question. Who are you hiding from in here? What happens if something is out of place? Do you ever just exist? From my toiletry bag, I extract a second candle, smaller than the first, but matching in scent. With deliberate movements, I place it on the edge of his pristine bathroom sink and light it. The vanilla scent blooms, defying the sterile air. I watch the flame's reflection dance in the massive mirror, a tiny heartbeat in this lifeless space. The candle stays lit as I return to unpacking, a small act of insurrection against whatever forces built these walls around him. Later that evening, the remnants of our dinner. Salmon he barely touched. Wine I drank too much of. Sit abandoned on the kitchen counter. Griffin made no move to clear them away, which strikes me as deeply out of character for a man whose towels probably come pre-folded from the factory. I pad across the sleek dining room floor in bare feet, the wine glass dangling between my fingers like an afterthought. My reflection stretches across his floor-to-ceiling windows, a dark silhouette against Manhattan's glittering canvas. The city sprawls below us, alive, chaotic, messy, everything his apartment isn't. The silence between us has physical weight. Over dinner, we exchanged exactly 14 words. I counted. 7 from him, 7 from me, like we're rationing language. I take another sip of wine, some ridiculous vintage that seems as stuffy as he appears to be. It tastes like money and regret. Perfect for a fake marriage. Behind me, Griffin sits in one of his aggressively uncomfortable designer chairs, scrolling through his phone. He hasn't retreated to his office or bedroom. He's just existing in the same space. Like we're actually married. Like this is normal. I press my forehead against the cool glass, leaving a smudge I know will drive him crazy once he notices it. The city lights blur into watercolor streaks through the condensation of my breath. So this is what it feels like to be part of someone else's silence. I whisper, not really expecting a response. The words escape before I can trap them behind my teeth. Griffin doesn't look up from his phone, doesn't acknowledge that I've spoken at all. But something shifts in the room, a microscopic change in atmospheric pressure. His scrolling slows. His shoulders drop a fraction of an inch. He doesn't tell me to leave. He doesn't tell me to stop talking. And somehow, that non-reaction feels more intimate than any response could be. Like I've been granted limited access to this fortress he's built around himself.
Chapter 7. Griffin. I wake to the sound of screeching. Not an alarm. Worse. Kenya's voice, pitched 3 octaves higher than her usual tone, cooing at something. My former bedroom door is wide open, though I distinctly remember closing it last night. Who's the sweetest little princess? Is it you? It's absolutely you! I swing my legs over the edge of the guest bed, muscles tensing before my feet hit the floor. The clock reads 6:43 a.m. Since the age of 15, I've woken at precisely 5:30. Except today. Today I overslept. I haven't done that for nearly 20 years. Yes, Mommy loves you so much. Daddy's going to love you too. Daddy? I grab a t-shirt, pulling it over my head as I follow the sound of Kenya's voice into the bedroom. I stop dead in the doorway. Kenya sits cross-legged on my imported Italian sheets. She's wearing silk pajama shorts and a matching camisole that reveals shoulders I refuse to acknowledge. In her arms is a puppy? Number. A small white dog with a pink bow affixed to its head. What is that? My voice emerges flatter than I intended. Kenya looks up. Her smile doesn't falter. Griffin, meet Bella. She lifts the dog's paw in a mock wave. Say hello to Daddy, Bella. I'm not its father. I cross my arms. Why is there a dog in my apartment? Kenya sets the animal on the bed beside her, where it immediately starts pawing at a throw pillow I didn't own yesterday. First, she's a her, not an it. Second, I just landed the biggest redemption campaign of my career. She grabs her phone, turning it toward me. On screen is an email from some brand called Puppy Lux with contract details for a 6-month partnership featuring family content with Bella. You signed a contract without consulting my attorney husband? Kenya cuts me off, eyes sparkling with something dangerous. Don't worry, I've read enough of your fine print to spot the loopholes. $60,000 for 6 months of dog content. The marriage rehabilitation narrative writes itself. The dog, Bella, selects this moment to trot over to my bare feet, sniffing them with disturbing interest. The contract specifically states family content. That means you too. Kenya's grin widens. They want the redemption arc. Bad girl settles down with straight-laced lawyer and adopts a fur baby. I look down at the animal, then back at Kenya. The calculus is obvious. $60,000 divided by 6 months of inconvenience. My irritation wars with my grudging respect for her business acumen. No shedding on the furniture. I step carefully around the dog and keep it out of my closet. Kenya laughs, the sound sharper than the dog's yip. Too late. Bella already picked your navy Brioni as her favorite chew toy. My Brioni. I walk directly to her without acknowledging the dog. Show me. Kenya's eyes widen slightly, a micro expression of surprise I file away for later use. She expects a tantrum, not calculation. It's not actually ruined. I was just testing my limits. I reach down and pick up her phone, scrolling through the contract she's received. $60,000 for a 6-month campaign is significantly undervalued. Puppy Lux cleared 8 figures last quarter. Kenya rises from the bed, the silk of her pajamas catching the morning light. How do you even know that? I know the valuation of every company that might become relevant to me. I hand her phone back. This brand is banking on your rehabilitation story while paying discount rates. I assume this is Tasha's negotiation. My agent is perfectly competent at booking lifestyle campaigns, not leveraging crisis into capital. I pull out my own phone and open my contacts. Puppy Lux wants the wholesome family aesthetic, husband, wife, dog, but they're only paying for you and the furball. I find Alex Jackson's number, Chief Marketing Officer at Puppy Lux's parent company, and more importantly, a former client who still owes me for keeping his divorce papers sealed. What are you doing? Kenya narrows her eyes. Double the deal's value. I send a quick text. We'll make it a couples campaign. They get full access to both of us. Limited schedule, of course. But the dog becomes our shared narrative. You're voluntarily signing up for photo shoots? With a dog? Kenya's laugh has an edge of disbelief. My phone pings with Alex's response, exactly as expected. Not voluntarily. Strategically. We've now secured $120,000 with a bonus structure tied to engagement metrics. The dog jumps down and trots toward the kitchen. I watch Kenya's face process what I've done. You're taking half. I'm doubling your original sum and taking my percentage for services rendered. That'll include cleanup and sanitation services at some point. I glance down as my phone pings again. And yes, we'll need those services. Alex says the first shoot is tomorrow. We need coordinating outfits, navy, cream, no prints, and the dog needs grooming. Kenya stares at me, lips slightly parted. You can't just... I just did. I step around her toward the kitchen where I hear suspicious scratching sounds. Consider it rent for the dog. Now, shall we discuss crate training before it destroys my cabinets? The photo shoot is an exercise in controlled chaos. Everywhere I look, cell phones are ringing and dogs are barking. It's all I can take to focus on Kenya and, what was her name again? Bella, as we walk toward what will be our perch for the next 2 hours. How we're going to get Bella to focus for 2 hours is beyond me. More intimacy, please. The photographer, A man with an unfortunate soul patch and an even more unfortunate ego flaps his hand between Kenya and me. You're selling family fantasy, not corporate merger. We're sitting on a white backdrop on elevated boxes precariously balanced on high-backed stools. Kenya wears a cream sweater that falls off one shoulder, paired with fitted jeans. I'm in navy slacks and a matching cashmere sweater I didn't own until yesterday. Perhaps if your direction was more specific than be a family, I say, keeping my voice level. Bella, the fluffy menace, sits between us looking more professional than either of the humans involved. The photographer sighs dramatically. Fine. Kenya sit on Griffin's lap. Excuse me. I raise an eyebrow. Kenya turns to me, eyes dancing with challenge. What's wrong, counselor? Afraid I'll crush your delicate legs? Your weight isn't the concern. My dignity, however. Kenya doesn't wait for me to finish. She slides off her draped stool and perches herself on my left thigh, as far from my body as physics allows. The scent of her perfume, something with jasmine notes, invades my senses. There. Intimate. She flashes a smile so fake it would make a politician proud. The photographer looks pained. I said intimate, not hostage situation. I put my hand on the small of Kenya's back, feeling her stiffen. Better? Closer, the photographer demands. Kenya, lean into him. Griffin, both arms around her waist. Kenya, make sure you have hold of Bella so she doesn't get out of the frame. I wrap my arms around her, keeping a calculated inch of space between her back and my chest. The photographer looks like he might throw his camera soon. You know, Kenya whispers, pitched for only me to hear, for someone who negotiated this deal, you're awfully tense about the execution. Before I can respond, she relaxes against me, her body suddenly soft where it was rigid moments ago. The move catches me off guard, and my arms tighten reflexively. Perfect! The photographer snaps rapidly. Now let's make Bella center stage. Kenya makes a humming sound as she places the offensive white fluff ball onto my remaining available thigh. This wasn't part of the arrangement. I grit my teeth. Kenya turns her head, her mouth close enough to my ear that I feel her breath. What's wrong, Griffin? Feeling outnumbered? No contest. The dog clearly has better manners. She laughs, a genuine one this time. The photographer captures it. The vibration of her laughter passes through her body into mine, and something shifts in the atmosphere. Kenya reaches down to adjust Bella, purposely shifting her weight directly over my thighs. The move is calculated, designed to make me uncomfortable. I refuse to give her the satisfaction. Instead, I tighten my hold, pulling her more firmly against me. Two can play this game. Her breath catches, and for a moment, victory seems certain. Then she leans her head back on my shoulder, exposing the line of her throat. Game on. After a much-needed coffee break to put distance between me and my wife, I enter my apartment, our apartment, to the sound of Kenya's voice. The low hum of a conversation makes me pause in the entryway, hand instinctively reaching for the doorknob behind me as an escape. Then I recognize her tone, performance mode. She sounds like she's live streaming. Normally I'd retreat to my office, but the mention of my name stops me cold. So, Griffin, yes, my husband Griffin. He literally doubled the contract value with one text. I swear the man blinks and money appears. Kenya's laugh rings clear through the apartment. He's such a control freak, but like a control freak with benefits, if you know what I mean. I take 3 silent steps down the hallway until I have a direct line of sight into the living room, where Kenya sits cross-legged on the floor. Bella rests in her lap while she talks directly into her phone, mounted on a small tripod. The screen shows a cascade of heart emojis and comments flowing too fast to read. The photo shoot today? Total chaos. She adjusts Bella's bow against the dog's head. Picture this. Ultra-stoic lawyer husband having to pose with a puppy. His face when the photographer told me to sit on his lap? Priceless. My jaw tightens. She's discussing our contract work as if it were a reality show plot point, This wasn't part of our agreement. And while we're on the subject, Kenya leans closer to the camera, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Those Bryony suits hide some serious strength. The man didn't even flinch when I sat on him for 2 hours, not even flinch. Comments flood the screen faster. I catch a few. Is he there? Show us Griffin. Marriage looks good on you, girl. Kenya smiles, all teeth in calculation. Sorry, folks, Griffin's not home yet. Probably off making another million or crushing someone's dreams in court. It's what he does best. I step into the frame deliberately. Actually, I'm right here. Kenya's eyes widen for a split second, genuine surprise, before her influencer mask snaps back into place. Oh, speak of the devil and he appears. She angles the camera to include me. Everyone, meet my control freak with benefits. The comment section explodes. Interesting choice of words. I move behind her, placing one hand on her shoulder. To viewers, it looks affectionate. To Kenya, it's a warning. I didn't realize our business arrangements were live stream content. True to form, Kenya doesn't miss a beat. She reaches up to pat my hand, nails digging slightly into my skin. Griffin's joking. This is exactly why we did the Puppy Lux campaign, to show you guys our real life together. Below the camera's view, she pinches my wrist hard enough to leave a mark. Message received. Isn't that right, husband? Her eyes flash a challenge. Oh, we have much more to show them. I look directly into the camera. Stay tuned, everyone. There are more surprises around the corner, and you never know when I'll show up again. Kenya's eyes widen for a moment, and she manages a small, uncomfortable laugh as she swats me away. I've rattled her, and I love it. Now, if I could just get my heart to stop racing, we'd be 2 for 2.
Chapter 8. Kenya. I angle my phone just so, hiding behind purple-tinted sunglasses while pretending not to notice the woman, 3 tables over, who's definitely not taking candid photos of us. The brunch paparazzi are so predictable. Hiding behind menus, fumbling with zoom lenses. At least be creative about it. You're posing, Griffin mutters, not looking up from his phone. I'm existing photogenically. There's a difference. I turn my face to catch the morning light better, tapping my red stiletto against the bistro floor. Besides, isn't that the entire point of this exercise? Our strategically selected table at Café Lumière sits perfectly in the sunlight, making us visible from the street. Griffin specifically chose this spot, claiming it has optimal visibility metrics, like we're billboards instead of people eating breakfast. The waiter approaches with practiced enthusiasm, his notepad ready. What can I get for you this morning? I flash my most dazzling smile. I'll have the iced matcha latte with oat milk, the avocado toast with extra chili flakes, poached eggs with the yolk still runny, a side of berries, organic only. And could you bring the maple syrup in its own little vessel? I hate when it touches the other food. The waiter scribbles frantically, bobbing his head with each addition. And for you, sir? Griffin doesn't even glance up. Black coffee. The waiter waits expectantly. When nothing follows, he tilts his head. And to eat? Just the coffee. I roll my eyes as the waiter retreats. You're such a cliché. The brooding lawyer who subsists on caffeine and resentment. That's rich coming from someone who just ordered the Instagram special. Griffin finally sets down his phone, fixing those gray eyes on me. Does food even matter to you if you can't photograph it first? Bold words from a man who considers coffee a food group. I lean forward, elbows on the table, deliberately invading his precious personal space. Besides, I'm giving the people what they want. Aspirational breakfast content paired with marital tension. The corner of Griffin's mouth twitches. Not quite a smile, but the closest thing to it I've seen outside of contractual obligations. You've got maple syrup in a separate container. The only tension here is between your food items. My latte arrives, a mountain of foam art shaped like a leaf, alongside Griffin's coffee in a plain white mug, black as his soul. The visual contrast isn't lost on me. They're like us, I say, gesturing between our drinks. Yours. Bitter, straightforward, probably cold inside. Mine, complex, aesthetically superior, and actually enjoyable. A sudden chill creeps across my skin, raising goosebumps along my arms. I wrap my cashmere shawl tighter around my shoulders, suppressing a shiver, but failing to hide the motion. Griffin's eyes flick toward me, missing nothing. Cold? No, I'm just practicing my mummy impression for Halloween. I tug the fabric closer. Yes, I'm cold. Why is it always Arctic temperatures in these places? It's 72 degrees. He sips his coffee, unfazed in his tailored suit that might as well be temperature-regulated armor. It's 65 at best. I could cut diamonds right now. The elderly couple at the next table whips their heads toward us. Griffin's jaw twitches. Must you always be so graphic in public? Must you always pretend you're impervious to basic human discomforts? I rub my arms beneath the shawl. This is exactly like our apartment. You keep it like a meat locker. I keep it at a reasonable temperature. Reasonable for whom? Polar bears? Emperor penguins? For functioning adults who dress appropriately for indoor settings. His gaze scans my outfit, a sleeveless silk top that looked perfect for photos, but offers zero insulation. Fashion requires sacrifice. Another shiver runs through me. Just like this marriage. A nearby table of brunchers fails to hide their interested glances. The whispers start. The thermostat isn't negotiable. Griffin leans forward, voice dropping. It's preset to optimize sleep efficiency and cognitive function. Your apartment? Your rules? I arch an eyebrow. Interesting perspective from someone who made me sign a 40-page contract about how to behave in public. Our living arrangements are separate from our public presentation. Not when I'm literally freezing to death in both places. I scan the restaurant. Look around. Every woman here has a jacket or sweater. It's not just me. The waiter approaches with my elaborate breakfast, hesitating when he notices the tension between us. Excuse me? I flash him my most charming smile. Could you possibly adjust the air conditioning? It's freezing in here. Griffin's eyes darken. The temperature is fine. The temperature is oppressive. The waiter shifts uncomfortably. I'll check with management. Thank you so much. I beam victoriously. You realize this is exactly what I meant about public spectacles. Griffin's voice remains level, but I see the muscle in his jaw working overtime. Asking for basic comfort is hardly a spectacle. I lean in, dropping my voice to a stage whisper that's perfectly audible to our growing audience. Just wait until I tell the internet my husband keeps our apartment at sub-zero to avoid seeing me without this shawl. I take a sip of my matcha latte, sighing with theatrical pleasure. Now this is actual coffee, not that black sludge you're drinking. Griffin's gaze flicks to my drink, his expression settling into something dangerously calm. That's not coffee. That's dessert with caffeine undertones and environmental hypocrisy. Excuse me? I set my cup down with a clink. Oat milk. He says it like it's a slur. The single most water-intensive, environmentally devastating milk alternative on the market. 1 gallon requires... Are you seriously milk-splaining me right now? I'm pointing out the hypocrisy of someone who lectures their followers about sustainability while consuming one of the least sustainable beverages possible. Heat rises to my cheeks. You've never cared about sustainability a day in your life. Your shower runs for 45 minutes. 20 minutes. Maximum. And at least I'm not performing environmental consciousness while actively contributing to resource depletion. His voice remains level, but his eyes have that spark now, the one I've come to recognize, to crave. You drive a V8 German sedan, which has a better carbon footprint than manufacturing new electric cars every 2 years for status symbols. The couple next to us is openly staring now. Perfect. Oh my God, you're insufferable. I throw my hands up. Next, you'll critique my avocado toast for contributing to water shortages in California. Interesting you should mention that. Don't you dare. I jab my fork toward him. You consume nothing but black coffee and judgment. At least I actually enjoy things. Griffin's posture shifts. The tiniest adjustment that somehow makes him loom larger. You don't enjoy things. You enjoy being seen enjoying things. There's a difference. And what exactly do you enjoy, Griffin, besides making everyone around you miserable? His eyes lock onto mine, the gray in them turning stormy. Precision. Accuracy. People who aren't performing every emotion for an audience. I'm not performing. I say loudly enough that several more heads turn. Your entire existence is a performance. He leans forward, lowering his voice to something dangerous. Every outfit, every meal, every supposed emotion. It's all curated for maximum engagement. I feel something electric run through me at his intensity. His carefully maintained control is slipping, and God help me, I love it. At least I have emotions, I hiss back. You're just an empty designer suit with a law degree. The fire in his eyes burns brighter, and I find myself leaning closer, drawn to the heat. I'm caught between wanting to stab Griffin with my fork and wanting to, well, something much less appropriate for public. The tension crackles between us like a live wire, and I'm about to deliver another cutting remark when I notice a man with a professional camera positioned near the entrance, his lens aimed directly at us. 3 o'clock? TMZ, I mutter, maintaining my furious expression while subtly angling my face to catch better light. Griffin doesn't turn his head. Of course not. That would be too obvious for Mr. Perfect. But his eyes slide sideways, registering the paparazzo without acknowledging him. Don't stop now, he says, voice low enough that only I can hear it. You were in the middle of a character assassination. I maintain my glare, but shift my posture, shoulders back, chin tilted. You think I don't know when I'm being filmed? Unlike you, I know exactly what I'm doing. Is that why you're dressed for summer in an air-conditioned restaurant? At least I'm dressed for something other than a funeral. I take a deliberate bite of my avocado toast, chewing with pointed aggression. The camera's shutter clicks rapidly in the background. Griffin leans forward, pressing his palms flat against the table. You want to finish this argument at home, where there aren't cameras? Why? So you can recite legal precedents at me in private? I narrow my eyes, knowing exactly how this looks on film. The passionate, emotional wife facing off against the cold, controlled husband. So I can tell you what I really think without it becoming tomorrow's headline. The photographer edges closer, pretending to take a call while his camera continues clicking. Another one appears at the window, not even bothering to hide. Perfect, just perfect. I throw my napkin on the table. This is exactly what I needed today. You love this. Griffin's voice is suddenly too knowing, too perceptive. The attention, the drama. I lean in closer, my voice dropping to a genuine whisper. That's where you're wrong. I don't love it. I understand it. There's a difference. Something shifts in Griffin's eyes. Surprise. Maybe curiosity. I stand abruptly, gathering my purse. I'm leaving. You can stay and commune with your bitter coffee. Griffin rises in one fluid motion, tossing cash on the table. I'm coming with you. Why? To lecture me about sustainable transportation options on the way home? Because it's in the contract. He steps closer, his voice for my ears only. And because that camera's going to follow you regardless. As if on cue, the TMZ guy abandons all pretense, moving directly toward us, microphone now visible. Kenya! Griffin! Trouble in paradise already? Want to comment on... Griffin's hand finds my lower back, firm and warm against the silk of my top. No comment. He says, guiding me toward the exit with practiced ease while keeping his body between me and the camera. I tell myself I hate him as I slide into the car, but my pulse hasn't gotten the memo.
Chapter 9. Griffin. I hear it before I see it. A hollow thud followed by a spectacular crash and a string of expletives that would make a sailor blush. Son of a motherless! The peaceful morning symphony of my espresso machine and the Wall Street Journal's digital page turns is shattered by Kenya's voice from the balcony. I set down my cup with deliberate slowness, refusing to react with the urgency the situation probably demands. The last 3 mornings have followed the same pattern. Kenya staging elaborate wellness routines at ungodly hours for her followers while I pretend not to notice. Today it's sunrise yoga for spiritual alignment, or some equally meaningless combination of buzzwords. Griffin, a little help would be fantastic. I rise from my kitchen stool, taking my time. The sliding door to the balcony reveals a scene of colorful chaos. Kenya lies sprawled across the concrete, her meditation cushions scattered like casualties. Her phone has somehow landed perfectly on the small table, still recording everything. Of course it has, the red light blinking accusingly at me. Most yoga instructors don't incorporate that kind of language into their practice. I lean against the doorframe, scanning her for actual injury while maintaining my distance. Very innovative. Kenya glares up at me, her yoga pants twisted awkwardly, one leg bent at an angle that suggests pain rather than enlightenment. I caught my foot on the... She gestures wildly at an innocent-looking purple cushion. That thing, and went down like a sack of spiritual potatoes. The eastern sun catches her hair, turning it a fiery ebony mass of curls that does something funny to my chest. There's something annoyingly picturesque about her rage, even splayed across my formerly pristine balcony. Do you need medical attention or just an audience? I ask, still not moving to help her. What I need, she hisses through clenched teeth, is for you to stop being a jerk for 5 seconds and help me up. I assess her position, the grimace she's failing to hide. Something in my chest tightens again, an unfamiliar sensation that I immediately resent. Concern doesn't fit into our arrangement. Can you move everything, or did you actually hurt something besides your pride? The question comes out sharper than intended. My ankle. She attempts to rotate it and winces. And possibly my dignity, but we both know that was on life support anyway. I finally cross the distance between us, crouching beside her with my back to the still recording phone. May I? Kenya nods, her eyes narrowing with suspicion as I carefully examine her ankle. My fingers brush against her skin, and I ignore the electric current that runs up my arm at the contact. It's not broken. Probably a mild sprain. I stand, offering my hand. Come on, spiritual guru, let's get you inside. I slip my arm around Kenya's waist, feeling her hesitate before leaning into me. Her weight settles against my side, warm and substantial. The performative hatred we've cultivated slips slightly as she winces with each step. I can manage, she insists, but her fingers dig into my shoulder. We both look down as I'm helping her inside, and we're surprised to see blood beating at her knee. A thin crimson line traces down her leg, bright against her skin. It's nothing. Just a scratch. She waves off help with her usual bravado, pushing away from me the moment we cross the threshold. Sit. The word comes out as a command, and I see her bristle. Please, I add, the unfamiliar word sticking in my throat. Kenya narrows her eyes but sinks onto the kitchen stool, extending her leg with theatrical flair. Is this where you reveal you're actually a serial killer? Because this apartment has always given me meticulously clean's blood spatter energy. I ignore her commentary, moving to the bathroom to retrieve the first aid kit I keep pristine and organized. When I return, she's scrolling through her phone, probably captioning her tumble for maximum engagement. This will sting, I warn, kneeling in front of her. The position feels oddly intimate, her knee at my eye level. I'm sure I've had worse. Her voice lacks its usual edge. I clean the cut myself, gentle, clinical, dabbing antiseptic with precision. She hisses slightly but doesn't pull away. My fingers brush her skin longer than necessary, tracing the outline of the wound with careful attention. It's not on purpose, not entirely. Her skin is warm under my touch, surprisingly soft. I've spent weeks avoiding physical contact with her beyond what our arrangement requires for public consumption. Now, in my kitchen with morning light slanting across us, I find myself lingering. You have surprising bedside manner for someone who makes juries cry. Her voice drops lower, observational rather than cutting. I look up, still holding her leg. Our eyes lock for a dangerous moment. Law school teaches triage. I finally release her, standing abruptly. The client bleeding all over your balcony gets priority over the Wall Street Journal. She exhales like it's nothing, but her eyes linger on my face. Her breath catches. She shivers, just slightly, and I pretend I didn't feel the jolt that shot up my arm the second I touched her. What? Kenya raises an eyebrow, catching me staring. Do I have blood on my face too? Or are you mentally calculating how this impacts our contract? I clear my throat and step back, creating necessary distance. My fingers still burn where they touched her skin. A biological response. Nothing more. Inconvenient and irrelevant. I'm thinking this complicates your content calendar. I gesture to her ankle. Sunset paddleboarding seems unlikely now. Her lips twitch. You actually pay attention to my schedule? Of course I do. I've memorized every post, every planned shoot, every artificial milestone she's constructed to rebuild her brand on the back of our arrangement. It's tactical awareness, not interest. Legal obligation. Section 4, paragraph 3. I'm required to maintain awareness of all public-facing content that involves our arrangement. Kenya shifts her weight, wincing slightly. Right, the sacred text. She attempts to stand, wobbles, and I move before thinking, catching her elbow. Careful. The word comes out rougher than intended. We freeze there, caught in a tableau neither of us scripted. My hand on her arm, her body angled toward mine. Morning light cuts across her face, highlighting the flecks of gold in her deep brown eyes I've never noticed before. She smells like sandalwood and something else I can't identify. Something distinctly her. I don't need your help. She says it without venom, almost softly. Evidence suggests otherwise. Kenya doesn't pull away immediately. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Me, humbled by a meditation cushion. Enjoying would require emotion. I release her arm once she's steady. I simply appreciate the universe's sense of irony. Oh, right. I forgot. She lowers herself back onto the stool. Griffin Carlyle III, emotional wasteland. Nothing penetrates the armor. Something flickers in her expression. Not the usual combative spark, but something quieter, more observant. As if she's actually looking at me, not just the enemy she's contractually bound to. It's disconcerting. I prefer our clearly defined battle lines. Ice. I turn away, opening the freezer. 20 minutes on, 20 off. Basic first aid. Yes, Dr. Carlyle. Any other prescriptions? Perhaps something for an allergy to pretentious apartments and men who iron their t-shirts. There she is. The Kenya I know how to handle. I wander the empty penthouse at 2 a.m., the throbbing in my temple a persistent companion. Sleep eludes me tonight, pushed away by the memory of Kenya's ankle in my hands, the unexpected softness of her skin. The case files I brought home remain untouched on the kitchen counter. In the living room, I find traces of her everywhere. A silk scarf draped over my modernist chair, a forgotten earring glinting on the coffee table, a half-empty mug of herbal tea that smells like flowers and honey. Against my will, I've begun cataloging her habits. The way she hums absently when she thinks no one's listening, how she kicks off her shoes the moment she crosses any threshold, the slight wrinkle that appears between her brows when she's genuinely focusing instead of performing. The couch still holds her imprint where she fell asleep watching some mindless reality show earlier. I straighten the cushion, erasing the evidence. When I finally walk past the master bedroom, exhaustion dragging at my limbs, I notice the shift immediately. Kenya's form has migrated from her claimed territory. She lies on her side, one arm stretched across where I would normally be sleeping. Her face lacks the careful construction I've grown accustomed to. No strategic vulnerability, no calculated charm. Just Kenya, unguarded, her breathing deep and steady, her features softened by whatever dreams occupy her mind. I stand frozen. Our arrangement has clear boundaries, professional proximity with carefully choreographed moments of staged intimacy. This unscripted closeness wasn't in the contract. I should wake her. Send her to the guest room where she technically belongs. Maintain the distance that keeps this arrangement functional. Instead, I head toward the guest room, ignoring my strong instinct to walk into my room and curl up beside her. This has already gotten too intimate. I can't imagine the implications of making a move like that now, if even for one night. In the silence of the night, I realize something far more dangerous than attraction is settling between us. Comfort. This is not in the plan.
Chapter 10. Kenya. I tug at the silk satin robe that Griffin's publicist insisted would humanize him to my followers. The man needs more than Egyptian cotton to seem human, but I keep that thought to myself as I adjust the ring light. You look constipated, I inform Griffin, as he stands rigidly by the bed, matching black robe tied with military precision. Try to appear less like you're calculating tax deductions and more like you enjoy my company. Griffin's jaw tightens. I'm aiming for besotted, not brain damaged. Well, you're hitting defend and awaiting sentencing instead. I swipe through my phone, pulling up the script. Remember, we're going for enviable nighttime routine, not hostage situation. The master bedroom, my bedroom, according to our agreement, has been transformed into an influencer's dream set. Crisp white linens on the California King, artfully rumpled, luxury candles flickering on the nightstands, 2 mugs of herbal tea that griffinize like they contain arsenic. This scene needs to move the narrative forward, I explain, testing the tripod's stability. The audience needs to believe we've progressed from contractual hatred to tolerable proximity. Griffin adjusts the camera angle with the precision of someone lining up evidence for a jury. Technically, the contract only specifies believable romantic progression, not actual tolerance. Your ability to romance a clause, but not a human being, is truly remarkable. I fluff a pillow with unnecessary force. Just try not to look like you're mentally billing me for every second. He glances at his watch. Speaking of which, don't you dare. I hip check him out of frame and press record. My voice shifts instantly, softening as I gesture him toward the bed. Come on, babe. Tell me about your day while I do my skincare. Griffin sits with mechanical precision, his smile so wooden it could get splinters. My day was adequate. I shoot him a look between beats. Wow, what riveting content. Truly Oscar-worthy. What exactly do normal couples discuss? His irritation breaks through the veneer of performative affection. I don't know why that makes me laugh. Genuinely laugh. You really never had a bedtime routine with anyone before? Something glistens in his eyes. Vulnerability so brief I almost miss it. I'm not in the habit of staying. The camera captures us in soft focus. Two people in matching robes, sitting at arm's length on an obscenely expensive mattress. The script calls for light banter, synchronized skincare, and a chaste kiss goodnight. What it doesn't account for is the way my breath catches when Griffin absently reaches to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. His fingers linger near my temple. A loose curl. The touch isn't in the script. Neither is the way his gaze drops to my lips. I drop into my on-camera voice, bright and polished. So tonight we're going through our couple's wind-down routine. Griffin has this amazing 10-step skincare process that I use soap and occasionally moisturizer when I remember I'm not actually made of marble. Griffin mutters just off mic. My rhythm falters. He's being modest. This man has more serums than... Griffin reaches for one of the expensive jars I'd arranged earlier. Yes, He squints at the label. Overnight resurrection cream. For when you're clinically dead but have a brunch at 11. A snort escapes before I can stop it. I press my lips together and continue. Skincare is self-care, right, babe? Absolutely. He uncaps another product. I especially enjoy this Unicorn Tears elixir. Harvested only during the full moon, when mythical creatures weep over their Amex statements. The laugh bursts out of me, unfiltered, genuine, a sound I haven't heard from myself in weeks. Not the camera-ready giggle I've perfected over years of content creation, but something rusty and real that catches us both off guard. Griffin stares at me, his expression shifting from surprise to something unreadable. The room feels suddenly smaller, the space between us on the mattress more deliberate. I realize I've leaned toward him without meaning to. Sorry, I murmur, trying to recalibrate. You're actually funny when you're not being, you. A testament to my versatility. His voice has dropped lower, the performative distance momentarily dissolved. My skin prickles with awareness, and it's not from the aggressive air conditioning he insists on keeping the apartment at. The goosebumps spread across my arms, rising unbidden. Griffin's eyes track the reaction, missing nothing. I should turn away. I should remember the camera is rolling. I should not notice how the silk of his robe parts slightly at his collarbone, or how his fingers rest just inches from mine on the duvet. Instead, I hold his gaze, neither of us blinking. For one disorienting moment, I forget which parts of this are fake. Should we? His question hangs unfinished. The red light on the camera blinks steadily, capturing everything. My pulse beats in counterpoint, erratic and loud in my ears. I reach over and end the recording, the little red light fading to black. The show's over, but neither of us moves. The quiet feels fragile, like we've stepped barefoot onto thin ice. Griffin shifts on the bed, the silk of his robe whispering against the sheets. I expect him to stand, to leave, to shatter this strange moment with some cutting remark about my performance or tomorrow's schedule. Instead, he reaches toward me. His fingers brush against my temple, gathering another stray curl. This time, there's no camera to perform for. No audience watching, no excuse. The touch is gentle, deliberate. His fingertips trace the strand of hair behind my ear, lingering at the base of my neck. Something electric skitters down my spine. This isn't in our contract. His eyes hold mine, and for once, they're not calculating or cold. They're questioning. The room feels too warm, despite his Arctic air conditioning preferences. Time stretches like pulled taffy. I should make a joke. Break the tension with something sharp and dismissive. That's our pattern, the foundation of whatever this arrangement is. But my usual arsenal of witty deflections has abandoned me. His thumb brushes the sensitive skin behind my ear, and I can't help but lean into the touch. Just slightly, just enough. For once in my life, I don't fill the silence with words. Words are my currency, my shield, my weapon. But right now they feel dangerous. If I speak, I might say something real. Something that can't be walked back or edited out in post. Griffin's jaw tightens, but his touch remains gentle. The contradiction of him, hard and soft, cold and warm, makes my head spin. Or maybe that's just the lack of oxygen, because I realize I've been holding my breath. His palm cups my cheek now, thumb tracing my cheekbone. Still no words between us. Just the quiet hum of the apartment building and the thunderous beat of my pulse. The moment stretches, elastic with possibility. No hashtags to frame it, no filter to soften it. Just fingers in curls and a silence that speaks volumes neither of us is ready to translate. One last shot, I murmur, more to myself than to Griffin. Just us, unwinding naturally. Griffin's eyebrow arches in silent question, but he follows my lead as I slide onto the bed properly, pulling the duvet back. We position ourselves with mechanical precision, backs to each other, a careful 6 inches of space between us. Natural, he echoes, his voice a low rumble that I feel more than hear. Is this how you think married couples sleep? It's how fake married couples who hate each other sleep. I nestle my head into the pillow, adjusting my position for the camera angle. Back to back, symbolic. Symbolic of what? Our mutual distaste disguised as matrimony. I feel rather than see his silent laugh, a slight tremor through the mattress. Your vocabulary expands impressively when you're tired. The camera's timer counts down. I hold still, aware of every molecule of air between us. Then the shutter clicks, capturing our carefully orchestrated distance. Got it, I say, but neither of us moves. The logical next step would be to get up, end this strange interlude, retreat to our separate corners. Instead, I stay frozen, feeling the warmth radiating from his body. The 6 inches might as well be 6 centimeters for how acutely I sense him. Griffin's breathing changes, slows. Mine follows suit, synchronizing without instruction. Inhale, exhale. 2 people breathing as one while pretending to be anywhere but here. The lights, I whisper, but make no move toward the switch. His response isn't even a word, just acknowledgement of a problem neither of us seems motivated to solve. The automatic timer kicks in, dimming the bedroom to a soft glow. Technology doing what we lack the courage to do, creating intimacy. I shift slightly, an unconscious adjustment that brings my shoulder blade against the solid plane of his back. The contact is electric, charged with something I refuse to name. I wait for him to pull away, to reestablish the careful distance our arrangement demands. He doesn't move. Neither do I. The comforter settles around us, cocoon-like. My body relaxes traitorously, molding itself along the contours of his. There's no camera now, no audience, no reason for this slow, deliberate surrender of space. Kenya. Griffin says my name like it's a complete thought. This doesn't count, I whisper, unsure what I even mean. Doesn't count as breaking our agreement, as a real moment, as something I'll have to acknowledge in the morning. His hand finds mine under the covers, fingers intertwining with a boldness that belies the hesitation in his voice. What doesn't count? Whatever this is. I squeeze his hand, a contradiction to my words. It's just body heat conservation. Pragmatic. His thumb traces circles on my palm, very on brand for both of us. My body shifts again, settling more firmly against his. We fit together with an ease that should frighten me. Nothing about this was in the contract. Nothing about this feels fake. Entirely practical. I agree, my voice catching as his arm drapes over my waist, heavy and secure. Just 2 business partners optimizing sleep conditions. Exactly. His breath warms the back of my neck. I'm simply ensuring you don't steal all the blankets. Legal precaution. Behind me, Griffin's chest rises and falls. In a rhythm my body instinctively follows. Two people falling into alignment without negotiation or terms. No cameras, no audience, no performance metrics. Just breath and warmth and the terrifying suspicion that neither of us is acting anymore. I tell myself I'll move in a second, just one more breath against his warmth, then I'll slide out from under his arm and retreat to the safety of my side of the bed, the proper side, the contractually agreed upon side. But I don't move. His arm weighs across my waist like an anchor, keeping me from drifting out to sea. When was the last time I felt this steady? This still? My life is a hurricane of content creation and carefully curated chaos. There's no room for stillness in a highlight reel. Griffin's breath whispers against my neck in a rhythm so even it could calibrate a metronome. In, out, in, out. My own breathing betrays me, syncing with his without permission. Two adversaries breathing as one in the dark. I should care more about this. I should be panicking or plotting or at minimum making a mental note to discuss boundaries. Instead, I'm melting further into the contours of his body, like water finding its level. His fingers twitch against my hip in sleep, tensing and relaxing. Even unconscious, he can't quite let go of control. The thought makes me smile into the darkness. What are we doing? I whisper to no one. The question dissolves unanswered into the shadows. My eyelids grow heavy as his heartbeat thrums against my back. The steady percussion lulls me toward the edges of consciousness. I fight it, knowing sleep means surrendering the last of my defenses. But his warmth is a gravity, well, I can't escape. The rise and fall of his chest, solid, predictable, secure, pulls me under. My thoughts blur at the edges, softening like watercolors spreading on wet paper. This isn't supposed to happen. I'm not supposed to find comfort here, not in his bed. Griffin Carlisle is a contract, a means to an end, a temporary solution to a PR nightmare. He can't be, a sanctuary. Yet here I am, drifting to sleep wrapped in his arms, feeling safer than I have in months. And that terrifies me more than anything else that's happened since the wedding. More than the media frenzy, more than the lawsuit. More than signing my life away to a man whose smile never reaches his eyes. Because I can fake a marriage. I can fake attraction. I can fake happiness for the cameras. But this feeling, this quiet, insistent comfort, isn't fake at all. My last conscious thought before sleep claims me completely is that I've finally found the one thing more dangerous than Griffin Carlisle himself. The possibility that I might need him. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 11. Griffin. I've been awake since 5 a.m. drafting this addendum, not because I need to. The firm has associates for this kind of grunt work, but because I trust no one else to cauterize this situation with the precision it requires. Last night was a mistake. A catastrophic breach of professionalism that cannot happen again. When I woke to find her gone from the bed, her warmth still imprinted on the sheets, something unfamiliar twisted in my chest. I lay there too long, staring at the ceiling, remembering how perfectly she'd fit against me, how her hair smelled like coconut and something distinctly her, how my body had relaxed in a way it hasn't in years. Unacceptable. The kitchen is quiet when I enter, portfolio tucked under my arm like a shield. Kenya stands at the counter in my Harvard t-shirt, the one she borrowed specifically to irritate me. Her hair is piled loosely atop her head, exposing the elegant line of her neck. She's humming something under her breath, swaying slightly as she stirs honey into her tea. She looks up, lips parting in what's about to be a greeting. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment, something warm passes between us, a silent acknowledgement of last night's temporary insanity. I place the folder on the counter with a decisive tap. Her eyes drop to it, then back to my face. "Good morning," she begins, but the words die as I flip open the portfolio. "I've taken the liberty of drafting an addendum to our original agreement." My voice emerges in its courtroom cadence, measured, impersonal, stripped of anything resembling emotion. Section 4.3 now includes specific provisions regarding overnight proximity and physical boundaries. Her hand freezes mid-stir. The spoon clinks against porcelain, once, twice. Her expression shifts in microscopic increments, confusion, then comprehension, then something that looks dangerously like hurt, before hardening into the perfect mask of indifference I've seen her deploy 1,000 times on camera. Paragraph B addresses incidental physical contact. I continue, eyes fixed on the document rather than her face. Paragraph C outlines acceptable parameters for non-performative interactions. Paragraph D specifies that any touch extending beyond 30 seconds when not filming constitutes a breach of the professional nature of our arrangement. Her fingers curl around the mug. White knuckles. I pretend not to notice. I've also included a waiver for last night's irregularity. The word feels insufficient, clinical, good. We'll both sign, acknowledging the event as an anomaly that carries no emotional significance or future expectation. An anomaly! Her voice is perfectly controlled. Too controlled. Like a weather pattern or a statistical outlier. Precisely. I slide the document toward her, along with an expensive fountain pen that feels suddenly too heavy in my hand. If you could initial pages 2 through 4 and sign at the bottom. Kenya sets down her mug with deliberate care. Her eyes, usually so expressive, so quick to flash with humor or irritation, are unreadable now. 30 seconds? She taps a fingernail against paragraph D. You actually timed it out. Clarity prevents complications. I watch Kenya's face transform, the careful neutrality dissolving into something raw and electric. Her eyes narrow to obsidian slits, and in one fluid motion, she swipes her arm across the counter. The contract goes flying, pages scattering across the kitchen floor like oversized confetti. The fountain pen clatters against the tile. Don't you dare! Her voice drops to that dangerous whisper I've only heard once before, the night she threatened to destroy a fashion editor who'd insulted her longtime photographer. Don't you dare reduce last night to a paragraph and an anomaly. I straighten my spine, defense mechanisms clicking into place. I'm simplifying a complicated situation. Nonsense. She steps closer, close enough that I can smell the honey in her tea on her breath. You're trying to make it disappear with your legal jargon and your 30-second rule. Like if you use enough $10 words, you can pretend we weren't wrapped around each other all night. My jaw clenches. It was a mistake. Was it? Because I was there, Griffin. She taps her temple with one perfectly manicured finger. I felt your heartbeat. I felt you pull me closer at 3 a.m. I felt you breathe against my neck like you'd found something you'd been looking for. It didn't happen. I bend to retrieve the scattered pages, needing distance from her perceptiveness. Not the way you're making it sound. It was a breach of contract, not a breakthrough. Kenya laughs, a sharp, brittle sound that contains no humor. A breach of contract? That's what you're calling it when you held me like I was keeping you from drowning? I don't drown. I stand clutching the disorganized papers, and I don't do whatever this is. We have an arrangement. Go to hell, Griffin. She doesn't shout it. She delivers the words with the precision of someone slipping a blade between ribs. Seriously? Take your addendums and your paragraphs and your emotional barricades and go straight to hell. I watch her face transform as she steps closer, forcing me to either stand my ground or retreat. You know what your problem is, Griffin? Kenya's voice is deadly quiet. You're emotionally stunted. You've spent your entire life holding everything in until you've convinced yourself you don't feel anything at all. And you've spent yours performing emotions for likes and engagement. I refuse to back away even as she invades my space. So forgive me if I don't trust your sudden authenticity. Her eyes flash. Don't twist this. We're talking about you weaponizing a legal document because you're terrified of admitting you're human. I'm not terrified of anything, I say, my composure slipping. I'm being practical. We have an agreement. Oh my God! She throws her hands up. There's the Harvard robot again. Contract this, agreement that. What happens when something real slips through your firewall? You print out an exorcism script. I straighten the papers awkwardly. What happened last night meant nothing. It was comfort-seeking behavior in a shared space. Basic human biology. Basic human... Kenya breaks off, incredulous laughter bubbling up. You're unbelievable. What part of basic human biology had you whispering my name in your sleep? Heat crawls up my neck. I did no such thing. 3 times. She holds up 3 fingers. Once at midnight, once around 2, and once just before dawn. Want to explain that little paragraph in your addendum? You've built a career turning nothing into content. I pivot, going for the jugular. Isn't that what you told me? Everything is content if you frame it right. Those were your exact words. Kenya's face goes still, the way it does when she's genuinely hurt. So that's what you think this is? Be mining content from your bed? Isn't it? I step closer, lowering my voice. Everything's a story for you. Another post, another reel, another carefully cultivated moment for the audience. Why should last night be any different? Because it wasn't for them! Her voice cracks. It wasn't performed. It wasn't planned. It was just... She stops abruptly, pressing her lips together. It was just what... I challenge, suddenly desperate to hear her finish. It doesn't matter. Kenya shakes her head, retreating emotionally, even as she stands her ground physically. You've already decided what it was. You don't get to do that. I'm almost shouting now, control slipping through my fingers. You don't get to push and then shut down when I push back. And you don't get to hide behind paperwork when something scares you, she fires back, eyes bright with unshed tears. At least I'm honest about my mess. You're so locked up you can't even admit when something feels good. Her shove catches me off guard, the force of it sending me back a step. My hand snaps out instinctively, catching a wrist mid-motion as the papers scatter across the floor. The fridge door slams shut behind her with a metallic clang that reverberates through the kitchen. The sound is sharp, final, like the crack of a gavel. Kenya's chest heaves, her breath coming in short, angry bursts. Her wrist twists in my grip, but I don't let go. Her eyes lock onto mine, dark and defiant, daring me to pretend this isn't real. The air between us crackles, thick with something neither of us can name, but both of us feel. I step into her, pinning her between the cool steel of the fridge and the heat of my body. My free hand braces against the door beside her head, caging her in. She doesn't flinch, doesn't look away. If anything, she leans into it, her chin tilting up, her lips parting like she's daring me to do something about it. "What are you so afraid of, Griffin?" Her voice is low, taunting, but there's a tremor beneath it that betrays her. "That I'll see you? That I'll know you? You don't know me," I growl, my grip tightening on her wrist. "I know you're terrified." Her free hand comes up, her fingers brushing against the stubble on my jaw. The touch is light, almost tentative, but it sends a jolt through me. "I know you're scared of this. Of me. I'm not scared of anything." The words come out harsher than I intend, but she doesn't back down. "Prove it." Her voice is a challenge, a dare. Her eyes drop to my lips, and for a moment the world narrows to the space between us. I don't think. I don't hesitate. I crash into her, my mouth claiming hers with a ferocity that surprises even me. She gasps against my lips, her body arching into mine. Her hands clutch at my shirt, pulling me closer, and I let her. I let her take everything I've been holding back, everything I've been denying.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
For a moment, we're both still, our breaths ragged, our bodies tangled. And then I'm pulling out, my arms still around her, her legs still wrapped around my waist. We don't speak, don't move. We just cling to each other, neither of us willing to let go. The silence is heavy, broken only by the sound of our breathing, ragged and uneven. Her hand moves before I can process it, a sharp crack echoing through the kitchen as her palm meets my cheek. But it's not the same as before, not the fiery slap of anger. This one lingers, her fingers trembling against my skin, her touch softer, almost hesitant. "You're a jerk," she breathes, her voice breathless. Her eyes are wide, searching mine, and there's something in them I can't quite name. Disbelief, maybe, or something else, something that makes my chest tighten. "You're an undisciplined menace," I mutter, my voice rough, my hand still gripping her waist. I don't let go. I can't. She's trembling in my arms, her body pressed against mine, and for once, I don't have the strength to push her away. She doesn't move. Neither do I. The kitchen is a mess. The contract I printed lies scattered across the floor, forgotten. The pages are crumpled, some torn, others stained with the remnants of her tea. The pen I'd been holding earlier is somewhere under the fridge, lost in the chaos. But none of that matters. Not now. Her fingers trace the spot where she slapped me, her touch feather-light. "You're impossible," she says, her voice shaking. "You're so impossible." "And yet here you are," I reply, my voice low, my eyes locked on hers. Still clutching at me like a little howler monkey. She lets out a shaky laugh, the sound almost a sob. "Yeah, here I am." Her forehead drops to my chest, her breath warm against my skin. I can feel her heart racing, her body still trembling. My hand moves to the back of her head, my fingers tangling in her curls. I don't know why I do it. I just know that I can't stop myself. This doesn't change anything, I say, my voice barely audible. It's a lie, and we both know it. Liar, she whispers, her lips brushing against my skin. Her arms tighten around me, her nails digging into my back. You're such a liar. I don't argue. I can't, because she's right and there's no denying it anymore.
Chapter 12. Kenya. I grab my social media kit and a couple of outfits, shoving them into a tote bag with more force than necessary. My hands are shaking, and I can't tell if it's from the adrenaline still coursing through me or the sheer audacity of what just happened. Griffin standing in the kitchen, his shirt still open, his hair a mess, and he's looking at me like he's trying to solve a puzzle he doesn't have the pieces for. I don't give him the chance to figure it out. I've got work to do, I say, my voice too sharp, too loud. Content doesn't create itself. He doesn't move, doesn't speak, just watches me with those stupid piercing eyes that see too much. I hate it. I hate him. I hate that I can still feel the ghost of his hands on my skin, the heat of his body pressed against mine. Work, I repeat, like it's a shield, like it's armor. You know, the thing I do to justify this ridiculous arrangement. Kenya? He starts, his voice low, rough, and I can't. I just can't. Don't, I snap, cutting him off. Don't say my name like that. Like it means something. Like I mean something. He flinches, just barely, but it's enough. I see it, and it makes me feel like I've won something, even though I know I haven't. I'm halfway to the door, my bag slung over my shoulder, my heels clicking against the hardwood floor. I don't look back. I can't. The elevator doors close behind me, and I finally let out my breath. My reflection stares back at me from the mirrored walls, and I look wrong. My cheeks are flushed, my lips swollen, my hair a wild mess of curls. I look like someone who's been thoroughly kissed, thoroughly touched, thoroughly ruined. I look like someone who's been affected. I hate it. I pull out my phone, scrolling through my notifications like they'll distract me from the way my heart is still racing, the way my skin still feels too tight. There's a DM from a brand asking if I'm interested in a collaboration, a comment from a follower saying they love my latest post, a text from my agent asking if I've signed the contract yet. Normal things, safe things, things that don't make me feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff about to fall. The elevator dings, and I step out into the lobby, my head held high, my shoulders back. I'm Kenya James. I'm an icon. I'm a mess, but I'm my mess. And I don't need Griffin Carlisle to remind me of that. My DMs are a minefield. Fan edits of our cafe fight slow down like it's some cinematic love confession. Fake pregnancy rumors, captions I didn't write, paired with photos I didn't post. I stare at the screen like it belongs to someone else. 378 unread messages. 912 comment notifications. Hashtag clickbait vows, trending with a side of hashtag toxic royalty. Some of it makes me laugh, like the girl who said, Kenya's gonna sue him for emotional damages, then marry him anyway. Icon behavior. Most of it makes me want to throw my phone across the elevator. I scroll through the headlines with a face I've perfected for cameras. Cool, unbothered, untouchable. But underneath, my stomach's doing slow, nauseating flips. They're having more fun with my love life than I am. I tell myself I don't care. I lie well enough to believe it. Still, my thumb hovers over Griffin's name in my contacts. Just hovers. Never taps. I tell myself it was a performance, muscle memory, hormones misfiring after too many nights of sleeping too close without touching. But the lie won't stick. Not when I can still feel the shape of his hands on my waist like they branded me. Not when my body flinches at the memory of his voice, low and raw, whispering my name like it meant something. I film a story in a cafe, cup held just right, smile a little too bright. I pose with a croissant I don't eat. In the park, I shoot a reel about our Sunday morning routine, even though I'm not sure I will see him again. My captions say wedded bliss. My phone says no messages. It's exhausting, this double life I'm trying to build to protect an illusion. But the worst part is, I'm not sure who the illusion is for, them or me. By the time I get back to the apartment, my feet ache, my patience is fried, and I swear I've forced myself to smile more today than I did my entire senior year of high school. I drop my bags by the door, hoping to hear the shower running or a glass clink in the kitchen. Nothing. The apartment is silent, too silent. I half expect a note, some perfectly callous line about boundaries and professionalism and not repeating past breaches. But there's nothing. Just the echo of my heels on the marble and the vanilla candle I left on the counter this morning. I relight it anyway. Not because I need the scent, because it's mine. And right now, I need something to prove I'm still here, still real. It has to be. I'm starting to depend on it, like I depend on the air in my lungs. I move to the bedroom, stripping off my influencer armor, piece by piece. The blazer I wore for brunch content? Tossed. The cinched waist dress I pretended to love? Crumpled on the floor. I peel off the lashes, scrub off the highlighter, and tug on a pair of sweats that actually feel like mine. The bathroom is dim, quiet except for the soft click of the lighter as I relight the vanilla candle. It flickers like it remembers last night too. I catch my reflection in the mirror and freeze. Something's different. Not just the makeup-free face, or the messy bun, or the hoodie that smells faintly like him. I can still smell him on my skin. That delicious masculine scent that started to mesh with my own. The change is in my eyes. In the way I'm looking at myself like I don't know who I am anymore. Because I do know. And that's the problem. Something shifted in the kitchen this morning. Something seismic. And no amount of coconut-scented deep breathing or curated content is going to shift it back. The day passes in a blur of herbal tea and checking notifications, only to be met with dismal silence. By midnight, I'm curled up on the far side of the bed, like I'm trying to pretend it's not his too. Like the imprint of his body hasn't already claimed every inch of the mattress, and every inch of me. The room is quiet, and I hate how loud my thoughts get when there's no one here to deflect them. I stare up at the ceiling, blinking slow, replaying the morning in full HD. His mouth on my neck. His voice rough and ruined when he said my name. The way his whole body trembled when he came. Like it wasn't just sex for him either. Not really. The rules we set start to dissolve around the edges. They were always paper thin, but now they're melting in my hands like sugar under rain. I'm not sure this game we're playing has any structure left. I'm not even sure it's still a game. Because what scares me more than wanting him again is realizing how much of myself I already gave without permission. Not with a kiss, not with a touch, but with that one moment of silence between us, when we didn't move, didn't speak, just breathed the same air like it meant something. And I think it did. God help me, I think it still does.
Chapter 13. Griffin. The studio lights are blinding, the audience too loud, and Kenya's smile is too perfect. She's perched beside me on the plush talk show couch like nothing ever happened, like she didn't claw down my back 12 hours ago while screaming my name. I'm in a tailored suit in a barely held-together state of denial. So tell us, Griffin. The host leans forward, all teeth and calculated interest. What's it like being married to social media's favorite bad girl? Kenya's hand slides onto my knee, her thumb tracing small circles through my suit pants. The touch burns. I haven't spoken to her in 3 days, not since the kitchen. Not since I watched her walk out the door, her pride wrapped around her like armor. It's never boring. My voice comes out steady, professional, a courtroom voice. The crowd laughs, and I feel Kenya's fingers tighten slightly. A warning. What Griffin means, she cuts in, her voice honey-sweet, is that he never knows what he's coming home to. Yesterday I rearranged his entire closet by color. The day before that, I turned his home office into my filming space. The audience eats it up. She knows exactly what she's doing, painting me as the uptight husband, herself as the free spirit. It's the narrative they want, the one that sells, the one that makes this whole arrangement worth the oxygen it's consuming. And how does that work for you, Griffin? The host's eyes spark with intrusive curiosity. Being married to someone so spontaneous. I turn to look at Kenya, our first real eye contact since that morning. Her smile doesn't falter, but something flickers behind her eyes. Something real. It works because Kenya's not just chaos for chaos's sake. The words come out before I can filter them through my usual legal-grade sieve. She's strategic, deliberate. Everything she does serves a purpose. Kenya's smile freezes for a second. I've gone off script, acknowledged something true, something dangerous. Well, aren't you sweet? She recovers smoothly, leaning in to press a kiss against my cheek. Her lips linger longer than necessary, her perfume wrapping around me like a question. The audience sighs, charmed by this display of affection that feels more honest than it has any right to be. I canceled 3 meetings after she left. Sat in my office staring at her empty side of the bed, telling myself it was relief to have my space back, my control, my sanity. The problem is I've started to forget what any of those things felt like before her. So, Griffin, the host leans in like we're old friends exchanging secrets. Tell us how you two met. I hear it's quite the story. Kenya crosses her legs, the hem of her dress inching higher on her thigh. I notice. Everyone notices. That's the point. Well, Daniel, I begin, the practiced lie sliding off my tongue with courtroom precision. We actually met at a charity auction. I bid on a lunch package. She outbid me. I wanted those restaurant reservations. Kenya cuts in with a laugh that ripples through the audience. The man was just a bonus. I feel her fingers brush my knee again, a casual touch that leaves heat in its wake. 3 days of silence, and now this performance. This is what we signed up for, what we contracted for. But the script tastes stale in my mouth. And who proposed? Daniel's eyes sparkle with artificial intrigue. I'm guessing it was quite romantic. Kenya tilts her head, those curls cascading perfectly over one shoulder. She's wearing the earrings from our contract signing, tiny daggers that catch the light. Griffin surprised me, actually. Very traditional. On the Brooklyn Bridge at sunset, I add, reciting our agreed-upon fairy tale. Got down on one knee. Did you cry? Daniel asks Kenya. Like a baby. Kenya's hand finds mine, squeezing with manufactured affection. I didn't expect it at all. The audience sighs collectively. I resist the urge to loosen my tie. The studio lights feel hotter than they should. And the wedding planning! I hear it was quite the whirlwind, Daniel continues, flipping through his note cards performatively. Griffin was surprisingly involved, Kenya laughs, tossing her hair back. A perfectly choreographed move that makes 3 cosmetic brands' quarterly earnings possible. He had opinions about everything from the flowers to the cake. I just wanted it to be perfect for her. The words scrape against my throat. Something about this lie feels worse than the others. Kenya's smile falters for a microsecond, so brief no one but me would notice, before she recovers. He's secretly a romantic. Don't let the power suits fool you. The audience swoons. Someone yells out, "That's so cute." from the back row. I scan the faces, the women clutching their chests, the men nodding approvingly, all of them buying our carefully constructed fantasy. All of them blind to the fact that not so long ago, I had Kenya against my refrigerator, her nails leaving crescents in my shoulders, her lips forming curses that had nothing to do with love. They don't see that we're still vibrating from that collision. That sitting here, pretending, feels more intimate than it should. Then she does it, flirts shamelessly with the host, laughs at a joke that wasn't that funny, touches his arm. It's strategic, clearly rehearsed, but the possessiveness that rises in me doesn't care. I shift in my seat, jaw clenched so tightly it creaks. "You know, Daniel," Kenya leans forward, her dress dipping just enough to make the cameraman adjust his angle. "Griffin actually has this adorable morning ritual where he makes us both coffee. He pretends it's just efficiency, but I think he's secretly sweet." The lie slides between us like a hot knife through butter. We've had 3 screaming matches about her, contaminating my French press with her flavored creamers. The last one ended with her deliberately pouring my almond milk down my kitchen sink while maintaining eye contact. "Is that right?" Daniel turns to me, eyebrows raised in delight. "Are you a closet romantic, Griffin?" "I just like precision," I manage, the words scraping past the knot in my throat. Kenya likes her coffee a specific way. Kenya's fingers settle on the host's wrist now, her laugh spilling out like expensive champagne. He's being modest. You should see him in the kitchen. Total perfectionist. Everything has to be just so. The audience devours this domesticated version of me, completely unaware that just a few short hours ago, I pinned Kenya against that pristine refrigerator and... Actually, I interrupt my own dangerous train of thought. Kenya's the real chef between us. She shoots me a quick, razor-sharp glance. This wasn't in our prep notes. "Oh, really?" Daniel leans forward, scenting fresh content. "What's your specialty, Kenya?" "I make a mean smoothie." Kenya recovers smoothly, but I see the microscopic twitch in her left eyebrow. The tell she doesn't know she has. Griffin loves when I experiment with protein powders. I've never once consumed anything she's blended. The sound of that machine at 5 a.m. is my personal hell. "She's being modest," I interject, placing my hand over hers in a gesture that looks loving to the camera, but applies just enough pressure to serve as a warning. Kenya's midnight pasta is legendary. Her eyes narrow fractionally. There is no midnight pasta. There's only her, standing in my kitchen at 2 a.m. in one of my dress shirts, eating cold takeout straight from the container while scrolling through her phone. I slide my hand beneath the table and find her bare thigh. Smooth. Warm. Still mine. My fingers press just hard enough to warn her. Kenya's eyes flick to mine with a slow-burning smile. She doesn't flinch. She leans into it, crosses her legs, lets her dress ride higher. A silent dare. "Kenya, tell us about your wedding night," Daniel pushes, oblivious to the silent battle happening 3 feet from him. "Your followers are dying to know." My thumb traces a small circle on Kenya's inner thigh. A reminder of what my mouth was doing earlier. Her pulse jumps beneath my touch. "It was..." Kenya pauses, her voice catching slightly. A professional hiccup only I recognize. "Memorable?" "Oh, come on," Daniel prods, leaning forward. "Surely you can give us more details than that." "Oh." Kenya shifts subtly, pressing her thigh more firmly against my hand. 2 can play. The competitive heat I recognize from courtroom victories spreads through my body, but this is different. This is her. "Griffin surprised me," Kenya says, voice steady despite my fingers inching higher. "He's quite thorough when he commits to something." The audience titters. They think it's innuendo. They don't realize she's describing how I memorized every clause of our contract before shredding it with my teeth against her skin. I believe in doing things properly. I maintain eye contact with Daniel while my hand slides another inch upward. Kenya's breathing changes, imperceptible to anyone but me. And Kenya, Daniel pivots, clearly sensing ratings gold, has marriage changed your social media presence? Your followers say they have noticed a shift. Kenya uncrosses her legs, then recrosses them, trapping my hand between her thighs. A power move disguised as fidgeting. Marriage changes everything. Her voice drops an octave, genuine emotion bleeding through our carefully constructed facade. Griffin has a way of reshaping priorities. My fingers flex against her skin slightly. Is she referring to us? To the fact that neither of us has mentioned the kitchen? To the fact that I've been sleeping on the couch because I can't trust myself in a bed with her? He looks quite possessive, Daniel observes with a laugh, nodding toward the way I'm angled toward Kenya. If she only knew where my hand was. Is that accurate? Kenya's smile turns razor sharp as she leans slightly into my touch. Griffin believes everything has its proper place. The host doesn't notice, but the audience does. There's a ripple of hushed laughter, a few gasps, and someone from the front row definitely mouths, "Did you see that?" Kenya doesn't break stride. She shifts just enough to part her knees under the table. I grip tighter. "So what's next for you two?" Daniel continues, oblivious to the electric current running between us. "Any exciting projects coming up?" My thumb traces a dangerous path along Kenya's inner thigh. Her skin is warm silk beneath my touch, a contrast to the ice in her public persona. Professional silence shattered by this single point of contact. "We're exploring options," I manage, my voice steady despite the chaos in my veins. Years of courtroom control paying dividends while I wage a private war under this table. Kenya's lips curl into something wicked. Griffin's quite hands-on with my career decisions these days. A woman in the second row fans herself dramatically. A man in the audience whispers something to his neighbor, who immediately blushes. The cameraman's eyes widen slightly, his gaze dropping to where the tablecloth mercifully obscures my transgression. "You know what they say?" Kenya continues, leaning forward with calculated precision that makes my hand slide higher. Behind every successful woman is a man who knows when to take control and when to... She pauses, letting the tension build. Step back. My fingers flex involuntarily against her skin. Warning, punishment, promise. All three at once. "Fascinating dynamic," Daniel nods, still completely missing the subtext crackling through the studio. "And Kenya, how does your husband feel about your recent pivot to more controversial content?" Kenya shifts again, trapping my hand with surprising strength between her thighs. A chess move disguised as fidgeting. "Check. Griffin appreciates authenticity," she says, her voice dropping to something rich and dangerous. "He's always pushing me to be more honest." I catch the eye of a security guard who's watching us with narrowed suspicion. The slight shake of my head is all professional control, even as my fingers trace patterns only Kenya can feel. "Is that right?" Daniel turns to me, expectant. "Kenya knows exactly what she's doing," I answer, voice steady while my pulse hammers. "Always has." As the cameras pan out and the segment wraps, I realize I've forgotten most of what I said. My palm is still molded to her thigh, my pulse hammering like I've run a marathon. This marriage was supposed to be damage control. Instead, it's turning into my most dangerous addiction. "Thank you both for being here." Daniel's voice sounds distant through the rushing in my ears. Kenya shifts, sliding my hand off her thigh with a subtle press of her knees. The loss of contact feels like withdrawal. I flex my fingers, still feeling her warmth. "Our pleasure," Kenya beams, professional mask firmly in place. The transformation is flawless. From the woman who just played me like a violin under the table, to America's controversial sweetheart. A production assistant materializes with bottled water as the studio lights dim slightly. Kenya accepts hers with practiced grace, her lipstick leaving a perfect crescent on the rim. I watch her throat work as she swallows. Another mistake. You went off script, she murmurs behind her smile as cameras continue rolling B-roll footage. Her voice doesn't match her expression, all teeth and performance. So did you. I maintain my public face, the one that's argued before the Supreme Court. Midnight pasta? Really? Her eyes flick to mine. Better than your protein smoothie nonsense. At least mine was plausible. Tell that to your hand. Her lips purse upward, not with amusement, with victory. The floor director approaches with release forms. I sign without reading, a cardinal sin for an attorney. My brain is still lagging, still caught between her thighs. You did great! Daniel approaches for the customary post-interview handshakes. The viewers are going to eat this up. Such genuine chemistry. We can't fake that kind of tension. If she only knew. Kenya's perfume lingers in my nervous system like a neurotoxin. Daniel's right. Kenya turns to me, eyes glinting with dangerous amusement. You really showed your passion today, Griffin. I recognize the challenge in her voice. 3 days of silence shattered by 60 minutes of performance that felt more honest than it had any right to be. We should head out. I place my hand at the small of her back, feeling her spine stiffen slightly beneath the silk of her dress. We have an appearance for the marquee brand in 30 minutes. I wonder if 30 minutes will be enough to calm my racing pulse.
Chapter 14. Kenya. I scan the marquee showroom like I'm appraising merchandise, calculating values before I even reach the welcome table. Glass chandeliers, champagne towers, influencers clustered in strategic formations, their phones angled for optimal lighting. Amateur hour. I've engineered better setups for toothpaste ads. Kenya James, the woman of the hour. Ethan Spencer, Marquis Beauty's VP of Partnerships, materializes in front of me with a glass of champagne that's almost as luminous as his bleached teeth. Only an hour? I'm insulted. I accept the champagne, letting my fingers brush his. Basic playbook, page 1. Well, we're hoping for a much longer relationship. His eyes drop to my lips for exactly 2.3 seconds. I've timed these interactions enough to know. The campaign mock-ups are ready for your approval. I tilt my head, letting my curls cascade over one shoulder. Lead the way. Griffin stands near the product display, examining a bottle of night serum like it's evidence in a murder trial. He insisted on coming after the talk show stunt. Contract oversight, he called it. Bull. This is punishment. You really elevated the concept? Ethan says, presenting the billboard mock-ups featuring my face. The Beauty Beyond Chaos tagline was inspired by your, unique social journey. I trace the edge of the poster with my fingertip. Turning my public meltdown into skincare sales? That's capitalism at its finest. We prefer to call it authentic transformation. Ethan's laugh is practiced, media trained. Consumers respect resilience. Do they? I flash my signature smile, the one that's launched 12 fragrance campaigns and 3 apology tours. Or do they just enjoy watching people crawl back from disaster while looking fabulous? His smile falters momentarily. I've poked the marketing beast. Both, probably. He recovers with a wink. The numbers don't lie. Your engagement since the, wedding incident is up 340%. I lean closer, my voice honey-coated poison. And would those numbers go up or down if I revealed the formulation has barely changed since last year's line? His eyes widen. How did you? I research my partnerships, Ethan, thoroughly. I rest my hand on his chest, light enough to seem casual, firm enough to be deliberate. The cameras from the Marquis social team click frantically in our direction. But don't worry, that'll be our little secret. I angle my body toward him, laughing at something he hasn't even said yet. Performance art at its finest. So tell me about the rollout strategy. Will I be exclusive, or are you bringing in other influencers? His hand finds the small of my back as we walk. We want you as the face. Exclusive contract. Higher compensation than we discussed initially. I glance over his shoulder, catching Griffin's gaze from across the room. His jaw is clenched so tightly I'm surprised I don't hear teeth shattering. The glass in his hand looks dangerously close to cracking. Exclusivity costs extra. I brush invisible lint from Ethan's lapel, letting my fingers linger. I'm a married woman now after all. I turn my face toward the window as the photographer positions me on the chaise lounge, knowing exactly what angle will catch the light on my cheekbones. The slit in my dress inches higher up my thigh. I feel Griffin's gaze burning before I even look his way. That's perfect, Kenya. The photographer clicks rapidly. Give me fierce but approachable. I laugh, tossing my head back. My specialty. Ethan hovers nearby, practically salivating. Could we get some with the night serum? Perhaps holding it near your décolletage? I take the sleek black bottle, cool against my palm. Like this? I position it delicately at my collarbone, letting my fingertips trail down. Magnificent. I glance at Griffin from under my lashes. His posture is rigid, hands shoved deep in his pockets. His jaw works back and forth like he's grinding diamonds between his teeth. God, this is fun. Kenya, you're a natural. The creative director gushes. The camera loves your energy today. It's that married glow. I wink, making sure Griffin hears me. Speaking of which, Ethan, would you mind grabbing my husband? A few couple shots would be perfect for social. Griffin's glare could freeze hellfire. Brilliant idea. Ethan waves him over. Griffin approaches like he's walking to his execution. The contract doesn't stipulate joint promotional appearances. I pat the space beside me. Consider it a bonus, counselor. The shoot wraps an hour later. I've touched Ethan's arm 17 times, laughed at 12 unfunny jokes, and watched Griffin's face cycle through 50 shades of fury. Victory tastes like the champagne they kept refilling. In the car, silence sits between us like a third passenger. The leather seat creaks as Griffin shifts, knuckles white on his phone. The traffic light bathes his profile in red, highlighting the muscle twitching in his jaw. Successful day. I scroll through the preview images they sent. Ethan really knows how to make a girl feel special. Griffin's eyes don't leave the windshield. Is that what they're calling it now? What's wrong, Griffin? You're being awfully quiet. I place my hand on the center console, inches from his elbow. Didn't you enjoy watching your wife work? Watching you work wasn't the issue. The words come through clenched teeth. Then what was? You know exactly what you were doing. His voice drops several degrees. Every touch, every laugh, every goddamn hair flip. I stare at his profile, suddenly uncertain. The game feels different when he names it. Have I pushed too far? The silence lingers between us as the car moves toward home, and I wonder if I've miscalculated. The next morning at breakfast isn't much more amicable. I grab my phone off the counter as I take a sip of coffee, prepared for another day of boosted ratings. I blink at my phone twice, then a third time, because surely sleep deprivation has scrambled my brain cells. The message sits in the PR group chat, clinical and final as a death certificate. Per executive decision, Marquee Beauty is withdrawing all contractual offers previously extended to Kenya James. All materials are to be destroyed per legal directive. This decision is final and non-negotiable. Marquee's legal department. What the actual... I scroll frantically through subsequent messages from my team, a blend of confusion, outrage, and already brewing damage control strategies. Claudia, 7:32 a.m. Kenya, call me ASAP. This is unprecedented. Marco, 7:35 a.m. Already calling contacts at 3 competitor brands. This makes no sense. Trina, 7:40 a.m. Was it something from the showroom last night? You were killing it. My fingers hover over the keyboard. No, it wasn't something. It was someone. I hear footsteps behind me in the kitchen. Griffin stands there in his morning uniform, pressed shirt, tailored pants, the faint scent of sandalwood and pure, distilled audacity. His hair is still damp from the shower, the bastard looking refreshed while my career bleeds out. Sleep well? He asks, adjusting his cufflinks like he's not standing in a crime scene of his own making. I hold up my phone. Would you like to explain why there's a brand deal corpse in my inbox? He doesn't flinch, doesn't even blink. I reviewed the contract terms overnight. The exclusivity clause was problematic. A laugh escapes me, sharp enough to cut glass. The exclusivity clause was the entire point. It conflicted with our arrangement. His voice is metronome steady. The specific terms would have given Marquis effective ownership of your wedding narrative. I step closer, rage turning my skin electric. Our arrangement was for you to contribute legal expertise, not sabotage my income stream. I did contribute legal expertise. The deal was exploitative. He straightens his already straight tie. Their indemnification clause alone would have... You torpedoed it because Ethan touched my back. I jab a finger into his chest. Don't insult me by pretending this was about contract language. Something dangerous flickers in his eyes, there and gone in an instant. The interpretation of my motivations is your problem, not mine. No, Griffin. My problem is that I'm married to a man who'd rather burn down opportunities than admit he feels something. Anything. His jaw tightens. I protected our mutual interests. He grabs his keys off the hook in the hallway, turns and offers me a smug salute. And just like that, he's gone. The door clicks shut with a finality so smug I could frame it and sell it as conceptual art. Griffin's footsteps fade down the hallway, each one dripping with self-satisfaction. I wait 3 beats, listening to the silence settle around me. My smile unfurls slowly, a dangerous thing growing in the absence of witnesses. You think that's checkmate? I whisper to the empty apartment. Honey, we're still setting up the board. I walk back down the hallway toward the bedroom, phone already warm in my palm from how tightly I'm gripping it. The carpet muffles my footsteps. The bedroom door stands ajar, a space I was only too happy to claim. Now I'm going to give it a goddamn brand. I move across the floor, the carpet soft under my feet, stopping inside the closet. I pull the champagne-colored silk from its hiding place in the back, a La Perla, set I bought for a Valentine's campaign that never materialized. The lace trim catches the morning light while I arrange the tripod, angling it toward the unmade bed, unmistakably our bed. Perfect. I smirk at my reflection, adjusting my hair into artful dishevelment. I set the timer and slide onto the sheets, arranging my limbs into the careful carelessness that looks effortless, but takes years to perfect. One strap strategically falling, one knee slightly bent, my expression not seductive but contemplative, the Instagram equivalent of nuclear warfare. Warfare needs strategy, I murmur, reviewing the shots. I select the third one, where my wedding ring catches the light, and open the editing app. Marco texts as I adjust the contrast. Whatever you're planning, remember the prenup has a morality clause. I respond with the devil emoji and continue editing. Trina chimes in. Griffin's firm represents 3 fashion houses and that streaming platform you want. Don't scorch too much earth. I respond with the middle finger emoji and hit publish. Caption: My marriage is built on trust, or Wi-Fi. One of those is about to go. I place my phone face down, a tiny bomb waiting to detonate, and pad to the kitchen. The apartment feels gloriously empty without Griffin's judgment haunting every corner. I pour cereal, the sugary kind he wrinkles his nose at, and check the time. 9:17 a.m. He's probably terrorizing junior associates or making a judge question their career choices. By 9:20, my phone vibrates itself halfway across the counter. I flip it over to find a notification hellscape. 1,000 comments, 3,000 likes, 17 text messages. That's what happens when you cut off my income stream, counselor. I mutter, spooning another bite of cereal. I scroll through the comments, each one more delicious than the last. OMG Kenya, who hurt you? It was Griffin, wasn't it? Savage Queen back at it. Is this a divorce announcement? Someone check on Griffin's blood pressure. The hashtag Kenya versus Griffin is already trending. Screenshots appear across 3 gossip blogs. A D-list actress I've never met tags me in a story with the caption, "We're here for you, Queen." My phone rings. Claudia, my publicist. I send her to voicemail. My agent calls next. Then Marco again. By 9:37, 6 publications have reached out for comment. The post has broken my engagement record from the wedding crash. I'm pouring a second bowl of cereal when my phone pings. Griffin has evidently seen my escapades. What the hell did you do? I smile, lighting up the keyboard. I diversified my portfolio. Since you're apparently in the business of closing doors, I thought I'd open a few windows. I stare at my phone as a sudden, no Wi-Fi icon mocks me from the status bar. Refresh. Nothing. Airplane mode. On. Off. Still nothing. Reset network settings. Failed connection. I've tried every digital resurrection technique known to influencer kind. And yet, digital wasteland. Impossible. I checked the router. A sleek black monolith that Griffin once described as enterprise-grade security. The little lights that normally pulse green are completely dark, like a tiny electronic corpse. I press the power button. Nothing. Unplug, replug, nothing. I pull up my cell data. At least he can't cut that off. And Google sudden router death. The top result, physical damage or power surge. The second, deliberate sabotage. My phone pings with a notification from Marco. Did you see the Marquise deal just went to Vanessa Collins? What's happening with your socials? Engagement dropping. Another from Claudia. Kenya, are you ghosting the internet on purpose? 3 brands asking if everything's okay. I text back rapid fire. Technical difficulties. We'll explain later. Find me Vanessa Collins' contract terms. I storm toward Griffin's home office, my silk robe fluttering behind me like battle standards. The hardwood floor is cool under my bare feet, but my blood runs hot enough to melt steel. His door is closed. Unusual for mid-morning. He must have snuck back in when I was recording in the bedroom. I press my ear against it and hear his measured, courtroom-ready voice. Yes, I understand the implications. The precedent in Wainwright suggests. I don't bother knocking. The door flies open under my hand, banging against the wall with a satisfying crash. Griffin sits at his mahogany desk, phone pressed to his ear, looking infuriatingly composed. His tie is loosened exactly 1 inch, the Griffin Carlisle equivalent of casual Friday. The only sign he's registered my entrance is a slight tightening around his eyes. I wave my dead phone at him like evidence in a murder trial. Fix it. Now. He covers the mouthpiece. I'm on with the Ninth Circuit clerk. I don't care if you're on with God himself. What did you do to the Wi-Fi? His expression remains impassive as marble. With deliberate slowness, he points to the engraved plaque on his desk. Do not disturb. Billable hours in progress. I step closer, lowering my voice to a dangerous whisper. You think cutting my internet access will stop me? Amateur move. Counselor? Griffin rises from his chair, a predator uncoiling, and walks toward me with measured steps. For a moment, something sparks in his eyes, something that looks dangerously close to satisfaction. He reaches past me, his arm brushing mine, and pushes the door closed. In my face, the lock clicks with quiet finality. Game on, I whisper to the polished wood.
Chapter 15. Griffin. I'm answering emails from my phone when the knock comes. 3 tentative taps, so unlike Kenya's usual door assault that for a moment I think a stranger has broken in. What? I don't look up from my screen. The door cracks open. Kenya stands in the threshold, her expression hovering somewhere between defiance and something I've never seen on her before. Uncertainty. I need Wi-Fi access, Griffin. No. I continue typing with one thumb. She steps into my office, arms crossed. Her silk robe catches the light as she moves, reminding me of the image that's probably seared into my retinas for eternity. Look, I may have overreacted. I raise an eyebrow. Fine. I definitely overreacted. She perches on the edge of my desk, deliberately invading my space. But you killed my deal first. The deal was problematic. Because Ethan touched my back, I set my phone down. Because Ethan negotiated in bad faith, knowing full well the exclusivity clause contradicted your existing contractual obligations. And yes, because his hand lingered on the small of her back for 17 seconds. I counted. Kenya's eyes narrow, calculating something. Then she sighs. Truce? Just temporarily. We're both losing momentum with the public narrative. Our engagement metrics are tanking. You require Wi-Fi for this truce. I require Wi-Fi to exist as a functioning member of society. She leans closer. And we need to pivot. People are smelling the tension. They're guessing it's real, not the performance they signed up for. I fold my hands. Your suggestion? We go off-grid for optics. A smile blooms across her face. A curated, candid shoot in Central Park. Fresh air, sunshine, the facade of marital bliss. Absolutely not. Picnic blanket, champagne, me feeding you strawberries while we pretend not to hate each other. She slides off my desk, crossing to the door. It'll reset the conversation. I have depositions to prepare. She doesn't acknowledge my refusal. Instead, she disappears, returning moments later with a cream linen shirt that I vaguely recognize as mine. She tosses it onto my lap. Wear this. It'll make your eyes pop in the photos. She turns to leave. Car's coming in 20 minutes. Kenya, I said no. She pauses in the doorway, looking back with that infuriating smile. The Wi-Fi code is in my head. And if you want it... She taps her temple twice. You'll have to earn it. The door closes behind her. 10 minutes later, I'm sitting in the back of a rideshare, wearing the linen shirt, wondering how I ended up agreeing to a Central Park picnic that looks spontaneous, but travels with 3 wardrobe changes and a professional-grade camera. Don't look so miserable. Kenya checks her reflection in her compact mirror. This will be painless. Nothing with you is painless. She looks over, a genuine smile briefly replacing her Instagram version. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. The sun hits Central Park's Cherry Hill at just the right angle. That mythical golden hour photographers chase like addicts. I'm sitting on a cashmere blanket watching Kenya arrange strawberries in a geometric pattern that looks effortlessly careless, but probably took her 3 minutes to perfect. Smile like you don't hate this, she murmurs, angling her body toward mine. I don't hate this. I loathe it with the fire of 1,000 suns. She adjusts her sundress, cream-colored linen that matches my shirt in a way that isn't accidental. The Wi-Fi password has 16 characters, just saying. I lean back on my elbows, stretching my legs out in a pose I know she'll capture. This isn't my first rodeo with her camera. You should know blackmail is illegal in all 50 states. So is what you did to my brand deal. She plucks a strawberry from the arrangement, ruining its symmetry. Open. I part my lips before I can stop myself. She places the strawberry between them, her fingertips brushing my bottom lip. The sweetness bursts in my mouth, and something else tightens in my chest. Good boy. Her smile is vicious and lovely. I will end you. Not if I end you first. She tilts her head back and laughs, loud and deliberate. 3 people with professional cameras appear from behind nearby trees like summoned demons. The sound of shutters clicks in rapid succession. Kenya leans in close, her lips near my ear. They followed us from the entrance. That's Javier from TMZ. He caught us fighting over the thermostat. Charming. Pretend I said something hilarious. She runs her hand up my arm, a performance of intimacy that feels uncomfortably real. I reach up and brush a curl from her face, tucking it back behind her ear. You're a menace to society. That's the sweetest phrase you've ever uttered. She feeds me another strawberry and the cameras click faster. The second sweetest. I believe I called you painful earlier. Something in her expression shifts. A crack in the performance. Oh, right. Nothing with me is painless. She says it so offhandedly I almost miss the hurt beneath it. Kenya. But she's already telling some story about a disastrous yoga class, her hands animated, her voice pitched to carry. It's so transparently practiced that it strikes me as absurd. This elaborate charade, this woman who can't stop performing even while acknowledging she's performing. And I laugh. Not the calculated chuckle I use in depositions to put witnesses at ease before I destroy them. A real laugh that starts somewhere below my ribs and surfaces without permission. Kenya freezes mid-sentence, genuine surprise flashing across her face. Did you just... Shut up and give me another strawberry. The champagne bottle we'd brought along for optics sits half empty between us, condensation beating on its surface like nervous sweat. Kenya plucks another strawberry, biting into it with theatrical delight for the cameras that have mercifully retreated to a more distant vantage point. I think we've given them enough material for several scandalous articles, I say, watching her eyes grow heavy. The sunlight filtering through the leaves above us dapples her mahogany skin with shifting patterns. Kenya leans back on her elbows, champagne glass dangling precariously from her fingertips. Mission accomplished. Her words slip together at the edges, not quite slurring, but soft around the consonants. When's the last time you ate something that wasn't fruit or alcohol? She waves her free hand dismissively. Don't lawyer me, counselor. Her head tilts back, eyes closing momentarily against the sun. I'm perfectly fine. You're falling asleep sitting up. I'm meditating. Her eyes don't open. It's very on brand right now. Mindfulness, wellness, being present. Being horizontal might be more effective. One eye cracks open. Is that an invitation? It's a suggestion that you rest before we head back. You're dead on your feet, or elbows, as it were. Kenya studies me for a long moment, suspicion warring with exhaustion behind her eyes. Then, without warning, she shifts her position, sprawling across the blanket and resting her head in my lap. Don't think this means anything, she murmurs, curling onto her side. It's just strategic body placement for the cameras. Of course. I try to hold myself still, unsure what to do with my hands. The Wi-Fi password is Kenya is always right. Subtle, with 4 exclamation points and the number 7. Her voice grows quieter. Case sensitive. A curl falls across her face, casting a shadow over her cheek. Without thinking, I brush it away, tucking it out of sight. My fingers linger at her temple, feeling the soft warmth of her skin. It's strategy, I tell myself. The photographers are still watching. This is performance art, not intimacy. But Kenya's breathing has already changed, deepening into the unmistakable rhythm of sleep. Her lips part slightly, and the perpetual tension in her forehead, the battle readiness I've come to expect, melts away completely. She looks younger, unguarded. I've seen Kenya James in many states, furious, calculating, seductive, victorious, but never peaceful, never vulnerable. The realization sits uncomfortably in my chest, pressing against my ribs. One of her hands rests on my knee, fingers curled slightly. I find myself counting her breaths, watching the steady rise and fall of her chest beneath cream-colored linen. This is the woman who crashed her ex's wedding, who proposed marriage to me out of spite, who makes my apartment feel too small and too empty all at once. And somehow, impossibly, she trusts me enough to fall asleep against me in the middle of Central Park. The sun shifts overhead, shadows elongating across the grass. My leg has gone completely numb beneath Kenya's head, pins and needles stabbing through my thigh. I don't move. A family walks by, 3 children and a mother pointing in our direction. The oldest one whispers loudly, "Is that the lady from the internet?" My phone goes off in my pocket again, the 7th time in 20 minutes. Probably Nathan panicking about the West Side merger documents I was supposed to review. Or possibly Judge Harmon's clerk wondering why my counterbrief hasn't landed on his desk. I don't reach for it. Kenya stirs slightly, her hand tightening reflexively on my knee before she settles again. A soft sound escapes her throat, not quite a snore, more like a contented murmur. My chest tightens. I stare down at her sleeping face, trying to reconcile this peaceful version with the hurricane that swept into my office proposing a fake marriage. The woman currently nestled against my thigh doesn't look like someone who breaks champagne bottles at weddings or weaponizes Instagram captions. She looks real. 2 teenagers stop 30 feet away, phones raised, not even pretending they're not photographing us. I should wake her. I should suggest we leave before the sun dips further and the evening crowd arrives. I should check my emails. Instead, I adjust the angle of my body slightly to block more sun from her face. A text notification slides across my watch face. Nathan. "Where the hell are you?" Harrington's chain-smoking in the conference room. I ignore it, continuing my vigil. I've canceled meetings for less important things. I've blown off depositions when strategy dictated. This is just strategy. Except it isn't, and that's the problem cracking open beneath me like thin ice. The breeze catches a strand of Kenya's hair, blowing it across her cheek. I brush it back with my fingertips, the gesture now familiar in a way that should terrify me. She sleeps on, oblivious to the war in my chest, to the fact that I'm calculating how many more minutes I can justify sitting here, how many more touches I can permit myself before we return to our choreographed hostility. I've spent a career controlling outcomes, manipulating variables, dictating terms. But this, her vulnerability, my stillness, the weight of her head against my leg, feels outside any contractual boundaries. It feels dangerous, necessary. It feels like the only real thing we've done since signing those papers.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But but you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 16. Kenya. The wine is flowing, the lighting is soft, and I'm halfway through explaining our love language compatibility when the buzzer rings, and Griffin freezes like he's seen a ghost. So clearly, your love language is acts of service, which explains why you alphabetized my skincare products. I tilt my wine glass toward my phone, which is recording this whole stage conversation for my Instagram stories. Mine is words of affirmation, which is why I need you to tell me I'm pretty at least 17 times a day. Griffin's jaw tightens in the way that means he's battling the urge to strangle me or kiss me. Sometimes I can't tell the difference anymore. But when the buzzer sounds, something else crosses his face. Something I've never seen before. Fear. That'll be dinner, I say, reaching for my phone to stop the recording. I'd ordered from that new sushi place I didn't authorize any deliveries. His voice sounds strange, tight and formal, like we're back in his office negotiating contract terms. Sorry, didn't realize I needed the Supreme Court's permission to order spicy tuna. I set my wine glass down with a little more force than necessary. Besides, you're the one who said we should eat something other than champagne and strawberries after our little park performance. The buzzer sounds again, more insistent this time. Griffin stands so abruptly that wine sloshes over the rim of his glass. I'll get it. He's already moving, not looking at me. What is your thing? I follow him, bare feet padding across the hardwood. It's just sushi. Unless... A thought strikes me. Did you order something too? Are we going to have a delivery driver turf war in your lobby? He doesn't answer, just mumbles something that sounds like, "Wait here," before disappearing down the hallway toward the front door, shoulders rigid like he's marching toward execution. I stand there in the soft lighting of his living room, wine glass in hand, feeling that familiar prickle at the back of my neck, the one that says there's a story here. The one that's kept me 3 steps ahead in an industry designed to chew women like me up and spit us out. Griffin Carlisle, who once cross-examined a Supreme Court justice without breaking a sweat, is afraid of whoever's at that door. And suddenly, I'm very interested in finding out why. I wait exactly 12 seconds before following Griffin to the door. Let's be real. I'm contractually obligated to be nosy about my fake husband's life, and Griffin's reaction is worth at least 3 TikTok theories. I pad quietly down the hallway, phone casually at my side. Not recording, yet, but ready. Old influencer habits die hard. Not a good time. Griffin's voice carries, tight and measured. That's his courtroom voice. His "this witness is about to be destroyed" voice. And then I hear her. A female voice like expensive champagne, effervescent with an edge that cuts. Is it ever? Don't tell me you're still working yourself to death, Griff. Some things never change. I round the corner and stop, taking in the scene. The door is partially open, and she's standing there in the threshold, like she's posing for a magazine shoot. Honey blonde bob that screams old money. A structured Chanel blazer with gold buttons that catch the light, legs that go for days. She breezes in like she owns the place. Chanel, crocodile smile, and the kind of body language that says, "I've seen him naked, and I still think I'm better than you." Griffin's shoulders are a straight line of tension. Emily ... She spots me, and her perfect eyebrows arch just slightly. "Oh, I didn't realize you had company." Something territorial flares up inside me. Maybe it's the way she says company, like I'm the delivery person. Or maybe it's how Griffin's entire demeanor has changed. Whatever it is, my content creator instincts kick in. I lift my phone, tap the Instagram Live button, and slide up next to Griffin. "Hi there." I flash my brightest smile. "Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt." Griffin's head whips toward me, a warning in his eyes. Too late. I'm already introducing myself to my viewers. "Hey, everyone." Unexpected guest at the Carlisle residence tonight. The viewer count starts climbing immediately. Nothing pulls in an audience like unplanned drama. The woman's smile doesn't falter, but her eyes narrow slightly as she extends a manicured hand. "Just an old friend, checking in." She locks eyes with me. "Emily Carlisle?" Griffin and I go way back. I watch my viewer count skyrocket. 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. Whatever this is, my followers are here for it. And honestly, so am I. The comment section explodes. So does my patience. Royalty Snark, 2024. OMG, who is this chick? Carla Stan. Emily Carlisle? The Emily from the Hampton divorce case? Melody P. She looks like she alphabetizes her organic tampons. The notifications cascade like rain down my screen as I watch Emily's perfectly masked gaze slide from my face to my outfit, a silk loungewear set that costs more than most people's monthly rent, and back up. The assessment is quick, clinical, dismissive. "Griffin, darling," she says, brushing past me and moving into the apartment with practiced ease. "I've been worried. You haven't returned any calls since that unfortunate courthouse spectacle." She turns slowly, taking in the changes to Griffin's living space. My cashmere throw on the couch, my collection of art books stacked on the coffee table, the vanilla candle still flickering by the record player. "I see you're adjusting to married life." Her voice dips with concern like she's discussing terminal illness. Though I have to say, it's quite different from your usual aesthetic. Griffin remains statue still beside me. The muscles in his jaw work overtime. His silence speaks paragraphs. "We've been redecorating," I say, voice honey sweet. Something about clinical murder scene chic just wasn't screaming home sweet home. Emily's laugh is a delicate, practiced thing. "Oh, she's funny." How refreshing. To Griffin, "You always did appreciate wit. Remember that weekend in Vale?" Griffin's voice is a warning shot. The viewer count hits 20,000. Comments flood in faster than I can track them. Truth Teller 99. Why does she look at Griffin like he's a lost puppy? Ken Griffin stan. The tension though. Beauty Babe 45. Kenya, don't let her breathe your air, girl. Emily glides to our bar cart, helps herself to Griffin's 30-year-old scotch without asking. "I'm just concerned, that's all. This," she gestures vaguely at me with her free hand. "Arrangement seems rather hasty, even for damage control." I'm still holding my wine glass. It's still full. For now. Griffin was just telling me how much he appreciates my spontaneity, I say, moving closer to him. "Weren't you, baby?" I slide my arm through his. He's rigid beneath my touch, but doesn't pull away. Emily sips her stolen scotch. Interesting. Last I checked, Griffin valued order above all things. Her eyes lock with mine. But perhaps he's changed. Or perhaps this is just another public performance. I decide diplomacy might be the wisest approach. Pouring champagne over this woman's perfect bob would make excellent content, but Griffin's apartment has enough tension to snap steel cables, and I'm curious to see how this plays out. "So, Emily?" I smile, angling my phone slightly to capture both our faces in frame. "How do you know my husband? College? Work?" I keep my voice light, airy, like I'm conducting an interview for a lifestyle segment, rather than a live investigation into my fake husband's past. Emily swirls her stolen scotch, perfectly manicured nails clicking against the crystal. Oh, we go much deeper than that. Griffin and I practically grew up in the same circles. Our families summered together in the Hamptons. It seemed natural that we just ended up together. Summered as a verb. I widen my eyes at the camera. That's adorable. Kenya. Griffin's voice carries a warning, but I'm already too invested. You know, Emily continues, settling onto the arm of Griffin's favorite chair, like she knows exactly which furniture he values most. Griffin and I have the most fascinating history. Remember that weekend in Positano, Griff? The yacht party? Griffin returns to the living room like a man trying to defuse a bomb with chopsticks. Cautious steps, careful movements, eyes darting between us as if calculating blast radii. Emily was just leaving, he says, his tone flat enough to iron shirts on. I've hardly touched my drink. She pouts with precision. And I haven't even told Kenya about our little adventure on the Amalfi Coast. The one where you... That was 5 years ago. Griffin cuts her off, his voice sharp enough to slice diamond. I tilt my head, fascinated. The comments section is exploding with theories, and my followers are eating this up like it's a season finale. 5 years. The math isn't lost on me. That's back when Griffin was briefly married to someone else, if I remember the tabloids correctly. The Amalfi Coast is on my content calendar for next spring, actually. I smile directly at the camera, playing to my audience. Maybe you could recommend some spots, Emily. Though I imagine the places you visited might be a bit exclusive for my followers' taste. Her smile tightens like a noose. I doubt they'd appreciate the subtleties. The private villas Griffin and I stayed in require a certain refinement in their guests. Griffin's hands clench at his sides. I can almost hear the contract pages burning in his mind, particularly the ones about public dignity and mutual respect. I just keep smiling for the camera, channeling every ounce of my professional poise. Inside, though, I'm cataloging every micro-expression, every hint of what Griffin Carlyle might have been before he became my contractual nightmare. Emily leans forward, her voice dropping to a theatrical whisper like she's sharing a secret with 25,000 of my closest followers. Every move calculated, every word a blade. You must be so tired. Keeping up the act for your followers. The glass of Merlot leaves my hand before I realize it. The splash hits dead center, red on white silk. Time freezes. Emily's mouth forms a perfect O of shock. Griffin's eyes widen a fraction. The most emotion I've seen from him outside our kitchen encounter. The wine blooms across Emily's pristine Chanel like a Rorschach test, dripping down in crimson rivulets. My Livestream comment section explodes, --OMFGGGGG. She did not. The queen behavior. Oh my God, I gasp, pressing my free hand to my mouth in mock horror. I am so clumsy. Let me help you with that. I take a step forward with a napkin that will absolutely make the stain worse. Griffin intercepts, his hand closing around my wrist. His touch burns, fingers pressing into my pulse point. I think you've helped enough, he says, voice tight but eyes something else entirely. Is that amusement? Emily stands rigid, wine dripping onto Griffin's imported rug. She sputters, looking down at the spreading stain. This is a limited collection piece. Really? I tilt my head, all innocent concern. I could have sworn I saw it at the Nordstrom half-yearly sale. Must have been a knockoff. Griffin makes a sound that might be a strangled laugh disguised as a cough. Griffin, Emily hisses. Control your wife. Griffin's hand is still around my wrist, his thumb absently stroking across my skin. Emily, he says, voice glacially calm. I believe it's time you left. Unless you'd like Kenya to help you with another drink? I smile sweetly, raising my empty glass in question. 50,000 viewers hold their collective breath. This isn't over, Emily says, grabbing her purse. Wine drips onto her Louboutins as she stalks toward the door. You'll regret this little charade, Griffin, both of you. The door slams hard enough to rattle the modern art piece Griffin pretends to understand. I look directly into the camera of my still recording phone. And that, my loves, is what we call setting boundaries with toxic energy. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hydrate, preferably not with someone else's wine. A beat of silence. Then applause from the comment section, literal clapping emojis flooding the screen. The digital ovation rolls in like a wave, along with fire emojis, queen crowns, and frenzied all-caps declarations of iconic that blur together as I finally end the live stream. The apartment feels suddenly too quiet, the space between Griffin and me charged with something dangerous. The remnants of my smiling PR face slip away, and I wait for the explosion. The lecture. The cold, precise dissection of how I've just violated at least 6 clauses of our agreement. But Griffin doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't even look surprised. His expression is blank canvas, giving nothing away as he surveys the wine-splattered floor, the door still vibrating from Emily's exit. He steps forward with that cold, surgical calm he uses when dismantling opposing counsel. Those measured steps that mean someone's about to bleed, metaphorically speaking. His eyes lock onto mine, sharp, assessing, unreadable. That, he says, voice so controlled it could balance a house of cards, was Bulgariacto Finissimo wine, $180 a bottle. I lift my chin, refusing to back down. Send me the bill. I'll expense it as pest control. Something flickers in his eyes, a crack in the perfect facade. You just ruined a $10,000 Chanel jacket on a public live stream. Technically, the wine did that. I was just holding the glass. I cross my arms. And before you lecture me about respecting your privacy or whatever speech you're mentally preparing, may I remind you that she walked in here like she owned the place. And you. What was that about? Griffin's jaw tightens minutely, the only telltale sign that I've struck a nerve. That is a past mistake and an occasional problem. I arch an eyebrow. Mistake? Is that what the kids are calling exes these days? We didn't. He stops himself, recalibrates. I can almost see the gears shifting behind those gray eyes. Not that it's relevant to our arrangement. Oh, it's extremely relevant when your mistake shows up unannounced to insult your wife in her own home. I step closer, riding the adrenaline high of confrontation. 50,000 people just watched her try to humiliate me. If that's not relevant to our image management, I don't know what is. Griffin's gaze trails deliberately to my empty wine glass, then back to my face. His mouth does something complicated. Not quite a smile, but adjacent to amusement. Next time, he says, voice dropping to that low register that makes my skin prickle. Aim for the shoes. They were Louboutins. I stare at Griffin, my heart still pounding from the confrontation, unsure if I just heard him correctly. Did he just compliment my technique? Before I can process this shift in our usual hostility, the door bursts open again. Emily storms back in, phone already against her ear, wine-soaked Chanel leaving a trail of burgundy droplets across Griffin's pristine floors. Miranda, it's Emily. Get the PR team on the line immediately. That little stunt just cost. Griffin slides between us with the practiced grace of someone who's diffused 1,000 conflicts in boardrooms and courtrooms alike. My live stream is still going. Viewership now hitting 60,000. Comments flying by too fast to read. Emily. His voice drops to that dangerous register that makes even seasoned attorneys flinch. I believe I asked you to leave. She waves her hand dismissively. Do you have any idea what your little Instagram wife just did? This is a limited edition. You'll be receiving an NDA by COB, he tells her, voice smooth as poison. Violation penalties start at 7 figures. The color drains from her perfect face. You can't possibly... Actually, I can. And I will. Interference with my marriage constitutes a direct conflict with my personal interests. He doesn't raise his voice, doesn't need to. Every syllable lands like a precise blow. The document will outline exactly what you can and cannot discuss regarding Kenya and myself. Spoiler alert, it's nothing. Emily stammers, perfectly manicured hand clutching her wine-stained jacket. This is absurd. You can't possibly expect... I sip what's left of my rosé like it's victory champagne, making sure the camera catches my casual, unbothered expression. The comment section explodes with new theories and declarations of loyalty. That's exactly what I expect, Griffin continues, leading her firmly toward the door. Unless you'd prefer we discuss that confidential settlement from 2018, the one your father insisted I handle personally. Whatever that means, it hits home. Emily's face hardens into marble. This isn't over, Griffin. It was over 5 years ago. His hand remains on the door, leaving no room for interpretation. Goodbye, Emily. The door closes with finality, and Griffin turns back toward me. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The live stream continues recording, capturing this strange new dimension between us. Griffin lifts his glass behind hers, his eyes catching mine across the chaos. There's no smirk, just a subtle nod. He mouths it so only I can see. Thank you.
Chapter 17. Griffin. The apartment settles into a new kind of silence. Not awkward, not peaceful, just loaded. The echo of the slammed door still hangs in the air, and I silently refill my glass, not because I need the drink, but because my hands don't know what else to do. Kenya's still standing by the coffee table, the fading glow of her live stream hallowing her like a defiant saint. I gesture toward the couch and she flops down, toeing off her heels like she owns the place. So, Kenya tucks her feet underneath her. That was your weekend lady in Positano? The corners of my mouth twitch despite myself. That was Emily Carlisle, my ex. You don't say. Kenya picks at an invisible thread on her dress. I particularly enjoyed the part where she marked your territory like a well-bred Pomeranian. I take a measured sip of my scotch, considering my words. Emily is a complication I hadn't factored into this arrangement. A loose thread in an otherwise ironclad plan. She's the daughter of Hartford Media's CEO. And you let her drink the good scotch. Trust me, I'll be billing her father for it. I lean against the bar, studying Kenya's face. No remorse, no anxiety. Just that quiet, dangerous certainty that makes my skin heat. That was impressive. The wine toss? Kenya shrugs one elegant shoulder, just leveraging the moment for maximum engagement. Nothing personal. But it was personal. The way she stepped between Emily and me, instinctive as breathing. The way her eyes flashed when Emily touched what wasn't hers. Your followers seem to appreciate the performance. 63,000 viewers by the end, she says, examining her nails casually. Sponsors will be calling tomorrow. Nothing sells skincare like righteous indignation. I find myself crossing the room, settling into the chair next to her. The space between us feels charged, recalibrated. For the first time since this arrangement began, we're sitting on the same side of an invisible line. You know she'll come back. I study the amber liquid in my glass. Emily has the persistence of a tax audit. Then I'll need to stock up on red wine. Kenya's smile is sharp enough to draw blood. The cheap kind. She's not worth the Bulgari. I down my scotch in one burning swallow, let the glass hit the bar countertop with a decisive clink. My living room feels smaller than it did 10 minutes ago, more like a witness stand than the sanctuary it's supposed to be. Kenya watches me with those eyes that never miss a thing. "So, Emily," she finally says, her voice low and more curious than confrontational. "Want to explain why your ex-wife just tried to colonize your penthouse and your bar cart?" My shoulders stiffen beneath my shirt. My tongue feels like sandpaper against the roof of my mouth. I start to form a response, casual, dismissive, the way I'd handle a witness trying to trap me in court, but the words pile up behind my teeth and refuse to come out. I pace 3 steps to the window instead, staring at the Manhattan skyline that cost me more than most people make in 5 years. The reflection shows Kenya still curled on my sofa, wine-splashed dress and all, waiting with the patience of a woman who knows how to extract confessions. I run my thumb over the etching on my empty glass, remembering the night my father gave me the set. "For when you finally settle with the right one," he'd said, meaning Emily, meaning the merger of 2 legacy families, meaning the continuation of something I'd spent a year dismantling without explanation to anyone. I could tell Kenya the whole story. About the prenup Emily had me rewrite, about finding the text messages, about the calculated moves she'd made toward my family's influence, about realizing I was just another acquisition for her collection. But it's not shame stopping me. It's the kind of hurt you bury too deep to name. The kind that makes a man like me, who weaponizes words for a living, suddenly incapable of forming them. I don't deny Kenya the truth. I'm not ready to hand it over yet. Emily is... I start, then stop, jaw clenched. Complicated. I pivot, my back now to the skyline I've been staring at. We're getting too close to personal territory I have no intention of mapping for her. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. But 2 can play this game, and if she wants to extract secrets, she'll have to give some up first. We're not talking about Emily right now. But since we're asking questions... I reach behind the sofa cushion and pull out her phone, still warm from the live stream. I'd spotted it when she tucked it there after ending her broadcast. "Why don't you tell me what really happened at your ex's wedding?" "You went viral, Kenya. That wasn't just petty revenge. That was personal." Something flickers across her face, a micro-expression I've trained myself to catch in deposition, before she dissolves into a laugh that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "You're really resorting to finding my phone in the couch like some amateur detective?" She extends her hand, palm up, fingers flexing impatiently. I hold the phone just out of reach. "You didn't answer the question." "And you're deflecting." She rises from the couch in one fluid motion, her wine-splashed dress catching the low light. Classic lawyer move. "Kenya." My voice drops an octave, the tone I reserve for witnesses who think they can outmaneuver me. "Every respectable tabloid has covered your meltdown. Champagne bottle through a 5-tier cake. Profanity-laced speech during vows. But none of them know why." She steps closer, invading my space with the scent of jasmine and defiance. "Maybe I just hate weddings. You completely ransacked the ordeal, and then had the audacity to send a gift." I tilt my head, watching her. "I did my research before agreeing to this arrangement." Something dangerous flashes in her eyes. "You want to know why I lost my mind at Aaron's wedding?" "Fine." She snatches her phone from my hand, her fingers brushing mine with electric friction. "But not like this. Not as your little cross-examination project." I watch her retreat a few steps, thumbing through her phone with practiced efficiency. Whatever she's looking for, she finds quickly. When she turns the screen toward me, I see a text exchange, dated 3 days before the infamous wedding. "Read it," she says, voice stripped of its usual performance. "This is Kenya without filtration, and it makes my chest tighten in a way I don't care to examine." I take the phone, our fingers connecting again, longer this time, before I focus on the messages in front of me. As I read, my jaw clenches involuntarily. The pristine mask I've perfected over years of courtroom battles slips just enough for her to notice. Jesus, I breathe, looking up to find her eyes locked on me, challenging me to judge her. There's a beat. Then another. Kenya pulls her knees up on the couch, her silk robe pooling around her like armor. In the half-light of my living room, she looks younger, less like the perfectly curated Instagram persona and more like someone carrying too much weight. It wasn't supposed to be a spectacle. Her voice strips itself of all its usual sharp edges. I went there to talk to him. Just talk. Get some closure. I lower myself into the chair, setting my glass down without a sound. The city lights dance across her face as she stares at some fixed point beyond the windows. Aaron and I were together for 3 years. He proposed on my birthday, a public proposal at the restaurant where we had our first date. Everyone was watching. His family, my followers. Everyone. She draws a breath that shudders slightly. And I said yes because saying no wasn't an option. Not with all those eyes on me. Her fingers find a loose thread on her robe, twisting it tight enough to leave a mark. I was going to end it quietly. The night before the wedding. But then I found out he'd been sleeping with my assistant for months. She laughs, a hollow sound that fills the space between us. And my best friend knew. And my agent. And basically everyone except the woman who was about to promise forever to this man. To make matters worse, we had been pregnant a few months before and lost the baby. I cared. He didn't. I don't move. Don't interrupt. Just watch her face as she unravels a story that's so different from the tabloid version I'd memorized. I showed up to get closure, to look him in the eye and ask him why. I never meant to crash the ceremony. I was going to wait outside. But then I heard them saying their vows. Her voice catches. He used the same words he'd said to me. The same damn script. And something in me just broke. She meets my eyes directly now, defiant even in her vulnerability. The live stream was an accident. My phone was still recording from earlier, but once it started going viral, I leaned into it because... She shakes her head. Because if everyone was going to talk about me anyway, at least I could control the narrative. Make it about crazy Kenya having another meltdown instead of stupid Kenya who got played. At least that way I'd have views. Her honesty hits me like a physical blow. No strategic omissions. No carefully crafted PR angles. Just raw truth. Offered without expectation. I don't analyze or dissect or search for the gaps in her story. I don't look for leverage or inconsistencies. I just listen. Let her words land without trying to redirect them. So there it is. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. My villain origin story. Less clickbait, more pathetic. I don't respond to Kenya's confession immediately. Words are my currency, my weapon of choice in courtrooms and boardrooms, yet they feel inadequate in this moment. Her vulnerability has disarmed me in ways I hadn't anticipated when we signed those papers. The ice in our glasses has long since melted. The penthouse sits in a rare state of quiet, city lights painting shifting patterns across Kenya's face. She's pulled her legs up beneath her, one hand absently tracing the wine splash on her dress. Her arm is down, but her chin remains lifted, defiant even in confession. I've never told anyone the full story, she says, breaking the silence. Not even my publicist. Everyone just assumed I went psycho for clicks. I swirl the watered-down remnants of my scotch. People believe what's easiest. And what do you believe, counselor? Her eyes meet mine, steady and challenging. The question hangs between us. I take my time answering, not because I'm formulating a strategic response, but because I'm actually considering it. Something has shifted tonight, imperceptibly but fundamentally, like tectonic plates rearranging beneath the surface. I believe, I say finally, that we're all performing versions of ourselves. I set my glass down with a gentle click against the coffee table. Some performances are just more profitable than others. Kenya makes a sound halfway between a laugh and a sigh. Well, my unhinged ex-girlfriend performance paid for this dress. She gestures at the wine stain. Too bad Emily ruined it. Emily ruins most things she touches. The words fall out before I can catch them, unfiltered and honest in a way I rarely allow myself to be. Kenya's eyebrows lift slightly, but she doesn't pounce on this admission the way she normally would. Instead, she just nods like she's putting together pieces of a puzzle. At least I got decent engagement from my new arch-nemesis. Her voice attempts its usual sharpness, but misses. I'll probably get a new sponsorship out of it. Nothing sells anti-aging cream like Righteous Fury. She's retreating back into her carefully constructed persona, the unflappable content creator who monetizes chaos. I recognize the move because I do the same thing, hiding behind legal jargon and carefully controlled expressions. You know, she continues, examining her manicure with forced casualness. Despite all the breaking china and ruining cakes, I actually looked pretty good in those viral videos. Professional lighting makes all the difference in a meltdown. The attempt at humor feels like a life raft she's throwing to both of us, a way back to safer shores after we've drifted too far into honesty. But something in her voice catches, a barely perceptible tremor that betrays how raw she still feels. Without overthinking it, I reach across the space between us. My hand finds hers where it rests on the couch cushion. It's not a grand gesture, just a point of contact, my fingers lightly brushing against her skin, steadying something I can't name. Kenya goes still. Her eyes find mine, wide with surprise at this unscripted moment. I feel a sudden urge to pull back, to retreat behind the carefully constructed walls of our arrangement. But I don't, and neither does she. Whatever this is, we're moving forward.
Chapter 18. Kenya. The kitchen floor chills my bare feet as I pad across the marble. Griffin's back to me as he measures coffee grounds like they're evidence for the Supreme Court. 6:30 in the morning, and he's already crisp in pleated suit pants and a white button-down that's somehow more intimate for being slightly rumpled, one collar point not quite matching the other. I hover in the doorway, unsure which version of myself to inhabit after last night's honesty. My oversized sweats rustle as I shift weight from one foot to the other. My hair piled messily atop my head in a bun that would scandalize my followers. Griffin's shoulders stiffen at the sound of my entrance. He doesn't turn. Morning, I venture, the word hanging in the air like smoke. He pauses, French press, suspended mid-pour. Kenya? Just my name, but it carries weight in his mouth. I cross to the fridge, hyper-aware of the 3 feet between us that somehow feels both too much and not enough. Last night's touch, his hand on mine, replays on loop in my brain. Sleep okay? I ask, the question ludicrously mundane for the tension coiling around us. Fine. His jaw works beneath stubble that's darker than usual. You? Great. Amazing. Like a baby. I pull out the oat milk he hates, a tiny rebellion against whatever this awkwardness is. Never better. He slides a mug my way without being asked. It's the blue ceramic one I've claimed since moving in, not the delicate porcelain he prefers. The gesture hits different this morning, lands somewhere beneath my ribs. Thanks for the mug diplomacy. I pop my hip against the counter, drink in hand. Very evolved of you. His eyes finally meet mine, dark and unreadable. Don't worry. The ceasefire is temporary. Good. Wouldn't want you getting soft on me, counselor? The nickname slips out, more intimate than intended. We stand in charged silence, steam rising between us from twin mugs of coffee. The morning light shines on his cheekbones, illuminating the shadow of exhaustion beneath his eyes that matches my own. His fingers drum once against the countertop, and I notice they're the same ones that brushed against mine last night, steady and warm when everything else felt like quicksand. I lean against the counter, arms folded across my chest. The sleeves of my oversized sweater bunch at my wrists, creating a barrier that feels necessary this morning. I cradle my coffee mug between both palms, letting the heat seep into my skin. Everything in me wants to pretend last night never happened, like I didn't spill my entire trauma folder onto his pristine coffee table and watch his eyes change as he actually listened, like I didn't see that flash of something genuine beneath his calculated exterior. But his silence this morning cuts deeper than any dismissal could. The vanilla candle I lit without thinking flickers softly on the island between us. Its warm scent feels suddenly inappropriate, too domestic for whatever this is becoming. Griffin stares into his black coffee like it holds answers to questions he hasn't asked. The morning light catches on his jawline, the tension there visible even from here. So instead of pretending, I speak. This isn't pretend anymore. The words slip out before I can second-guess them. I say them softly, barely above a whisper, but they land like a grenade in the quiet kitchen. Griffin freezes, coffee mug suspended halfway to his lips. His knuckles whiten against the ceramic. The only sound is the quiet drip of the espresso machine and the soft crackle of the candle's wick. He doesn't respond, just turns to look at me like I've said something dangerous, something that might dismantle the careful architecture of whatever game we've been playing. His eyes darken, pupils expanding slightly against their brown irises. "What did you say?" His voice is controlled, precise. The way he speaks in courtrooms when he already knows the answer, but wants it on record. I meet his gaze, refusing to flinch even as my heart pounds against my ribs. "You heard me." Griffin's jaw clenches. The muscles in his neck tighten beneath the starched collar of his shirt. He sets his mug down with a precision that borders on violent, a controlled tap against marble that somehow sounds like shattering glass. "Last night was a conversation between business partners," he says, voice stripped of inflection. Nothing that changes the parameters of our arrangement. Business partners. The words taste metallic in my mouth. Right. Section 4.3 of our agreement clearly outlines. Are you seriously quoting the contract right now? I step closer, bare feet silent on the cool floor. After everything I told you? He straightens, retreating behind invisible battlements. The contract exists specifically to prevent personal entanglements from compromising our mutual objectives. Mutual objectives. I laugh, the sound sharp enough to cut. Listen to yourself. Our arrangement has already resulted in 3 new sponsorship deals and a 15% increase in your engagement metrics. His eyes remain fixed slightly above my head, as if making actual eye contact might crack his perfect facade. The strategy is working. Strategy. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the warmth of the kitchen. Is that what last night was to you? A strategy? Last night was... He falters for a split second, something flashing across his face before disappearing behind the mask. An anomaly. The rejection stings worse than I expected, like alcohol on an open wound. I'd handed him the most vulnerable parts of myself, and he's responding with terms and conditions. You're scared, I say, the realization dawning bright and painful. You're terrified this might actually be real. His eyes snap to mine, finally. This isn't about fear. It's about maintaining professional boundaries. Professional boundaries don't usually include refrigerator sex. A momentary lapse in judgment. Nonsense. I move toward him, closing the distance until barely a foot separates us. My heart throbs against my ribs, but I keep my voice steady. Say what you're really thinking. For once. Griffin doesn't step back. His breathing changes, becomes shallower, more controlled. His eyes drop to my lips for a fraction of a second. Kenya. My name becomes a warning in his mouth. I tilt my head up, watching as his pupils dilate. The air between us crackles with something dangerous and electric. For a moment, just one moment, I think he might close the gap. His hand twitches at his side. His throat works around words he won't say. Then he steps around me, coffee in hand, back straight as a ruler. "I have a deposition at 8, he says, voice cold as he retreats. "Don't wait up." I watch his shoulders disappear down the hallway, the space between us expanding with each step he takes. I nod once, chin lifting in a reflex of dignity that feels older than me. My bare feet make no sound across the marble. Kenya James, ghost in her own home, vanishing without a trace. The perfect exit, really. I should film a tutorial. I make it to the hallway before the first tremor betrays me, rippling from my center outward until my fingers twitch with it. My phone almost slips from my grasp, and I clutch it tighter, white-knuckling the device like it's a lifeline. But the familiar weight offers no comfort today. No number of likes or comments could fill the hollow space expanding beneath my ribs. This wasn't supposed to happen. I came to Griffin Carlisle for a transaction. Signatures on paper, rings exchanged without meaning, a performance for hungry cameras, clean lines and sharp edges. Nothing messy, nothing real, just business. But last night, in that moment of unguarded truth, something shifted between us. I showed him the underwater ruins of me, not the glossy highlight reel, but the raw footage I never let anyone see. And he didn't look away. He didn't minimize or dismiss or offer empty platitudes. He just listened, held space, touched my hand with a gentleness I didn't think those fingers possessed. Now he's retreating behind contracts and clauses, and it shouldn't hurt this much. It shouldn't feel like another abandonment. Another person deciding I'm too much, too complicated, too real beneath the filter. My phone screen lights up with notifications. An email from my agent. Comments piling up on yesterday's post. A message from the skincare brand wanting to know about the joint content calendar. The business of being Kenya James continues, demanding attention. But my hands won't stop shaking. Because this, whatever this is between Griffin and me, is starting to feel far too real.
Chapter 19. Griffin. I didn't expect 1,000 candles to seem like too few, but they disappear into the vastness of the Manhattan skyline behind them. The hotel rooftop transforms into Kenya's personal kingdom tonight. Gold-dipped roses cascading from suspended glass terrariums. Bartenders in black pouring something electric blue into smoke-filled glasses. Everything designed to photograph well, to live eternally in digital memory. I adjust my tie unnecessarily. Tom Ford doesn't need adjusting. Griffin! There you are. Kenya's publicist materializes at my elbow, martini in hand. You've been hiding in plain sight. Tax evasion 101, I reply, the joke sliding off my tongue without thought. She busy? Always. She's by the main display working her magic. I spot her instantly across the crowd. Kenya stands beside an illuminated booth where 6 people cluster, smelling sample candles from her new line. She's wearing something midnight blue that falls off one shoulder, hair pulled into an elaborate crown of braids that adds 3 inches to her already commanding height. I've watched her try on 4 outfits this morning without saying a word. 3 days of strained words and silence. 3 days of careful orbiting around each other in our shared apartment, of perfectly timed exits and entrances ensuring we're never alone together for more than 30 seconds. 3 days of contracts and clauses and legal armor I've wrapped around myself to keep from acknowledging what happened in that kitchen. What almost happened. Kenya laughs at something an influencer with purple hair says, her head tilting back to reveal the smooth, dark column of her throat. Then, as if feeling the weight of my stare, her eyes sweep across the crowd and catch on mine. The smile freezes on her face. Dimples vanish. For one unguarded moment, something raw flashes across her features. Before she reconstructs her public armor, raises her champagne flute in my direction, and returns to her conversation. I drain my whiskey in one burning swallow. Trouble in paradise? A voice drawls from behind me. I turned to find Tasha watching me with those calculating eyes that made her famous for breaking hearts and securing seven-figure deals with equal ruthlessness. "Market fluctuations," I reply smoothly. "Temporary adjustment period." Tasha sips her drink, unconvinced. "The Candleline's pre-orders hit 6 figures yesterday. You might want to consider making this temporary adjustment a bit more convincing." Her eyes flick meaningfully toward Kenya, who's now posing for photos with the brand's creative director, her smile perfect but distant. I nod once, barely perceptible. Message received. I cross the rooftop toward my wife. I've barely started making my way through the crowd when I hear the host's voice cut through the ambient chatter. "Before we wrap up tonight's showcase, we have an honored guest who'd like to say a few words." Kenya's gaze lifts sharply, scanning the crowd, her body language already shifting into defense mode. She doesn't expect it to be me. That's interesting. I step into the circle of light surrounding the display booth, feeling at least 30 phones pivot in my direction. The whispers ripple outward. That's him. That's the husband. Followed by the clicking of camera shutters that sounds like hungry insects. Kenya's expression freezes somewhere between professional smile and private wariness. Her fingers tighten imperceptibly around her champagne flute. The crowd parts as I approach. They always do. "Griffin Carlisle, everyone!" The host beams like she's just produced a rabbit from a hat. "Kenya's husband has something to share." Kenya's eyebrow arches slightly, a silent challenge. She's expecting me to say something rehearsed, something contractually obligated, something that will photograph well but mean nothing. I take a single, measured breath, adjusting the weight of the moment like I'd adjust my stance before delivering a closing argument. "To Kenya James." I lift my glass, the amber liquid catching the light. The room quiets, voices dropping to whispers, then nothing at all. A woman who knows how to light a room, then burn the whole damn place down if it doesn't serve her. Her eyes widen fractionally. This wasn't in our script. This wasn't in any script. I hold her gaze, letting the weight of sincerity press between us. "You're brilliant, bold, and impossible to forget. I'm proud to be beside you, on stage, off stage, and anywhere else you'll allow it." The practiced smile slips from Kenya's face. Something authentic replaces it. Uncertainty, maybe even vulnerability. For two people who live our lives through careful performance, this moment feels dangerously real. She searches my face for the lie, for the angle, for the next move in our elaborate chess game. But there isn't one. Not tonight. Applause crashes over us like a wave breaking against rock, but Kenya barely seems to hear it. Her eyes catch the light, liquid, glistening, and she turns slightly away from the crowd, her profile outlined against the Manhattan skyline in a deliberate photographer's pivot. To everyone else, she's taking in the sunset's pink-gold smear across the horizon. To me, she's hiding. Her knuckles whiten around the microphone. Her chest rises with a breath that doesn't fully release. A production assistant with a clipboard materializes from the velvet backdrop, tapping his watch and motioning Kenya over with smooth, practiced urgency. She nods once, grateful for the escape hatch. "Thank you all for coming," she announces, voice steady despite everything happening behind her eyes. "Please enjoy the rest of the evening." The Midnight Memory Collection is available for pre-order tonight only at the exclusive showcase rate. Professional to the end. She walks off stage with the measured grace of someone who knows cameras are still rolling, who understands her exit will be analyzed frame by frame on social media tomorrow. But I see the speed in her step, the slight tremor in her fingers as she hands off the microphone. I follow her, ignoring Tasha's calculating stare from across the room. This isn't about the contract anymore. This isn't about optics or damage control or whatever new buzzword Tasha's cultivating for her next marketing deck. This is about Kenya's eyes when I spoke. About the moment her practiced smile fell away like stage makeup washing off in the rain. Backstage smells like electrical wiring and expensive perfume. The velvet curtain muffles the crowd noise to a distant hum of conversation and clinking glasses. Kenya stands with her back against a mirrored wall, exhaling like she's crossed a tightrope suspended over a pit of her own making. Her shoulders drop a fraction of an inch. The public mask slips. I step into the narrow space, letting the curtain fall closed behind me. "That wasn't necessary," she says, but the usual edge is missing from her voice. "It was." The silence between us thickens, charged with everything we've left unsaid since that night in the kitchen. Since almost ruined everything. She opens her mouth, probably to deflect, to re-establish the careful boundaries we've erected over the past 3 days. But I step forward before she can, my hand lifting to her face. My thumb brushes across the curve of her cheekbone, catching a loose curl and tucking it behind her ear. I meant every word, I tell her. Not Griffin Carlyle III, attorney at law. Not the performative husband. Just me. She doesn't answer. Her eyes track my movement as I lean in. Slow enough for her to stop me. Deliberate enough to make my intention clear. She doesn't move. The kiss is soft. Gentle in a way I didn't know I was capable of anymore. There are no teeth, no tongues, no battle for dominance like that night against the refrigerator. Just mouths meeting in a moment that isn't fake and isn't performative. Just devastatingly true. When we part, she looks at me like I've handed her something fragile and explosive at the same time. Like she might shatter under the weight of whatever's happening between us. "Once," she whispers, her voice barely audible above the ambient hum of the event beyond the curtain. "Just once." And then she's gone again, slipping past me and through the curtain, back into the safety of a world where everything can be filtered, edited, and controlled. Or so she thinks.
Chapter 20. Kenya. I slam my hotel room door and kick off my Louboutins, sending them flying across the pristine carpet. My braids feel too tight, my dress too confining, and my chest too full of something dangerous and uncontrollable. What the hell was that speech? What the hell was that kiss? The minibar beckons, tiny bottles promising temporary amnesia. I grab the vodka, unscrew it with trembling fingers, and down it in one burning swallow. Griffin Carlyle doesn't give unscripted speeches. He doesn't say things like, "I'm proud to be beside you," without rehearsing it first, without making sure it serves some calculated purpose. And he certainly doesn't kiss me gently backstage when there are no cameras, no audience, no contractual obligation. I pace the suite, my brain replaying that moment on loop. His thumb against my cheek, his eyes darker than I've ever seen them. The softness of his mouth, a stark contrast to every harsh word we've exchanged for weeks. A knock interrupts my spiral. 3 sharp raps. Authoritative, efficient, unmistakably Griffin. Damn him. I stand frozen, staring at the door like it might burst into flames. The knock comes again. "Kenya, I know you're in there. Let me in. Now." I take a steadying breath, smooth my dress, and open the door with all the composure I can muster. Griffin stands there, tie loosened, jaw set in hard angles. His eyes sweep over me, cataloging, assessing. Are we going for the invisible exit strategy now? His voice is deceptively calm. I step back, allowing him into the suite. I needed space. Space. He repeats the word like he's testing its validity in court. "So you book a hotel room without telling me, disappear from your own launch, and leave me to explain to Tasha why her star client suddenly vanished. I'm sure you handled it beautifully." I pour myself another miniature vodka. "You're very good at handling things, aren't you, Griffin?" His eyes narrow. What the hell does that mean? I wave my hand dismissively. The speech. The backstage moment. Very convincing performance. Oscar-worthy, really. Performance. He rolls the word around his tongue like it tastes foul. Is that what you think that was? What else would it be? I throw my arms wide. We have a contract. We have terms. We have... What did you mean by just once? He steps closer, voice dropping dangerously low. My skin prickles with heat. Exactly what I said. No. He shakes his head. No more cryptic nonsense, Kenya. What did you mean? It means that was our one deviation from the contract. My voice rises. Our one moment of whatever that was. And now we go back to the arrangement. Griffin's laugh is short and sharp. The arrangement. Right. Because that's been working so well for us. It was working fine until you decided to go off script. Was it? He takes another step toward me. Was it working when you couldn't look at me for 3 days? Was it working when we started timing our exits so we wouldn't be alone together? Tell me how exactly that was working, Kenya. My anger flares hot and bright. Don't lawyer me in my own hotel room, Griffin. Then don't lie to me in it. We stand there breathing the same air, the tension between us thick enough to cut. His eyes are storm dark, and I can't tell if he wants to shake me. What are you afraid of? He asks, his voice suddenly, devastatingly gentle. And that's worse than the anger. That's worse than anything. I'm not afraid of you, I shoot back. I didn't ask if you were afraid of me. I asked what you're afraid of. The question lands like a blow. What am I afraid of? That this isn't real? That it is? That whatever's happening between us will collapse under the weight of public scrutiny, like everything else in my life? My throat goes dry. The question hangs between us, and for once I can't seem to find my usual armor of witty deflections. I take a shuddering breath and let the truth spill out before I think to stop it. I want you to want me. Not because of a contract. Not because it makes for good content. Not because it solves your PR problem or my legal issues. The words tumble out, raw and unfiltered. I want you to want me because I'm me. Just me. Griffin's face does something I've never seen before. It cracks, just slightly, the perfect veneer of control slipping. His jaw works, eyes widening a fraction. Kenya ... Don't. I hold up my hand. Don't lawyer this into something neat and manageable. For once in your life, just feel something without analyzing it to death. He takes a step forward, hands flexing at his sides like he's physically restraining himself. You think I don't want you? His voice is rough, almost wounded. You think that speech was rehearsed? That kiss was calculated? Wasn't it? I challenge, though my voice breaks on the question. I haven't been able to think straight since you walked into my office. His confession comes out like it's being torn from him. Do you have any idea what it's like trying to maintain control around you? It's like trying to hold back a hurricane with an umbrella. The air in the room shifts, charging with something electric. I feel exposed, vulnerable in a way I've never allowed myself to be. Not with my millions of followers, not with Tasha, not with anyone. I've built my entire brand on showing just enough to seem authentic while keeping the real me safely hidden. I don't know how to do this, I admit quietly. Do what? Be real. With you. With anyone. I gesture vaguely between us. Everything's always a performance. Griffin's expression softens, and I watch him struggle against his own instinct to retreat behind his wall of cool detachment. For a man who prides himself on never reacting, he's reacting now, his breathing uneven, his eyes unable to settle. Then stop performing, he says, voice low and urgent. Just be Kenya. Not Kenya James, influencer extraordinaire. Just Kenya. Griffin closes the distance between us, his eyes locked on mine like he's daring me to look away. I don't. I can't. My breath hitches, and I feel the tremble start in my hands, working its way up my arms, down my spine. He's close enough now that I can smell the faint trace of his cologne, something expensive and sharp, like him. My pulse races, and I know whatever's coming. I won't be able to resist it. I'm not sure I want to. His hands come up, slow and deliberate, and I feel the warmth of his fingers as they brush against the straps of my dress. He doesn't rush, doesn't fumble. Every movement is calculated, precise, like he's unwrapping something precious. The straps slide down my shoulders, and I shiver as the cool air hits my skin. His eyes never leave mine, and I can see the storm brewing there, the control he's barely holding on to. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Griffin, I whisper, my voice trembling with the remnants of pleasure, and he lifts his head to look at me. His eyes, usually so guarded, are soft and almost tender as they meet mine. I'm here, he murmurs, the words a quiet promise against my skin. And in that moment, despite the chaos that awaits us beyond these walls, I believe him. I believe in the safety of his arms, the sanctuary we've found in each other. It's a fleeting respite, but one I cling to with every fiber of my being. We collapse together, a tangled mess of limbs and sweat, our breathing ragged, our hearts pounding. He's still inside me, and I sense the warmth of him, the weight of him, and I don't want him to move, don't want this moment to end.
Chapter 21. Griffin. I study Kenya across our corner table, watching the performance unfold. She's perfect at this, laughing with her whole body at something I barely said, her hand deliberately angled atop mine while her other holds her phone at that practiced 45-degree angle. Golden hour lighting streams through the west-facing windows, catching on her gold earrings and the champagne in her glass. The algorithm will love it. "Baby, you have to try this burrata," she says, voice pitched just loud enough for the couple pretending not to film us from 3 tables over. I nod. Play my part. Whatever you want. This place is influencer bait of the highest order. Edison bulbs dangling from exposed beams, brick walls strategically chipped to reveal vintage plaster, servers who theatrically crack pepper mills longer than my forearm. The owner knows exactly what he's doing. So does Kenya. She stands slightly to capture the moment a waiter shaves black truffle over fresh pasta, her phone tracking the movement like it's witnessing a miracle. When she sits, I notice the flicker in her eyes, the momentary drop of her shoulders before she reassembles herself. I've started cataloging these moments, the hairline fractures in her performance that nobody else catches. 3 days ago, I watched her film 17 versions of the same spontaneous morning coffee routine. By take 12, her hands were shaking so badly, she spilled oat milk across the counter. The waiter leaves. Under the table beneath the pristine white tablecloth, I reach for her hand. Not for the cameras. For her. Kenya's fingers twitch in surprise before gently slipping from my grasp. "Don't break character," she says, her smile tight at the corners. "We need this. I thought we were done pretending." She tilts her head, the practiced move of an ingenue I know she isn't. Pretending pays the bills. Our entrees arrive on heated plates, pasta steam rising between us. The scent of garlic, basil, and truffle fills the small space between us. The food is art, pasta folded into impossible geometries, sauce drizzled with scientific precision. Kenya angles her phone again, captures the steam in portrait mode. Eat, I tell her, not a command but a confession. I want her to exist in this moment. In a minute. She doesn't look up from her screen, thumbs swiping through filters. I sit back, watching her work. The candlelight throws shadows across her face, softening the edges she keeps so sharp. In this light, I can almost see the woman beneath the brand, the one who pinned me against a wall last week and whispered things that still burn in my ears. I pick up my fork, watching Kenya do the same. The truth is, neither of us has actually eaten much lately. Too busy performing, posing, plotting. We've become experts at pushing food around plates while talking animatedly about nothing. Jesus, Kenya moans as she tastes the pasta, her eyes fluttering closed. Not the camera-ready food noise she makes in her content, something unguarded. Real. That's actually incredible. Worth the 3-week waitlist? I twirl my own fork, capturing a perfect coil of pasta, worth the $50 plate. She leans in, lowering her voice. I refuse to believe pasta costs this much to make. We're paying for the privilege of being seen eating it. The food is genuinely exceptional, rich, complex, the kind of flavor that makes you pause mid-conversation. I watch Kenya's expression soften as she takes another bite, her shoulders dropping their perpetual tension. Her phone buzzes against the table. She ignores it, reaching for her wine glass instead. It buzzes again, and again. My own phone chimes in my pocket. Popular tonight, I murmur, but Kenya's face has changed, the easy moment evaporating. She snatches up her phone, scrolls quickly. All color drains from her face. I fish my phone out, seeing Tasha's name flash across my screen, followed immediately by group text from Leo. Check page 6, and read it. The link is already loading as Kenya stares at her own screen, frozen. I tap it open, feeling that old courtroom sensation of ice sliding down my spine before bad news hits. There it is, the full contract, line by line. The prenup, the influencer collab clause, the performance milestones, even the private behavioral expectations clause I insisted on when we started. This was private. The words scrape my throat, rough with disbelief. The restaurant noise fades to white static as I scan paragraph after paragraph of our secrets displayed for public consumption. Not anymore, Kenya whispers, staring down at her untouched wine glass like it's a ticking bomb. I look up at her, searching her face for any hint of foreknowledge. Her eyes meet mine across the table, wide with genuine shock. The pasta steams between us, forgotten. The couples who were filming us minutes ago are now frantically reading their phones, raising eyebrows, whispering behind hands. The performance is over. The charade exposed. I flag down the waiter, dropping $400 bills on the table. We're leaving. Kenya hasn't moved, her gaze fixed on her phone screen where numbers tick down in real time. 1,000 followers gone. 2,000. 5. Your meal, the waiter begins. Keep it. I stand, buttoning my jacket with one hand while scrolling through the fallout with the other. The contract leak is everywhere, spreading like digital wildfire across platforms. Reddit's already dissecting each clause like amateur legal scholars. Twitter's turned our marriage into a hashtag. Hashtag fake wife real money. Kenya remains motionless, watching her empire crumble in 280 character assassinations. My phone vibrates with incoming text from Tasha. You're trending, not in a good way. Manic Beauty just pulled out. We're officially in damage control. I slip my phone into my pocket and move to Kenya's side of the table. We need to go. Now. She doesn't resist when I take her elbow, guiding her to her feet. The restaurant has transformed into a live studio audience, phones pointed our way, whispers passing between tables. Someone actually says awkward loud enough for us to hear. The hostess opens the door for our exit, her smile a thin line of professional courtesy masking voyeuristic fascination. At least the valet brings the car without commentary, though I catch him sneaking a quick phone photo as we slide into the Mercedes. Kenya sits perfectly still beside me, her phone now face down in her lap. Everyone knows. Not everything, I say, pulling into traffic. They know what was in the contract. Not what's happened since. Her laugh lacks any trace of humor. Does that distinction matter? The whole point was convincing them it was real. She picks up her phone, wincing as she unlocks it. Damn, even my fitness tea sponsor just sent a reassessment of partnership email. I drive faster than necessary, taking corners with precise aggression. The city blurs outside our windows, lights smearing across rain-slicked streets. Kenya's silence fills the car, heavier than any tantrum or tirade I've witnessed from her. This is different. This isn't performance collapse, it's personal demolition. At a stoplight, I glance over. Her profile cuts a sharp silhouette against passing streetlights, her posture rigid with contained devastation. Her phone screen illuminates her face in harsh blue, reflecting the social carnage. I've seen enough courtroom disasters to recognize someone watching their life's work disintegrate. I built this from nothing, she says softly. They're acting like I faked my whole damn life. The light turns green. I accelerate, choosing words carefully. You didn't... Kenya turns toward me, eyes glittering with unshed tears that refuse to fall. Didn't I? The contract's right there for everyone to see. Section 4.2. Parties agree to project an image of romantic attachment sufficient to convince the general public. That's literally faking my whole life. Part of your life for 6 months. That doesn't invalidate everything else. Tell that to my followers, she says, holding up her screen where the numbers continue their free fall. And my bank account. We arrive at the apartment building, sliding quietly into my parking space. I open Kenya's door for her, keeping my hand on the small of her back as we ride silently up to the penthouse. I stab the apartment door code with such force that one of my fingernails bends back. Pain shoots up my hand, but it barely registers against the volcanic pressure building inside my chest. The elevator ride up had been 17 floors of Kenya, scrolling through the carnage in silence, while I kept my face perfectly blank for the security cameras. Public face. Always the public face. The door swings open and I immediately loosen my tie like it's been strangling me. Kenya kicks off her heels in the entryway, abandoning them where they fall instead of placing them on the meticulous rack I installed for her collection. Another tremor in the earthquake of our evening. I need a drink, I announce, making a beeline for the bar cart. I pour 2 fingers of bourbon, then add a third for good measure. Want one? Kenya nods, perching on the edge of the couch like she's afraid to fully commit to being here. Make it strong. I hand her the glass, our fingers brushing. Neither of us acknowledges the contact. We need a strategy, I say, pulling out my phone. Tasha's texted 6 times since we left the restaurant. Tasha can wait. Kenya takes a long swallow of her drink, throat working as she absorbs the burn. I can't deal with her strategic pivots tonight. I sink into my leather armchair, habit making me reach for my laptop. I'll need to draft a statement for the firm. Something that acknowledges the situation without confirming details. Standard crisis. My email notification pings, then again. And again. The bourbon turns to acid in my stomach as I see the sender. Margaret Channing, managing partner, my boss, my mentor, the woman who recruited me out of law school with the promise that I'd make partner before 35. I open the email. Subject: urgent, potential conflict of interest inquiry. Internal review pending. My eyes scan the message, legal training making me absorb even the prepositions as I process the text. Griffin, the firm has become aware of public disclosures regarding your personal contractual arrangement with Kenya James. Given the nature of these allegations and potential violations of the firm's ethics code regarding public conduct and representation, we are placing you on temporary administrative leave effective immediately. Please do not access firm databases, contact clients, or speak to press during this period. The executive committee will conduct an internal review. Your building access has been temporarily suspended. Margaret Channing, managing partner. Whitley, Channing, and Blackwell. The world tilts sideways for a moment. I've won cases that made headlines. Clients worth billions. Never a suspension. They suspended me. I say barely above a whisper. Kenya looks up, startled. My own firm. Kenya sets down her glass. What? I turn the screen so she can read it. Her eyes widen as she scans the message. Administrative leave? Can they do that? They just did. I run a hand through my hair, feeling untethered. 13 years. I've given that firm 13 years of 16-hour days. I made them millions last quarter alone. Kenya reads the email again. This is nonsense. They're treating you like you committed fraud. All we did was get fake married. With a contract. A legally binding document now being publicly dissected by every armchair lawyer on the internet. I pace the length of the living room, muscle memory making me check my watch before remembering I have nowhere to be. No clients to call, no motions to file. The partners don't care if it's true. They care that it looks bad. Since when do lawyers care about looking bad? Since their client started calling about the attorney who faked a marriage for social media. The reality sinks into my bones. They're cutting me loose to save face. Set my glass down harder than necessary, the bourbon sloshing against crystal. Kenya's gone quiet, staring at the dark window like she's looking for escape routes. Without thinking, I pull out my phone again, thumb sliding to Reddit. A masochistic impulse I immediately regret. The top thread in r/snarkside influencer stares back at me. Kenya James is a scammer, and her husband's clearly in on it. 27,000 upvotes. My stomach drops to the floor. I should close the app. I don't. Another. Contractual marriage? Manipulation. Men get used to. The grammatical error somehow makes it worse. I scroll further, unable to look away from this digital car crash. A poll catches my eye. Who's worse, Kenya or Griffin? I tap it without thinking. Kenya's winning by a landslide. 78% say she's the villain in this narrative. Small comfort being the lesser of two evils. What are you looking at? Kenya's voice comes from much closer than I expect. She's moved beside my chair, peering down at my screen. I angle the phone away instinctively. Nothing. You're on Reddit. Her finger points to the screen. Are you seriously reading what those people are saying about us? Know thine enemy, I mutter. But the deflection falls flat. The app refreshes and a new post appears at the top of the feed. My blood freezes. It's us, at the restaurant. 20 minutes ago. The photo is grainy, clearly taken from 3 tables over by someone pretending to photograph their overpriced cocktail. Caught them live at Marlowe's looking cozy despite the leak. She looks smug. 116 comments already. Kenya leans closer, her perfume cutting through the bourbon haze. They think I look smug? I was having a panic attack. The comments are worse. I shouldn't read them aloud, but the words escape me. He looks like he's dying inside. Kenya's laugh is brittle. Well, they got that part right. I stare at the photo longer than I should. The candlelight, the intimate lean of our bodies toward each other across the table. If I didn't know better, I'd think we were a couple having a romantic dinner. The irony stings worse than the bourbon. Give me that. Kenya plucks the phone from my hand, her thumb scrolling through the thread with practiced speed. Jesus, these people have no lives. I watch her face change as she reads, the professional mask cracking just slightly at the edges. She's built a career on being seen, but not like this. Never like this. What exactly did Clause 4.2 say again? I ask, more to distract her than anything else. She looks up, eyes sharp despite everything. You wrote it. I wrote a lot of things in that contract. Parties agreed to project an image of romantic attachment sufficient to convince the general public, she recites from memory. Her finger taps against my phone screen. Apparently, we succeeded. Too well. I set my phone face down on the coffee table and grab my keys. I need air. Griffin. Kenya's voice catches, but I'm on my way to the door. I'll be right back. The hallway outside our apartment feels strangely neutral, a liminal space between the collapsing world inside and whatever awaits beyond. I take the service stairs instead of the elevator, needing the physical exertion. Each footfall pounds against concrete, the echo matching the hammer of blood in my temples. 13 years of near-perfect execution. One contract changes everything. My father's voice slithers through my mind. Carlisle doesn't show cracks. We exploit them. I push through the building's side exit into the humid night air. The street buzzes with oblivious energy. Couples laughing, cars passing, life continuing, while mine derails in real time. I take out my phone again, the screen illuminating with another wave of notifications. A judge I argued before last month has dropped our connection on LinkedIn. 3 clients have sent polite but unmistakable taking a break emails. The firm's official statement is bland corporate distance. The personal matters of individual attorneys do not reflect. I unlock my screen, fingers finding Twitter before I can stop myself. My name sits at number 2 on trending topics. I click, masochistic curiosity overriding self-preservation. The comments slice deeper than any cross-examination. How pathetic does a lawyer have to be to contract a wife? Imagine being so desperate for clout, you fake a marriage. Men are trash. Griffin Carlisle, when you order a husband from Temu. My phone vibrates, another message from a partner at the firm. Might be best to lie low for a few weeks. Translation: You're toxic now. Don't contaminate us. A taxi honks nearby, startling me. I realize I'm standing perfectly still on a busy sidewalk, thumb frozen over my phone, suit getting damper by the second in the night humidity. The very picture of a man coming undone in public. You said you wanted real, I whispered to no one, staring out at the traffic like it might offer an answer. Well, here we are. Real. What a concept. My entire career built on constructed reality, crafting narratives, controlling perceptions, architecting truth from carefully selected facts. Now the one time my personal life ventured into actual fiction, the world demands authenticity. My phone buzzes again. Kenya this time. Are you okay? I don't answer. Can't answer. Because the truth is, I've never felt less okay in my entire life. I'm not just suspended, I'm exposed. The control I've maintained since law school, gone. My reputation, in flames. My name, a punchline.
Chapter 22. Kenya. The doorman greets us with the kind of rigid professionalism that feels more like security clearance than hospitality. His eyes don't linger, but the stiffness in his posture tells me everything I need to know. He knows who I am, and more importantly, who he thinks I'm not. Griffin slips him a nod, so polished it must be genetic, and we step inside the private elevator that's already waiting. The doors glide shut behind us, sealing us in with mirrored walls and polished silence. The ride is smooth and glacially slow, the kind of delay that feels intentional, like the building itself is warning me to turn back. I glance over at Griffin. He's buttoned up tonight, black suit, slate tie, expression set to neutral. But the muscle ticking in his jaw betrays him. He hasn't said much since we got in the car, and I haven't pressed. We both know this dinner isn't about small talk. The elevator chimes softly, opening onto a penthouse that could have been pulled straight from an Architectural Digest spread. Everything is white, gray, or some shade of icy indifference. Art hangs on the walls like threats, large, angular, and expensive. The dining room is a study in intimidation. An endless glass table flanked by high-backed chairs, a chandelier that looks like it might have its own insurance policy, and a staff of servers moving in hushed formation. Griffin's mother glides toward us in a sheath dress the color of blood oranges and the price tag of a mid-range sedan. Her hair is pinned back in an immaculate French twist, not a single strand out of place. She air kisses me half an inch from my cheek, her hand cool against my shoulder. "You look ambitious," she murmurs, with a smile as sharp as diamond dust. "And you look expensive," I reply, warmth coating my voice like caramel on a blade. A low chuckle rises from the table, but it's the brittle kind. The kind that says, "We see you, not we welcome you." Griffin's father doesn't rise. He barely looks up from his rare steak, his knife gliding through the meat with surgical precision. He offers a grunt of acknowledgement and a single syllable, "Kenya." I nod, slipping into my seat with the poise of someone who's been studied her whole life. If they want performance, they'll get one worthy of the Met Gala. My place setting gleams beneath the dimmed crystal lighting. Napkin folded like origami, 5 forks, 4 glasses. One sharpened agenda. Dinner begins with a server, pouring wine the color of liquid garnets. An aria hums softly from somewhere unseen, opera's most tragic soprano bleeding judgment into the background. Small talk starts as camouflage. Weather, gallery openings, something about the fundraising benefit they're chairing for children in need of access to fencing lessons or some other gilded cause. But it doesn't take long for the swords to come out. "We're just concerned with Griffin's image, dear," his mother says as she slices through a delicately plated medallion of veal. "It's not personal. It's optics. You've had a very colorful rise to visibility," adds his father, dabbing at the corner of his mouth with a napkin like he's preparing for cross-examination. I sip my wine. It's New York. Visibility is currency. "Yes, well," his mother replies with a delicate laugh that's anything but. "The internet isn't real estate, darling. It depreciates fast." Griffin shifts beside me, the movement subtle but telling. He's restraining himself. His fingers tap once against his thigh, then go still. I know that tick. It's the same one I saw the first time we sat through a joint press interview, right before he buried a reporter's question with a single ice dagger rebuttal. I smile sweetly, my voice smooth as silk-wrapped steel. Good thing I diversify. The silence that follows is dense, brittle. His mother lifts her glass. "To diversification, then." "To surviving the storm," I reply, raising mine. Clink. The sound rings out like a starter pistol in a duel neither of us intends to lose. Dessert arrives in clouds of imported drama. Thin almond twills curved like delicate sails. Spun sugar domes perched on top like glass hats. And something custardy hiding beneath it all that requires a silver spoon, and apparently an advanced degree to eat without offending someone. Griffin's mother watches me from across the table like a hawk in Hermes. Her smile hasn't cracked once, though it's been bending at the edges all night. Then her hand, cool, deliberate, bejeweled in the kind of restraint that comes from decades of gated civility, reaches across the table and touches my wrist. Light, feminine, surgical. "A moment, please, dear," she says, voice so syrupy I nearly choke on my bite of creme anglaise. Just us girls. Griffin's fork pauses mid-cut, but he doesn't stop her. Doesn't stop me. He simply watches as I set my napkin down and rise, back straight and expression unreadable. I rise and follow her, steeling myself for what will be an inevitable confrontation. The private study is exactly what you'd expect from a woman who's probably attended more galas than birthdays. The air is heavy with Chanel No. 5, polished mahogany, and the soft, smug certainty of inherited power. Books line the walls, rare editions, unread, and a sleek tray of vintage brandy glimmers beside a crystal decanter. But it's the envelope on the desk that draws my eye. Ivory cardstock, embossed seal, positioned like a snare. She gestures to the chair across from her, with a grace that borders on weaponized. I sit, slow and measured, legs crossed like I'm auditioning for a Vogue cover. "We're offering you a graceful exit," she says, lifting her brandy like it's communion, before things get worse for everyone. I glance at the envelope, then back at her. "Is that what this is? Damage control with hors d'oeuvres?" She doesn't flinch, just nudges the envelope forward with a single lacquered fingertip. I pick it up, open it. Inside, a check for $2 million. $2 million. The zeros are immaculate. Not a smudge of hesitation. The ink might as well be blood. Hers, mine, Griffin's. Some transactional offering to the gods of reputation. That's a lot of zeros for someone who thinks I'm irrelevant. Her smile remains frozen in place. "It's not personal," she says coolly. "It's protective." "Of whom?" I ask, my voice soft but steady. Her gaze sharpens just slightly. "The Carlyle legacy." I place the envelope back on the desk like it's ticking. "Funny. I thought legacy was something you built, not something you paid to protect." The air between us tightens. Her fingers curl around the stem of her glass. She doesn't reply. She doesn't need to, because that's the real truth here. Not that I'm dangerous, but that I'm uncontrollable. That I can't be absorbed, managed, or bought off quietly. And that makes me the most dangerous thing in this room. I don't scream. I don't cry. I don't even blink. I just reach into my clutch, slide out my phone, and hit record. The red light blinks to life like a warning. "For transparency," I say, turning the camera to catch both the envelope and the woman who handed it to me. Her expression falters, just for a second, a crack in the porcelain. I've been accused of worse. Her mouth parts slightly, but no words come out. Not even a protest. Just disbelief curdled with disdain. I set the phone on the desk, angled perfectly to catch everything. The envelope, the brandy, the tray, her. Then I pull out my lighter. Silver, sleek, rhinestone-studded, more fashion statement than arson tool. I flick it once. The flame flares up like it's been waiting for this moment. I lift the check with 2 fingers, so daintily it's almost reverent. Hold it over the baccarat crystal tray. Watch the fire kiss the corner of that pristine ivory paper and bloom across the surface in gold-tipped hunger. The zeros go first, then the name, then the signature that tried to put a period on my story. The smell of burning ink and entitlement curls into the air, acrid and holy. I don't flinch. I don't look away. I watch it burn like it's a ritual, a refusal, a rebirth. "This was never about money," I say into the camera, my voice calm, even, anchored. Until now. The last ember fades into ash. Silence follows, deep and judgmental. Griffin's mother stares at me like I performed an exorcism in her prayer room. And maybe I have. Because I'm not just the girl from the internet anymore. I'm the girl who lit a Carlyle check on fire and made sure the whole damn world saw it. I don't slam the door. I'll open it with the same grace I entered with. Shoulders back, chin high, the faint scent of scorched money still clinging to my dress like expensive defiance. The footage is saved, watermarked, and already uploaded to the cloud because I've learned the hard way that powerful people prefer apologies after erasure. A waiter pauses mid-step as I pass. I gently drop the ashen remains of the check onto the silver tray, balanced on his arm like it's dessert I'm done with. He blinks once, then wisely keeps moving. The dining room hushes as I reappear, forks lower. Conversation dies mid-sentence. Griffin's face shifts the moment he sees me. There's a flicker of something unreadable behind his eyes. Concern? Fury? Pride? I don't stop to decode it. Instead, I slide my hand through the crook of his arm, like I belong there, like nothing at all is smoldering in my wake. Your mother's lovely, I say sweetly, brushing an imaginary speck of ash from my clutch. We had a very illuminating chat. His jaw ticks, hard. But he nods once and says nothing, simply rises and follows me out of the dining room, the incredulous stares of both staff and Griffin's parents watching us. We walk together to the private elevator, the kind that hums like old money and soft threats. I feel eyes on my back, the kind of eyes that catalog and condemn in the same breath. Let them watch. Let them all watch. The doors close. The air inside is too quiet, like the pause between lightning and thunder. Griffin doesn't speak, neither do I, but I can feel him beside me, shoulders tight, hands clenched, breathing too, even to be calm. I don't look at him. I don't need to, because silence isn't safety anymore. It's foreplay.
Chapter 23. Griffin. The courthouse smells like bleach and bad decisions. Too clean to be comforting, too cold to pretend justice lives here. Kenya's heels echo sharply against the linoleum as we walk in, that signature strut slowed by nerves she's trying and failing to disguise. She's dressed like an armored goddess, sharp-shouldered blazer the color of spiced wine, lips painted to match, hair pulled back so tightly I wonder if it hurts. She looks like she's winning, which is exactly the point. Perception is the only currency we have left. I, on the other hand, wear my usual courtroom mask. Navy Tom Ford, surgical calm, the quiet arrogance of a man raised in rooms like these. I've spent half my life navigating judicial temperaments and procedural landmines. But today I'm not the litigator. I'm the liability, and that makes my teeth itch. We're seated before I can even blink, our attorney rambling through pleasantries while I scan the judge's face for signs of mercy. There aren't any. He's all granite and gravitas, the kind of man who enjoys silence more than speaking and makes a career out of precision takedowns. The matter before the court is Devinson versus Carlyle, he begins, his voice dry as parchment. A claim of fraudulent misrepresentation per New York Civil Code 1342. Specifically, the allegation that this marriage... He glances at us over the rim of his glasses, like we've tracked mud into his courtroom. Was executed for the purposes of misleading investors, consumers, and brand affiliates for financial gain. Kenya flinches. Just barely. Just enough for me to notice. Her manicured hands grip the edge of the table, and I watch her throat bob once, twice, as she swallows whatever rage or fear is threatening to crack through the glassy calm she's plastered on. This is not a woman who folds easily, but this is a whole different kind of battlefield. Our lawyer clears his throat and launches into damage control. Something about marital ambiguity, influencer personas, evolving definitions of partnership. The words are technically correct, legally soft, and utterly useless. The judge doesn't blink, doesn't budge, doesn't even pretend to be interested. When the silence lands again, it's like the room sucks all the air out of itself. The judge folds his hands and leans forward. You have 10 days, he says, voice as clipped as the verdict itself. 10 days to provide substantive, credible evidence that this marriage is legally and personally valid. If not, we proceed to trial. His gavel drops. One sharp crack, final as a coffin nail. 10 days. Not to plan a wedding. Not to settle a case. To prove that what we've built, our photo ops, our interviews, our performative pillow talk, isn't just a glossy, monetized fiction. Kenya exhales next to me, the sound closer to a gasp than a breath. I don't look at her. I can't. Not with the weight of that clock already ticking behind my ribs. Outside, the paparazzi wait like vultures. Inside, our lawyer turns to us with a face full of pity and says the words I least want to hear. We're going to need a miracle. I nod once, mechanically, jaw tight enough to crack bone. No, we're going to need a plan. The moment the courthouse door shut behind us, Kenya launches into a rapid-fire monologue that's half strategy, half panic. Her voice rides the edge of breathlessness, syllables tripping over each other like they're trying to outrun reality. Okay, so what if we post a throwback montage, she says, pulling out her phone like it's a defibrillator. No, wait. Better. We leak something. A sex tape. People love sex tapes. Or, God, do we need a baby? That plays better with the real love narrative. I grip the wheel tighter than I should, knuckles pale against the leather. The driver up front pretends not to hear, eyes fixed on the rear view with the blank apathy of someone who shuttled too many high-profile disasters to count. Kenya keeps going, voice pitching higher as she scrolls through her phone, reading headlines aloud like they're battlefield intel. Reddit thinks I bought you in a private auction. TikTok thinks you're gay and I'm your beard. A podcast in the Netherlands just called our marriage a post-capitalist crisis PR throuple. What does that even mean? She laughs, shrill, glassy, the kind of laugh that doesn't reach her eyes, and tosses the phone into her lap like it might detonate. I don't say anything. I don't have to. This version of her, spinning, snapping, strategizing like a war general hopped up on cold brew and cortisol, is familiar. It's how she survives. But it's not helping us now. We need to be seen doing something real, she says suddenly, twisting toward me like I'm her last hope and worst mistake. Like mundane real, groceries, ice cream, sleeping in the same bed, matching pajamas maybe. Or like, damn, do we start going to church? I finally glance at her, and the sight guts me. Her fingers are trembling where they tangle in the hem of her jacket, her lip tucked between teeth like she's trying to chew through the panic. She's always known how to work a crowd, but there's no audience here, just me, and her spiraling, beautifully, because beneath all the sparkle and snark is someone who's scared out of her damn mind that everything she's rebuilt is about to collapse again. I want to reach for her hand, to ground her, but I don't. Not yet. Not while she's still flinging emotional spaghetti at the walls, hoping one of them forms a coherent rescue plan. Kenya, I say finally, soft but firm, cutting through her verbal storm like a clean line through static. Breathe. She freezes. Just for a second. Then exhales like she forgot that was an option. We're going to lose everything, she whispers. Not to me, but to herself. No, I answer, eyes on the road ahead. We're going to fight it. But not like this. Her silence is louder than her spiral. And somehow that tells me she's listening. Now, I just have to get her to trust me. Really trust me. Because this next part, the one that involves my plan, my terms, my bed, isn't about optics anymore. It's about survival. And maybe something more. I wait until the penthouse door clicks shut behind us before I speak. Kenya kicks off her heels with a huff, muttering something under her breath about social suicide by courtroom, then stalks barefoot across the marble to the kitchen like she's hunting down a solution in the fridge. I don't follow. Not yet. I walk to the bar cart, my actual altar, and pour 2 fingers of Oban, neat, into a pair of crystal tumblers. The good stuff. The kind that reminds you you're alive even when the rest of the world is trying to put you on ice. She rounds the corner just as I hold out the glass to her. Her hand wraps around it like a lifeline, but her eyes narrow suspiciously. What is this? She asks, not sipping yet. A peace offering? Or are we celebrating the fact that we're about to get sued into oblivion? Neither, I say, taking a sip of mine. This is the preamble. To what? The Griffin Carlyle plan. Patent pending. She raises an eyebrow, but drinks anyway. It goes down smooth, unlike everything I'm about to say. We move in together, I begin, dropping it into the air between us like a slow detonation. Fully. No more separate bedrooms. One room, one bed. Shared space, shared mess, shared everything. Kenya freezes, the rim of her glass hovering an inch from her mouth. I'm sorry, what? No more stagecraft, I continue, deliberately calm. No more orchestrated photo ops or algorithm-optimized PDA. We lean into the marriage, lean in hard. For show, obviously. She sets the glass down slowly, like she's afraid it might shatter if she moves too fast. Griffin, be honest with me. Are you high? Just very, very strategic. She stares like I've sprouted antlers. You want us to actually sleep together, not like biblically, she adds quickly, flustered. But in the same bed? On purpose? Yes. For 10 days? I nod once. 10 days of non-negotiable proximity, because we fake it better when we're not faking apart. She blinks at me once, twice, and then she does the thing I didn't see coming. She laughs. Not her usual smug, I own the internet laugh. This one is breathless and baffled, like I've finally managed to short-circuit the processor in her brain. Griffin Carlyle, the man who literally turned the guest bedroom into a war bunker of spreadsheets and tie clips, wants me in his bed. For optics. I shrug, and maybe to warm your cold feet on my calves. Jury's still out. She studies me, all the humor draining slowly from her expression, until what's left is something far more dangerous. Something quiet and thoughtful. Her eyes soften just a little. You sure about this? She asks. Because if I come into that bedroom, I'm not tiptoeing. I meet her gaze and hold it. I'm counting on it. She picks up her glass again and finishes what's left in one swallow. Then I guess we're doing this, she says. I know this has absolutely nothing to do with the court. It has everything to do with what I want to happen when the lights go out. The bed is neutral ground. That's what we agreed to, technically. In practice, it's less Switzerland and more Cold War Berlin. Divided by pillows, unspoken threats, and the ghost of what happened last time we were within grabbing distance of each other after dark. We walk toward the bedroom, Kenya grabbing a bag and a suitcase still tucked in the corner of the living room. She walks toward the bed, tossing them open and ruffling through the contents. I can see that her mind is working a mile a minute. We set rules, I say, as she unpacks like she's moving into a 5-star resort. No touching. No talking after lights out. No passive-aggressive sighs. And absolutely no peeking. Kenya smirks, holding up a silk camisole the color of a very expensive crime scene. I'm sleeping in this. Of course you are. She produces 5 separate sleep sets, each silkier and more passive-aggressively luxurious than the last. There's a matching robe for every mood, petty, pretty, and possibly homicidal. She lines them up in my closet like they belong there, which for the next 10 days, I suppose they do. Then there's the lavender pillow spray. She mists it like holy water over her side of the bed, waving away my raised eyebrow with a glare that could strip paint. It's aromatherapeutic, she says, defensive. It's weaponized. I'm creating a calming environment. For whom? She shrugs and climbs into bed, fluffing her pillows with a flair that makes it clear I've already lost the aesthetic war. I retaliate with blackout blinds, programmed lighting dimmers, and a 5-alarm security system that texts me if the humidity shifts. She calls it a hostage situation. I tell her to take it up with the judge. We lie back-to-back in a king-size mattress that suddenly feels like a twin XL during a heat wave. The Egyptian cotton sheets are smooth and cool, but the tension? That's pure friction. High voltage, skin close, and humming beneath every inch of air between us. She shifts. I adjust. She exhales a little louder than necessary. I twitch in response. It's a silent standoff, every rustle of fabric a loaded question. Are you still awake? Are you still pretending this is fine? Are you feeling what I'm feeling, or am I insane? Sleep doesn't come. Of course it doesn't. Sleep takes one look at our tightly coiled bodies, our simmering sexual stalemate, and runs for the goddamn hills. At one point, her foot brushes my calf. Just a whisper of contact, accidental and electric. Neither of us says a word, but I don't move, and neither does she. I wake before the alarm, not because of habit, but because something's different. Warmth, weight, soft, rhythmic breath ghosting across my neck. Kenya is tangled against me, one leg draped over my hip like she's claiming territory, one hand curled near her face, her lips parted just slightly. A smear of yesterday's mascara lingers under her lashes, and her braid has slipped enough to reveal the wild, soft edge of her natural curls. She looks nothing like the glossy, curated version of herself the world gets. Not the Kenya who crafts thirst traps with sniper precision. Not the one who posts with power and provocation. This is just her. Unfiltered, unposed, real, breathtakingly beautiful, and I can't move. Not because I'm afraid of waking her, though I am, but because some part of me, the part that's supposed to know better, is afraid of what it means that I don't want to. The whole thing was supposed to be strategy. A 10-day lie dressed in high thread count and closed-door proximity. A legal fix dressed up in intimacy. But this doesn't feel like pretending. I memorized the moment like evidence, like a confession I'm not ready to say out loud. Her thigh is warm where it rests across mine. Her foot hooks around my ankle like we've done this 100 times. And her face, unguarded, vulnerable in a way I've never seen, is worse than beautiful. It's dangerous. Because I want it. Not the optics. Not the win. Not the reputation management or courtroom drama. Her. God help me, I want her. And that's one case I don't know how to solve.
Chapter 24. Kenya. By the 7th morning, I realize I've become the worst version of myself. The kind that listens for his breathing when the bedroom goes quiet, who notices every shift of weight on the mattress like it means something. My body has started to betray me. I lean into the heat of his side during sleep. I wake up searching for his silhouette in the low morning light. And when he so much as reaches for the French press, with that quiet courtroom precision, my heart punches my ribs like it's trying to make bail. This was never part of the plan. So I do what I've always done when the narrative veers off script. I run. I've got to shoot some content for that new eco brand, Evergreen or Green Shade or something in that solar-powered lane. I lie, breezy as champagne. My suitcase is already zipped and upright by the front door, parked like an escape hatch I can't wait to climb into. They booked a location upstate. No cell signal. Spotty Wi-Fi. I'll be off-grid for a couple days. Griffin stands by the espresso machine, freshly shaved, still in his robe. His hand freezes mid-reach for a mug. "Since when?" he asks. The question soft but razor-edged. "It came up last minute," I say with a shrug so practiced it might as well be choreography. PR push. Sustainability month. I don't offer more. He doesn't press. Not really. Just watches me with that calculating stillness that used to piss me off, but now confuses me, makes me feel seen in ways I'm not ready for. "I'll be back soon," I add, voice light. Promise. The car arrives 10 minutes later. I give him a little wave, blow a kiss that doesn't quite reach him, and slide into the back seat before I can unravel in front of him. By the time we clear the Lincoln Tunnel, I've silenced every app on my phone. No push notifications, no group chats, no Instagram polls to curate. I turn off my location entirely. I don't want him to track me. I don't want anyone to. I need to breathe. The further we get from Manhattan, the more everything untangles. My stomach knots, my panic, even the endless loop of overanalysis that's been playing in my head like a toxic podcast. The skyline dissolves behind us, replaced by long ribbons of highway, flanked by pine, fog, and the slow-turning palette of late autumn. The leaves are gold and burnt copper, as if the trees decided to mimic the way I'm burning from the inside out. 3 hours later, I pull up to a glass and timber cabin that smells like wood smoke and solitude. No paparazzi, no brand reps, no curated photo ops. Just a fire pit out front, a clawfoot tub in the back, and enough silence to bury 100 stories. I toss my phone in a drawer and leave it there, face down, like a dead thing. This isn't a campaign shoot. It's not an influencer retreat or a collab with a woodland chic yoga brand. This is a getaway the world doesn't know about. A hideout built for one. And I plan to disappear here long enough to remember who the hell I was before I started falling for a man who was never supposed to be real. The silence here is the kind that scrapes the edges of your sanity. It's not peaceful. Not yet. It's punishing. It echoes. There's spotty Wi-Fi, no assistance forwarding calls, no digital calendar pinging with deadlines disguised as opportunities. Just the soft rush of wind through naked birch trees and the occasional creak of timber as the cabin adjusts to the cold like it has opinions. I haven't put on makeup in 72 hours. Haven't curled my hair. Haven't checked a mirror that wasn't incidental. There's a robe, a stack of oversized sweaters, and one pair of thermal leggings that I now consider formal wear. The cabin's fridge is stocked with overpriced oat milk, fig preserves I'll never open, and enough local cheese to qualify me for a cholesterol intervention. I should be resetting, manifesting, grounding myself in Higgy or whatever Pinterest thinks happens in cabins like this. Instead, I sit on the floor in front of the wide glass windows, staring out at a frozen lake while a leather-bound journal sits unopened on the side table. I brought it as a prop, maybe even as a last-ditch effort to get honest with myself. But I can't open it, because if I do, I'll have to admit what I'm really unraveling over, and it's not the bad press. It's Griffin. It's the way his voice settled in my bones after that courtroom bombshell. The way he poured me a drink like he meant it. The way his eyes softened when I wasn't performing. I keep telling myself this marriage is a construct. Contractual, controlled, camera ready. But in the quiet, stripped of all the filters and fake smiles, I can't ignore the truth trying to claw its way out of me. I don't know when I stopped pretending. He's called 11 times. I don't answer. I don't decline either. Just let the phone light up, buzz twice, and die quietly on the countertop like a question I'm not ready to face. I don't check the headlines. I don't log into Instagram or scroll Reddit for think pieces dissecting my every facial expression. I just breathe. Sometimes too fast, sometimes not at all. The cabin hums with the sound of a wood-burning stove and isolation. Outside, the sky shifts through bruised purples and navy blues, like even the sun is trying to disappear without drawing attention. On the second night, I almost call him. My finger hovers over his name for a full minute before I throw the phone across the bed and bury my face in a pillow that smells like cedar and cowardice. By the third morning, I'm no longer sure if I came here to escape Griffin or to wait for him. Either way, I'm not leaving until something inside me breaks free. My tea has long gone cold in my hands. It's not even the kind I like. Some smoky loose-leaf thing the cabin hosts left in a mason jar labeled artisan in handwritten script. I've been holding the mug for warmth, not for comfort, watching the fog roll off the lake in slow, sleepy breaths. Wrapped in an oversized sweater that smells faintly of wood smoke and indecision, I am as still as the pine trees outside, waiting. Without admitting that's what I'm doing. And then I hear it. A low crunch of tires over stiff gravel. Too deliberate to be wind, too out of place to be wildlife. I turn my head just as a sleek black SUV appears from between the trees, slicing through the stillness like a punctuation mark at the end of a breath. My body goes cold and tight all at once. The engine cuts, door swings open, and for a moment, all I see are polished shoes hitting the earth like a challenge. Then, Griffin. Wool coat flared open over a black turtleneck, storm-colored slacks tailored with the kind of sharp intent usually reserved for courtroom ambushes. His hair's mussed, just enough to suggest he's been running his hand through it since New York. But his eyes are what sucker punch me. They're wild, not angry, not cold, just untethered. Like he's tried every rational option and ended up here, in the middle of nowhere, chasing the one thing that makes no damn sense but won't stop calling him anyway. He steps up onto the porch without a word, his breath fogging in the morning chill. For a second, we just stare at each other across the threshold. Me barefoot in knit socks, sweater slipping off one shoulder, mug gripped like a shield, him looking like he's about to issue a legal injunction against the universe. You came, I say, because it's all I can manage. I wasn't invited, he replies, voice low and wrecked around the edges. I open the door, slowly like I'm not sure what I'm letting in. He doesn't move, just watches me like I'm the thing he's been hunting and dreading in equal measure. You gonna stand out there until the trees bloom? His mouth twitches barely, but he still doesn't cross the threshold. I didn't know if you wanted to be found, he says. I didn't either. It hangs between us. 3 days of silence, 10 days of pretending, a lifetime of everything neither of us signed up for. My hand tightens around the doorknob. His eyes drop briefly to my bare feet, then rise again, slowly to meet mine. And I realize I'm not scared of what he might say. I'm scared of what I might want to hear. He crosses the threshold like it costs him something. Boots hit the reclaimed wood floor. The door clicks shut behind him, and the cabin seems to shrink around us, every wall suddenly closer than it was 5 seconds ago. Neither of us speaks. He doesn't take off his coat. I don't offer tea. We just stand there, like two actors waiting for someone to call, cut on a scene that stopped being pretend a long time ago. I needed quiet, I say finally, voice brittle. Griffin nods once. You vanished? I had to. From me? From everything. I set the mug down, fingers trembling now that I'm not holding on to something. You think I'm made of fire and glitter and strategy, that I can spin anything into content, into control. But I'm not. I'm tired, Griffin. The truth slices out of me like a blade, clean and wet and irreversible. I can't fake it anymore. He doesn't flinch, doesn't move. Just watches me with that same courtroom stillness that used to infuriate me, until I realized it's not coldness, it's containment. Discipline born of survival, he speaks slowly, carefully, like he's walking a verbal tightrope. I'm not faking either. My eyes snap to his. I wait for the smirk, the punchline, the obligatory clause in his tone that turns intimacy back into negotiation. But it doesn't come. I wake up and look at you before I remember the court date, he says, voice stripped of pretense. I know the smell of your shampoo better than I know my closing arguments. I memorize the sounds you make when you sleep. He exhales hard, as if the words hurt coming out. This stopped being fake for me somewhere between the elevator ride to my parents' penthouse and the moment you burned $2 million without blinking. I blink for him. Once, twice, slowly, because suddenly my chest is too tight to do anything else. I didn't run because of you, I say. I ran because of what I felt with you. Because it's starting to matter in ways I didn't plan for, and that makes me a liability in my own damn strategy. He steps forward, one pace, then another, until we're toe-to-toe in the middle of a cabin that smells like pine and panic. And if we stop strategizing? He asks, his voice barely above a whisper. What happens then? I want to say I don't know, that I haven't thought that far ahead, but I have. I've imagined it in flickers and flashes, in long sleepless nights in a too-big bed beside a man who makes me feel more like myself than the internet ever did. But this time, I don't run. I don't deflect. I lift my eyes, meet his without armor. Then maybe we figure out what it looks like. For real. And somehow, that's the most terrifying thing I've ever said. He doesn't rush me. No sudden moves. No clever retorts. Just a slow, deliberate walk forward, each step measured like a promise he's making to himself before he says a word to me. The fire from the wood stove crackles softly in the background. But it's his eyes that feel hottest, like they're burning through all the distance I tried to manufacture. Good, he says finally, his voice low and dark enough to settle somewhere between my ribs, because I haven't been faking it for a long time. It lands like a heartbeat too loud in a quiet room. And still, he doesn't reach for me, doesn't crowd me. He just stands there letting the words hang in the air like condensation on cold glass. I don't blink. I barely breathe. You mean... I start, but the sentence dies in my throat. I mean everything after the courthouse was real. The nights, the mornings, the silences. His tone doesn't waver, but there's something raw at the edges now. Something splintered and unguarded that I've never seen in him before. Even when I was pretending it didn't matter, it did. I feel it then. The shift, the undeniable click of the game board flipping over. No influencers, no cameras, no perfectly staged moments to spoon-feed to the algorithm. Just us. Two overachievers in exile, standing barefoot in a borrowed cabin while the life we scripted burns to ash in the distance. And maybe that's exactly what needed to happen. The contract was never the glue. It was the excuse. I thought I was playing you, I say. Voice hushed. I thought I was 10 steps ahead. He lets out a dry, almost laugh. I let you think that. My lips twitch, just barely before they steady again. I take a half step forward, then another, until the space between us is gone. My sweater sleeve brushes his coat. His breath stirs a strand of hair near my cheek. We're not touching, not quite, but we might as well be. The air's too charged for anything else. No one's watching now, I murmur. So what happens next? His answer is quiet, simple. Whatever we want. And somehow that's more intimate than any kiss. More dangerous than any lie we've told. What happens next will be our story to tell.
Chapter 25. Griffin. The fire crackles low and steady, its warmth seeping into the floorboards beneath us. Kenya's head rests on my shoulder, her curls brushing against my jaw. She smells like vanilla and something faintly herbal. Tea, maybe, or the remnants of whatever she's been burning in this cabin to keep the world at bay. Her breathing is slow, even, like she's finally let go of the tension she's been carrying since the courthouse. I don't move, don't speak. Just let the silence stretch between us, heavy and unbroken. It's not the quiet I'm used to, the kind that comes before a verdict or after a fight. This is different, softer, more dangerous. I can literally hear the wheels squeaking up there, she murmurs, her voice low and sleep-rough. I'm not thinking, I lie. She shifts slightly, her shoulder pressing into mine. Liar. I glance down at her, but she's not looking at me. Her eyes are fixed on the fire, the flames reflecting in her dark irises like tiny sparks. She's quiet for a moment, then says, You're always thinking? It's your default setting. And yours is talking, I counter. But there's no bite in it. She smirks, just a flicker of it before it fades. Not right now. I don't know what to do with this version of her. The one who isn't performing, isn't strategizing, isn't spinning every moment into something she can control. She's just here, with me. And it's the most disarming thing I've ever experienced. She tilts her head to look up at me, her cheek still resting on my shoulder. What's going on in that overpriced brain of yours, Carlyle? I hesitate. The truth feels too big, too raw to say out loud. But she's looking at me like she already knows, like she's waiting for me to catch up. So I say the only thing I can. I'm not used to this. To what? Silence? Fireplaces? Me not being a pain in your ass? To you, I admit, the words slipping out before I'm able to stop them. Like this. Her smile softens, but she doesn't look away. Yeah, well, me neither. I know this won't last. The world is still out there, waiting to tear this apart. The court date looms like a guillotine, and the press is already sharpening their knives. But for now, in this cabin, with her leaning into me like it's the most natural thing in the world, I let myself believe it could. The fire's warmth is fading, but Kenya's weight against me hasn't shifted. Her curls are still tangled in the crook of my shoulder, her breath steady against my chest. I should say something. I should do something. But the words feel like they're stuck somewhere between my throat and my brain, tangled in the mess of everything we've been avoiding. "Griffin," she says, her voice soft but firm, like she's been waiting for me to catch up. "We can't just sit here forever." "Why not?" I ask, because it's easier than admitting she's right. She lifts her head, her eyes meeting mine with that sharp, knowing look that always makes me feel like she's 3 steps ahead. Because the world's still out there, and it's not going to wait for us to figure this out. I lean back slightly, my arms still draped over her shoulders. "What do you want to do, Kenya?" "Issue a press release, post a selfie with a caption that says, 'Oops, we meant it?'" She doesn't laugh, but her lips twitch like she's considering it. "No, I'm thinking bigger, bolder. Something that shuts them all up for good. Bigger than a courthouse wedding and a leaked contract?" I raise an eyebrow, but there's no bite in it. I'm too tired to fight. "Yes." She sits up straighter, her eyes lighting up with that dangerous spark I've come to both dread and crave. "What if we do it again? But this time, it's real. No contracts, no terms. Just us, in front of everyone saying, 'This is it. This is us.'" I stare at her, my brain scrambling to catch up. "You want to get married?" "Again." "Not just married," she says, her voice steady now, like she's already rehearsed this in her head. "We live stream it. No filters, no edits. Just us, raw and unfiltered, in front of the same people who've been tearing us apart." I blink, trying to process the sheer audacity of it. "You're serious?" "Dead serious." She leans in, her eyes locked on mine. "It's the only way to take back the narrative. To show them that this isn't some PR stunt or a legal loophole. It's us, real, messy, unapologetic." I run a hand through my hair, the weight of her words settling over me like a storm cloud. "And if it backfires? If they don't buy it? Then at least we tried." Her voice softens and I hear the vulnerability underneath the bravado. I look at her, really look at her, and see the girl who crashed a wedding, the woman who burned a check in front of a camera, the person who's been fighting for herself long before I ever showed up. And I realize with a clarity that's almost painful that I don't want to fight her anymore. I want to fight for her. "You're insane," I say, but there's no heat in it. Just a quiet acceptance that I'm about to follow her off another cliff. She grins, that sharp, dazzling smile that always feels like a challenge. "And you love it. So what's it going to be, Carlisle?" I don't answer right away. Instead, I reach for her hand, my fingers threading through hers. "You really think this will work?" "I think it's the only thing that will," she says, her grip tightening. "But we have to do it together. No holding back, no pretending." I nod, the weight of the decision settling in my chest. "Okay, let's do it." Her smile widens and it feels like we're on the same page. Good, because I already started planning. Kenya stands, stretching her arms above her head, like she's shaking off the weight of the conversation. "I'm going to make us something to eat. You look like you could use it." I don't argue. My stomach's been in knots since we got here, and the idea of food feels both necessary and impossible. But sitting here, staring at the fire while she moves around the kitchen, feels like too much. I need to move, to do something with my hands that isn't drafting a contract or running them through my hair in frustration. "I'm going outside," I say, already halfway to the door. She doesn't look up from the counter where she's chopping something with a knife that looks like it could double as a weapon. "Don't do anything stupid. I'm not sure where the nearest hospital is." "Noted." The crisp air hits me like a wall the second I step outside, the kind of sharp, biting chill that makes you question every life choice that led you to this moment. I shove my hands into the pockets of my jeans and scan the yard. It's all pristine silence, the kind of quiet that feels like it's pressing against your ears. And then I see it. An axe leaning against the side of the cabin, its blade catching the light. Next to it, a stack of logs, neatly piled and waiting. I don't know why it feels like a challenge, but it does. Maybe it's the way the axe looks like it's daring me to pick it up. Or maybe it's just the fact that I've never done this before, and the idea of failing at something so basic feels like a personal affront. I grab the axe, testing the weight of it in my hands. It's heavier than I expected, the wood of the handle rough against my palms. I set a log on the chopping block, positioning it like I've seen in movies, and raise the axe. The first swing misses entirely, the blade embedding itself in the ground with a dull thud. I yank it free, my breath coming out in a cloud of frustration. I set another log on the block and swing. The axe bites into the wood with a satisfying crack, splitting the log clean in two. I wipe the sweat from my brow, the air sharp against my skin. The rhythm of chopping helps, gives my hand something to do while my brain spins in circles. Kenya's idea is insane, brilliant, terrifying. And I'm in? Of course I'm in. I stack the firewood in the crook of my arm, the rough bark biting into my skin, and head back inside. The cabin is warm, the fire still crackling in the hearth, but it's quiet. Too quiet. Kenya! I call out, my voice echoing off the wooden walls. No answer. I drop the wood by the fireplace and head toward the bedroom. The door is ajar and I push it open slowly. She's there, sitting cross-legged on the bed, her back to me. The room smells faintly of vanilla and something floral. Her lipstick, I realize, as I see the fogged-up mirror in front of her. She's writing. I step closer, my boots silent on the wooden floor. The words on the mirror are bold, slanted, written in a deep red that's almost violent against the glass. I didn't bring paper, she says without turning around, her voice soft but steady. I don't respond. I can't. My eyes scan the words, each one hitting me like a punch to the chest. They're raw, messy, equal parts poetry and chaos, and beautiful. Of course they're beautiful. She's written her vows. I swallow hard, my throat suddenly dry. You're really doing this? She turns to look at me, her lips curved in that half smile that always makes my stomach twist. You're really surprised? No. I step closer, my eyes still on the mirror. I just didn't think you'd... What? Be honest? She raises an eyebrow, her tone light but her eyes serious. You're the one who said we had to do this for real. No pretending. I nod, my gaze flicking back to the mirror. The words stare back at me, daring me to look away. They're good. Good? She laughs, a low, throaty sound that sends a shiver down my spine. Try brilliant. Brilliant, I agree, because it's true. Of course they're brilliant. Of course they'll undo me in front of an audience of millions. She uncrosses her legs and stands, her bare feet silent on the floor. She's close now, close enough that I can see the faint smudge of red on her cheek where she must have brushed her hand. Your turn. My turn? Your vows. She gestures to the mirror, her smile widening. Unless you're planning to wing it. I glance at the mirror, then back at her. I don't have lipstick. She reaches into the pocket of her sweater and pulls out a tube, holding it out to me with a smirk. Lucky for you, I came prepared. I take it from her, the metal cool against my skin. You're serious? Dead serious? She steps back, crossing her arms over her chest. Go on. Impress me. I uncap the lipstick, the scent of roses filling the air. The mirror is still fogged, the words she's written already starting to fade. I press the tip to the glass, the red stark against the white, and then I set it down. I step back, the red lipstick an unexpected weight in my hand. The idea of live streaming our vows sits with a heaviness I didn't anticipate. Kenya's looking at me, expectation mixed with challenge in her gaze, but there's something else too. Some softness that makes my chest tighten. I set the lipstick on the dresser, turning to face her. I start, the words a tangled mess in my head. I need a minute. She arches a brow, crossing her arms without losing the amusement in her eyes. A minute? Or are we talking lawyer time? Lawyer time, I admit, running a hand through my hair. It's a mess, this whole thing. Beautiful and terrifying. But doing this right, making it ours. I can't afford to rush it. This is significant, Kenya. I need to think it through. Plan. Especially if it's going to be live-streamed. Her smile, when it comes, is soft, different from the cocky smirk she usually throws my way. The Griffin Carlyle needing time to think? I must be rubbing off on you. It's a pandemic, I deadpan, but the corner of my mouth twitches. I figured you'd say that. She steps closer, her eyes never leaving mine. This isn't just about us looking good for the cameras. It's about them seeing us, for real. I know, I reply, meeting her gaze, steady and true. Which is why I want it to be right. No half measures, no slip-ups. Her expression shifts, something softening as she nods. All right, take your lawyer time, but don't overthink, all right? Sometimes a little bit of mess is the best part. Mess. That's what this started as, and somewhere along the line it became something that feels like home. I step forward, brushing a stray curl away from her face. Noted. I'll try to keep it messy. Good. Her eyes search mine for a moment longer. Then she steps back, a grin slipping into place. I'm holding you to that. I'll be over here, planning the playlist. Playlist? She nods, already spinning away, her curls bouncing. The most crucial part of any good mess, Carlyle. From chaos to classic in 3 songs flat. Watching her, the resolve settles like a stone in my chest. This has to be flawless, the kind of chaos that sings under scrutiny. Kenya trusts me enough to let me take this moment and turn it into something real for both of us. I can't, won't let her down. Later that night, the cabin floor creaks under my weight as I pace. 3 steps toward the fireplace, pivot, 3 steps back to the window. The rhythm syncs with the words looping in my head, sharpened, rearranged, discarded. Kenya's asleep in the next room, sprawled across the bed. The faint scent of her vanilla candle lingers, cloying and sweet. I should hate it. I don't. I press my palms to the window pane. The glass fogs under my breath. You don't rehearse confessions. That's what I'd tell a client. But this isn't a courtroom. There's no jury, no judge, just her, and the way she'll look at me when I say it. I want her reaction raw, unfiltered. No chance to spin it into content, no time to craft the perfect reply. She's spent her life knowing the script. I want her to hear this one for the first time when it counts. Morning light slants through the cabin's kitchen, catching the burnt edges of the toast Kenya's pretending not to ruin. She scrapes black crumbs into the sink with a butter knife, her hair piled into a haphazard bun. You're staring, she says without looking up. You're burning breakfast. It's artisanal. She flips the next slice with a flick of her wrist. Charred to perfection. I lean against the counter, arms crossed. We're doing this live. No edits, no retakes. She pauses, the knife hovering. No contracts. No contracts, I agree. Her eyes flick to mine, searching. Just consequences. I lift my coffee mug. She clinks hers against it, the ceramic ringing clear. And maybe, she adds, voice softer now, a happy ending. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 26. Kenya. The cabin glows, warm and trembling with fairy lights strung like secrets across the rafters. Candles flicker in every window, their flames catching the sharp angles of Griffin's jaw as he stands behind me. The dress pulled at my feet. It arrived in a matte black box. No label, no card, just silk and something dangerous folded between the seams. I step out of the puddle of fabric, barefoot on the worn wood floor, and hold my breath as he lifts it. "Turn," he says. His voice low, not a command but a quiet request. I obey, my spine bare to the room, the faint chill of the air brushing my skin. He drapes the dress over my shoulders, the silk cool and heavy, and I feel his hands, steady, deliberate, as he adjusts it. His fingers graze my collarbone and I shiver, but there's no teasing smirk, no sharp comment. Just silence, thick and reverent. The zipper glides up my back, slow and deliberate, and I feel each tooth click into place like a promise. His fingers linger on my skin, hesitating, before he fastens the clasp. "You're sure about this?" he asks, his voice low, intimate. I turn to face him, the skirt of the dress swishing around my ankles. "You're asking me? Mr. No Contracts? No retreats? No regrets?" He doesn't smile, but his eyes soften, just a fraction. "This isn't a courtroom, and you're not a case." I step closer, my heels still abandoned somewhere by the couch. "Then what am I?" His hand finds mine, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. "You're the exception to every rule." The air between us is charged, but it's not the tension that explodes. It's the kind that builds, slow and inevitable, like the first notes of a song you don't recognize, but know you'll love. "Griffin," I start, but he shakes his head, cutting me off. "Don't," he says, his voice quiet but firm. "Not yet." He steps back, his gaze sweeping over me, and finally, I feel seen. Not as Kenya James, the influencer, the mess, the liability, but as something else entirely, something real. "Tomorrow," I say, my voice steady despite the tremor in my chest. "No contracts, just a future." He nods once, his hand still in mine. "Our future." It doesn't feel like a threat. It feels like a promise. A question hangs in the air, fragile and raw, like a thread pulled too tight. I don't look at him. I can't. My gaze is fixed on the floor, on the way the candlelight dances across the wood grain, on anything but his face. My chest feels too tight, like I've been holding my breath for years. "Would you still want me if this was real?" The words are barely audible, but they echo in the silence, louder than any scream. I can't believe I just said that out loud. He doesn't answer, not with words. Instead, he moves, and the sound of his knees hitting the floor makes my head snap up. He's there, kneeling in front of me, his hands resting on my hips, his face tilted up to meet mine. His eyes are dark, unreadable, but there's something in them, something that makes my breath catch. "Kenya," he says. My name a low rumble in his throat. His hands tighten on my hips, grounding me, anchoring me. Do you really think I'd be here if it wasn't? I swallow hard, my throat dry. You're here because of the contract, because of the court, because of... No. The word cuts through me, sharp and final. His hands slide up to my waist, pulling me closer until there's no space between us. I'm here because of you. Because of this. His voice cracks on the last word, and it's the first time I've ever heard him sound anything less than perfectly composed. I stare down at him, my heart pounding in my chest. You don't do real, Griffin. You do strategy. You do control. He shakes his head, his eyes never leaving mine. I did. Until you. You think I'd kneel for anyone else? You think I'd let anyone else drag me into a fake marriage, a fake life, and make me want it to be real? My breath hitches, and I feel the first tear slip down my cheek. He reaches up, his thumb brushing it away, his touch so gentle it makes my chest ache. You're the exception, he says, his voice soft now, almost a whisper. To every rule, to every plan, to everything. I close my eyes, my hands trembling as they find his shoulders. Say it again. He doesn't hesitate. You're the exception. His hand slides down my back, the silk of the dress cool against his palm, and I feel the heat of him through the fabric. My breath catches, but he doesn't rush. He never rushes. Griffin Carlisle is a man who moves with precision, with purpose. And right now, his purpose is me. His other hand finds the hem of the dress, fingers brushing the inside of my leg, and I shiver. Griffin, I start, but he shakes his head, his eyes dark and unreadable. His voice is low, almost a growl. Just let me. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. For a moment, we remain as we are, our bodies still intimately connected, our breaths intermingling in the space that separates and unites us. The world outside this room, with its demands and expectations, seems a distant thing, inconsequential in the face of what we have just shared. In Griffin's arms, with the echoes of our passion still reverberating through us, I feel a sense of completeness that I had long thought beyond my reach. It is a wholeness, born not of perfection, but of the perfect imperfection of two souls laid bare. And in this quiet, incandescent aftermath, I am struck by the realization that, against all odds, I have found something precious, something worth fighting for.
Chapter 27. Griffin. The black car cuts through Manhattan effortlessly, almost too fast. For once, I don't mind the speed. Kenya's hand is in mine. Not for show, not for the cameras, not even for courage, just because it's hers and it fits. She's in a deep green sheath dress that doesn't beg attention so much as dare anyone to look away. I'm back in courtroom armor, crisp suit, silk tie, soul on the line. But everything about this return feels different. We are not entering as co-conspirators. We're walking in as something closer to co-authors, and this story finally is ours to tell. What are you thinking about? She tilts her head, her curls catching the light as she looks at me. There's a challenge in her eyes, but it's softer now, less like a blade and more like an invitation. About how I'm going to explain this to my partners. I gesture vaguely toward the city skyline, though I'm not sure what I'm even trying to indicate. The mess? The scandal? The fact that I'm holding her hand like it's the only thing keeping me grounded? She laughs, low and throaty, and it's the kind of sound that could start a fire if I let it. Tell them the truth. You fell for a liability. Happens to the best of us. I didn't fall, I say, my voice sharper than I intend. Her eyebrow arches, and I feel the corner of my mouth twitch despite myself. I jumped. Her smile falters for a moment, just a flicker before she leans in closer, her lips brushing my ear. Careful, Carlyle. That almost sounded like a confession. It's not a confession, I say, my voice low, my grip on her hand tightening. It's a fact. The driver clears his throat, breaking the spell. We're here, he says, his tone neutral, though I can feel his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, curious. Kenya doesn't move right away. She just looks at me, her expression unreadable. Ready? She asks, her voice soft but steady. I nod, though the word feels too small for what's about to happen. Ready? We step out of the car, the city noise rushing in like a wave, but it's distant, muted. Her hand is still in mine, and I don't let go. Not yet. Not ever, if I have my way. The building looms in front of us, all glass and steel and judgment. But now I don't feel the weight of it. I feel the weight of her. And it's enough. The courtroom smells like stale coffee and desperation. I've been here 100 times, but never like this. Never on the other side of the fence. Kenya sits beside me, her posture perfect, her chin tilted just enough to make it clear she's not here to be judged. She's here to win. The judge, a woman with a face carved from granite, watches us like we're a particularly tedious episode of reality TV. I can already tell she's not buying what we're selling. Opposing counsel, a man with a voice like a jackhammer, starts his opening salvo. Your Honor, this is not a marriage. This is a publicity stunt, a carefully orchestrated charade designed to manipulate public opinion and salvage 2 failing careers. I feel Kenya shift beside me, her leg brushing mine under the table. She doesn't flinch, doesn't even blink. She's a statue, carved from something unbreakable. Mr. Carlyle, the lawyer continues, his tone dripping with faux sympathy, has a history of using legal loopholes to his advantage. And Miss James? Well, her entire career is built on performance. This so-called marriage is just another act. Kenya's hand twitches, and for a moment, I think she's going to reach for me. Instead, she leans forward, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is speculating. The judge raises an eyebrow, her gaze flicking to Kenya. Overruled. Continue, Mr. Thompson. Thompson smirks, clearly enjoying himself. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's start with the timeline. Mr. Carlyle and Ms. James went from strangers to spouses in a matter of weeks. Convenient, isn't it? Especially given the timing of Miss James's, let's call it a public relations crisis. I feel my jaw tighten, but Kenya's hand lands on my arm, her touch light but firm. Let him talk, she murmurs, her voice low enough that only I can hear. He's just digging his own grave. Thompson pulls up a slide on the projector, a timeline of our relationship, or lack thereof. Here we have the wedding live stream, the move-in day, the public arguments, the, shall we say, intimate moments caught on camera. All of it, perfectly timed to maximize engagement. This isn't love. This is content. Kenya leans back in her chair, her expression unreadable. Your Honor, if I may. The judge nods, her expression skeptical. Go ahead, Miss James. Kenya stands, smoothing her dress with a practiced ease. Mr. Thompson seems to think he's an expert on my life, on my marriage. But let me make one thing clear. Love doesn't follow a timeline. It doesn't care about optics or engagement metrics, and it certainly doesn't need to be explained to someone who's clearly never experienced it. The room goes silent, the weight of her words hanging in the air. Thompson opens his mouth to respond, but Kenya cuts him off. You can dissect my life all you want, but you'll never understand it, because you're looking for a story. And this is real. She sits back down, her hand finding mine under the table. I squeeze it, my chest tight with something I can't name. Pride, maybe, or something deeper, something I'm not ready to admit. Kenya turns to me, her eyes blazing. You okay? I nod, my voice rough. You didn't have to do that. She smiles, a small, private thing. Yes, I did. Because this isn't just your fight, it's ours. The judge clears her throat, turning her attention on me. Mr. Carlyle, might I remind you that you are under oath? Let me ask just one question. Are you in love with Miss James? The courtroom is so quiet you could hear a pin drop, but all I hear is the rush of blood in my ears. The judge's question hangs there like a guillotine, and for a moment I consider the kind of calculated deflection I've built my career on. But then I look at Kenya. Really look at her. Her eyes are wide, her lips slightly parted, and there's something in her expression I can't quite place. Fear, maybe. Hope? Both? I don't hesitate. Yes, I love her. The words are simple, quiet, and silence that follows is deafening, and I don't break it. I don't look at the judge, or the lawyers, or the spectators. I look at her. Let the weight of it sink in. Let her see the truth in my eyes, because there's no room for performance here. Not anymore. Kenya inhales sharply, and for a second I think she's going to say something. But she doesn't. She just stares at me, her hand gripping the edge of the table like she's bracing herself. Mr. Carlyle, the judge says, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. That's a strong statement. You want to add anything to the record? No, Your Honor. My voice doesn't waver. If anything, it's firmer now. Let the record stand. Kenya's fingers curl into the wood, her nails leaving faint crescents in the polished surface. Griffin, she whispers, her voice so low I almost miss it. But I don't miss the way her eyes search mine, like she's looking for the catch, the loophole, the angle. There isn't one. Not this time. The judge leans back in her chair, her face unreadable. Miss James, do you have a response? Kenya doesn't answer right away. She's still staring at me, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Then, slowly, she stands. Her chair scrapes against the floor, the sound echoing in the silence. Your Honor, she says, her voice steady despite the way her hands tremble. I'd like to clarify something. The judge nods, gesturing for her to continue. Kenya turns to me, her eyes blazing with something fierce and unyielding. Griffin said he loves me. She takes a deep breath, her voice softening just enough to make the words land like a punch. I love him too. The room erupts into murmurs, but I don't hear them. All I hear is her. All I see is her. I don't give a damn about the consequences. I don't care about the case, the court, the crowd. I just care that she's here, standing next to me, saying the words I've been too afraid to admit even to myself. Well, the judge says, her tone dry, but her eyes flickering with something like amusement. That certainly complicates things. The gavel hovers, judge's mouth moving, words dissolving into white noise. Kenya turns and her eyes lock onto mine, dark and glittering with something reckless. My pulse kicks hard against my ribs. You heard me, Carlyle? Her voice is low, just for me. The corner of her mouth twitches. Not quite a smirk. Not quite surrender. I don't get to answer. Her hands fist in my tie, wrenching me down. The kiss isn't gentle. It's not for the cameras, not for the gasps rippling through the courtroom. Her teeth catch my lower lip, sharp enough to sting. and I groan into her mouth before I can stop myself. Someone shouts. The gavel cracks like a gunshot. Kenya pulls back just enough to speak against my lips. That's for making me say it first. I drag my thumb across her bottom lip, smearing her lipstick. You're gonna pay for that. Her laugh is a live wire. Promises, promises.
Chapter 28. Kenya. The gavel cracks again like a gunshot. Case dismissed. Judge rules in favor of the defendants. The words should feel like victory. They don't. The courtroom erupts into murmurs, cameras flashing like a strobe light, but all I hear is the blood rushing in my ears. Griffin's hand tightens around mine, warm, solid, real, but I can't shake the feeling that the ground just dropped out from under me. We won. So why does it feel like I just lost control of the script? Griffin leans in, his breath hot against my ear. Told you we'd win. I force a smirk, tilting my chin up. You also told me you wouldn't fall for me. His thumb brushes over my knuckles, slow, deliberate. I lied. I should say something sharp, something clever, but my throat's too tight. The judge is already gathering her papers, the lawyers shuffling like this was just another Tuesday. But it's not, because now there's no contract, no performance, no carefully curated US for the cameras, just us. And that's terrifying. Griffin tugs me toward the exit, his grip unrelenting. You're thinking too hard. I'm breathing, Carlisle. Try it sometime. He snorts, steering me past a cluster of reporters, shouting questions neither of us answers. The second we hit the courthouse steps, sunlight blinds me. I blink, disoriented, and Griffin uses the distraction to pull me close, his mouth at my temple. Relax, he murmurs. We're free. I laugh, short, jagged. Since when do you believe in fairy tales? His fingers slide up my wrist, tracing the pulse point. Since you. The words hit like a sucker punch. I yank my hand free, stepping back just enough to glare at him. You don't get to say things like that after... After what? His eyes darken, challenging. After I meant it? A camera clicks too close. I don't look. Instead, I grab his tie, dragging him down until our foreheads nearly touch. You don't get to rewrite the rules now? His lips curl. Too late. And just like that, the fight drains out of me. Because he's right. We're off script. And I have no idea what comes next. The courthouse steps are a circus. Cameras flash like strobe lights, microphones thrust forward like weapons, and voices overlap in a cacophony of questions I don't want to answer. My name is everywhere. Kenya James, Kenya James, Kenya James. But it's not just mine anymore. It's ours. Griffin's hand is still wrapped around mine, his grip firm, grounding. But I feel anything but steady. Kenya. Over here. Was this all a PR stunt? Griffin, did you really fall for her? Or is this just another legal strategy? Kenya, are you finally happy? I force a smile, the kind that's all teeth and no warmth, and lift my chin like I'm daring them to find a crack in the armor. Happy? I'm thrilled, I say, my voice dripping with enough sarcasm to drown a small country. Griffin's thumb brushes over my knuckles, a silent warning, or maybe just a reminder that he's here. I don't know. I don't care. Ignore them, he murmurs, his voice low, just for me. Ignore them? I laugh, sharp and brittle. They're the reason we're here, Carlisle. You don't get to ignore them now. He doesn't flinch. I'm not the one who live-streamed a wedding crash. And I'm not the one who turned it into a legal circus. His lips twitch, the ghost of a smirk. Touché. A reporter shoves a microphone in my face. Kenya, what's next for you two? Are you staying together? I open my mouth, ready to fire off something cutting, but Griffin beats me to it. "We're taking it one day at a time," he says, his voice smooth, practiced, like he's back in a courtroom. I shoot him a look. "One day at a time? That's your big answer?" He raises an eyebrow. "You have a better one?" "I always have a better one." The crowd laughs, eating it up, but my chest feels tight. This is what I wanted, isn't it? The attention, the validation, the proof that I'm not just some washed-up influencer. But now that I have it, it feels hollow. Griffin tugs me closer, his arm sliding around my waist like he's staking a claim. "Smile, Kenya. You're winning." "Winning?" I mutter under my breath. Feels like I'm losing. His hand tightens on my hip. "You're not." I don't argue. I can't. Because the truth is, I don't know what I'm feeling. Relief? Anger? Fear? All of the above? The cameras keep flashing. The questions keep coming and I keep smiling. But it's brittle, aching, like a crack in a porcelain mask. Griffin leans in, his breath warm against my ear. "Let's get out of here. Get something to eat. I'm starving." I nod because what else is there to do? We push through the crowd, his hand never leaving mine, and I don't know if I'm holding on or letting go. The restaurant is small, dimly lit, and smells like garlic and something faintly floral. Griffin picks a table in the corner, away from the windows, away from the world. He pulls out my chair like it's a reflex, and I sit because it's easier than arguing. The waiter comes, takes our orders, steak for him, salad for me because I'm not hungry, but I need something to do with my hands. And then it's just us. Again. "You're quiet," he says, leaning back in his chair. His tie's loosened, the top button of his shirt undone, and it's infuriating how good he looks when I feel like I'm falling apart. "I'm thinking," I say, picking at the edge of the menu. "About? How much I hate this place." He smirks. "You picked it." "Exactly." He laughs, low and quiet. And it's the kind of sound that used to make me want to throw something at him. Now it just makes my chest ache. I push my chair back, standing abruptly. "Be right back." Bathroom. He doesn't say anything, just watches me go, and I can feel his eyes on my back until I'm out of sight. The bathroom is small, all white tile and harsh lighting. I lock the door behind me and lean against it for a moment, breathing. Then I walk to the sink, turn on the faucet, and stare at my reflection. The mascara's smudged, my lips are chapped, and my curls are a mess. I look like I've been through a war. I feel like I've been through a war. My hands grip the edge of the sink, knuckles white, and I take a deep breath, then another. And then, without warning, the tears come. They're quiet, almost soundless, but they're there. I don't sob, don't wail, just let them fall, one after the other, until my cheeks are wet and my chest feels like it's cracking open. I don't know why I'm crying. I won. We won. But it doesn't feel like winning. It feels like standing on the edge of a cliff, looking down, and realizing you're not afraid of falling. You're afraid of what happens if you don't. I wipe at my face with the back of my hand, smearing the mascara even more, and let out a shaky laugh. "Get it together, Kenya," I mutter to my reflection, but the girl in the mirror doesn't listen. She just stares back at me, her eyes wide, her lips trembling, and I feel like I don't recognize her. I splash water on my face, pat it dry with a paper towel, and take a deep breath. The tears are gone, but the ache in my chest isn't. I don't know what's next. I don't know if I'm ready for it, but for the first time in a long time, I think I might be willing to find out. I hear a gentle knock on the bathroom door. He doesn't ask. I unlock it, and he just fills the doorway, calm and quiet like he knew I'd need a moment alone, but not too long. His shadow stretches across the tiles, and I don't turn around. I just stare at myself in the mirror, mascara smudged, lips trembling, and wonder how the hell he always knows. You done? His voice is low, steady, like he's talking to a spooked animal. I don't answer. I can't. My throat feels like it's been scraped raw. Instead, I spritz water on my face again, patting at the dampness with a paper towel that disintegrates under my fingers. He steps closer, the sound of his polished shoes echoing in the small space. I expect him to tease me, to say something cutting. Instead, he hands me a fresh napkin, his fingers brushing mine. Here. What, no lecture? My voice cracks and I hate it. No Kenya James, Queen of Chaos, finally has a meltdown commentary? He doesn't bite. He just leans against the sink, arms crossed, watching me like I'm a puzzle he's already solved. I like you better when your eyes aren't hiding. I freeze, the napkin crumpling in my hand. What's that supposed to mean? It means you're always performing. Even for me. Especially for me. He shrugs, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. But right now, you're just you. I don't know what to say to that. So I don't say anything. I just stare at him, at the way his ties loosened, at the faint shadow of stubble on his jaw, at the way his eyes seem darker in the harsh bathroom light. He doesn't look away. He never does. Come on, he says finally, pushing off the sink. Let's get out of here. I follow him without thinking, my heels clicking against the tile as we weave through the restaurant. But he doesn't head for the door. Instead, he leads me down a narrow hallway, past the kitchen, through a back door that opens into an alley. The air is cooler out here, the noise of the restaurant muffled, replaced by the distant hum of traffic. Griffin, what are we... I start, but he cuts me off. Hold on! He pulls something from his pocket, small and unassuming, and my breath catches. It's a ring. Simple, elegant, nothing like the gaudy monstrosity he gave me for the fake wedding. This one's sleek, understated, and fits perfectly when he slides it onto my finger. This isn't about fixing anything, he says, his voice quiet but firm. It's about making this damn thing official. Every day. I stare at the ring, at the way it catches the dim light, and then at him. His expression is as unreadable as ever, but his eyes give him away. They're not hiding. Griffin ... He steps closer, his hands on my waist, pulling me in until there's no space between us. Just say yes. I don't hesitate, not even for a second. Yes. It's not the kind of yes I'd give in front of a camera. It's not calculated, not performative, not laced with a smirk or a wink. It's raw, honest, and it feels like jumping off a cliff without knowing if there's water below. But now I know who's jumping with me.
Chapter 29. Griffin. The peaceful silence in the penthouse feels like another entity breathing between us. I've never minded quiet. I've built a life around it, but this is different. This isn't the controlled absence of noise I cultivate in courtrooms. This is the aftermath, the space between performance and reality. I stand in front of the display of candles Kenya has arranged on the marble side table. Vanilla, amber, something with jasmine that she swears smells like good decisions. Even unlit, they carry her scent, a lingering claim on a space I once kept deliberately sterile. She's cross-legged on the sofa, MacBook balanced on her knees, her curls piled messily atop her head. No makeup, no filter, no audience. Absolutely the way I want her. 4 million followers, she murmurs, tapping away. Gone in 5 seconds. I watch her hit delete on her Instagram. The confirmation window pops up. Are you sure? This action cannot be undone. She doesn't hesitate. Click. Don't look so worried, Carlisle. I'm not having a breakdown. Kenya's eyes flick up to mine, clear and steady. Actually, this might be the first sane thing I've done in years. I'm not worried. I am. Liar. She moves to Twitter next. Delete. Then TikTok. Delete. What surprises me is the methodical precision of it. There's no drama, no throwing the laptop, no speech about toxicity. Just the calm, deliberate closing of doors, one platform at a time. You know, you're allowed to keep some of it, I say, moving to sit beside her. That's very generous of my husband to allow me digital assets. A smile plays at her lips, the kind that used to make me want to either shut her up or shut everyone else out of the room. Now I just want to trace it with my thumb. You're good at it. The influencer thing. I was good at performance art, she corrects, closing the laptop with finality. Big difference. She stretches, her tank top riding up to reveal a sliver of skin I now know tastes like honey and expensive lotion. Besides, Kenya James, professional digital narcissist, is officially abdicating, ripping off the crown. I never liked the crown, I say quietly. Just the girl wearing it. For a moment, she doesn't move. Then she shifts toward me, her eyes searching my face like she's looking for the fine print. That, she says slowly, might be the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. I have my moments. Her laugh is different now, less practiced, more genuine. Pack extra socks for the mountains. Your toes get cold even when you pretend they don't. I lounge on the couch a bit longer, watching Kenya aggressively delete her digital presence when her phone chimes. The sound breaks through our comfortable quiet, a notification tone she hasn't bothered to silence yet. Old habits. Kenya glances at her screen, eyebrows arching. Huh? Email from Apex Media Group. Subject line. 7-figure exclusive rights offer. The real Carlisle story. She rolls her eyes and moves her thumb toward delete. Wait. I reach over, stopping her hand. Let's see what they want. More vultures looking for scraps? She looks skeptical but opens it anyway. My eyes scan the text as Kenya reads snippets aloud, her voice shifting from dismissive to intrigued. Unprecedented access to your perspective. Joint creative control. Both parties as executive producers. Authentic portrayal. She pauses, her finger hovering over a specific line. 7 figures. Griffin, they're offering 7 figures. For the exclusive rights to our story. I lean closer, reading over her shoulder. But only if we write it ourselves. Together. Kenya sits up straight, suddenly all business. They want us to craft the narrative. No more tabloid spin, no more speculation. Something shifts in my chest. Our words. The irony isn't lost on me. For months we've been pawns. First in our own game, then in everyone else's. First we performed for cameras, then we hid from them. Kenya's eyes light up with that dangerous gleam I've come to recognize. I'm going to negotiate this into the stratosphere. I know that look. I can't help the smile that creeps across my face. Should I call their legal team and warn them? Absolutely not. She's already typing notes, fingers flying across her keyboard. Let them walk in unprepared. More fun that way. I settle back, watching her work. There's something mesmerizing about Kenya in her element, the sharp intelligence that was always beneath the Instagram filters, the ruthless precision that makes executives squirm in their chairs. She doesn't need me for this part. She never did. Final edit approval, she mutters, making notes. Distribution rights limitations. No live-streamed honeymoon. That's non-negotiable. We decide what gets shown, I add, and when. She looks up at me, a slow smile spreading across her face. From puppets to puppet masters. This moment feels significant, a perfect symmetry. We began as a headline, a spectacle. Now we control the narrative. This is the difference, I say quietly, between survival and legacy. Kenya nods. Absolutely. I close my laptop and watch Kenya slip her phone face down on the coffee table. The gesture has finality, a period at the end of a very long, messy sentence. I'm thinking 3 suitcases, Max, she says, stretching her arms overhead. Low-maintenance mountain life commencing in T minus 6 hours. You've never been low-maintenance a day in your life. I can't help but smile as she throws a decorative pillow at my head. Watch it, counselor. I'm evolving. We move toward the bedroom together, walking the familiar path through the penthouse that once felt like a battleground and now just feels like the prologue to something better. Kenya stops at the closet door, her hand lingering on the knob. When she slides it open, the white dress hangs in solitary splendor against the back wall, illuminated by the built-in lighting I never used before she moved in. Kenya laughs, the sound soft in the half-empty closet. This is proof. We faked the beginning. Doesn't mean the ending's not real. I wrap my arms around her waist, resting my chin on her shoulder to look at the dress. It's beautiful in the way dangerous things often are, all sharp edges disguised as elegance. Leave it, I agree. The dress stays. You can pack and preserve it after we come back. For now, we pack. She reaches for an overnight bag, methodically selecting items. Cashmere sweaters, worn jeans, books with dog-eared pages. No designer pieces that require special handling. No accessories meant for someone else's admiration. I pull down my own suitcase, adding thermals and hiking boots purchased last week. These? Kenya holds up 3 candles, vanilla, cedar, some third scent I pretend to hate, but actually associate with her skin at night. Necessary fire hazards? Absolutely essential. She tucks them carefully between layers of clothing. Mountains need ambience too, Griffin. I wait until she's arranging socks to slip the wooden chess set from the study into my bag. The one with hand-carved pieces my grandfather left me, the only inheritance I've ever valued. I saw that, Kenya says without turning around. Very clever. Sneaking board games when you think I'm distracted by fabric softener. We'll need something to do when we're sick of each other. She zips her bag and comes to stand in front of me, eyes serious despite her smile. Oh, I think we'll find things to do. I look around at the penthouse, at all the spaces that used to be empty before she filled them, at the dress hanging like a beautiful ghost in the closet, at the woman who turned a contract into a beginning. It sounds perfect. The highway stretches ahead, a gray ribbon unfurling through countryside I've never bothered to notice before. I drive with one hand on the wheel, the other resting on Kenya's ankle where she's draped her legs across my lap. Her seat is reclined almost flat, making the Tesla's interior her temporary throne room. Even in joggers and an oversized sweatshirt, she looks like something that belongs in a museum. Sir, your snack. Kenya extends a palm filled with trail mix, queenly in her beneficence. I take a few pieces, careful not to disturb her sprawl. Thank you, Your Highness. You're welcome, farm boy. She pops a chocolate-covered almond into her mouth. You know, I've never just driven. No destination shoots. No content schedule. A travesty. I nod toward a cluster of black and white cows grazing in a field to our right. See those Holstein ladies? The one with the black patch over her eye is Bernadette, tax attorney, brutal in negotiations. Has 3 ex-husbands and a summer home in Aspen. Kenya nearly chokes on her almonds. What are you doing? Providing essential backstory. I gesture to another cow. That one's Veronica. Runs a hedge fund. Terrible personality, but incredible returns. The laugh that bubbles out of Kenya feels like winning something I didn't know I was competing for. The small one is Veronica's assistant, Trish. Dreams of opening a cupcake bakery, but lacks the capital. I change lanes, enjoying this absurdity. Bernadette is secretly funding Trish's business plan. Office rebellion. And the spotted one by the fence? Kenya points, fully invested now. That's Marcus. Identity crisis. Thinks he's a horse. She sinks deeper into her seat, legs still stretched across my lap, face soft with genuine amusement. Griffin Carlyle making cow jokes. Write that down. I expected this drive to feel like an escape, tense, rushed, filled with backward glances. Instead, it feels like the first exhale after holding my breath for 33 years. The fields roll by, green and gold under a perfect blue sky. We haven't checked our phones in 2 hours. No one knows where we're going because we don't know where we're going. The click and whir of machinery breaks my reverie. Kenya has produced a Polaroid camera from her bag and captures me mid-sentence about Marcus the identity-confused cow. "What are you doing?" I ask, oddly self-conscious. Kenya watches the photo develop, holding it carefully by its white border. "Capturing peace before you ruin it with your brooding." The declaration is so perfectly Kenya. Sharp, honest, wrapped in humor that softens the blow. The photo emerges. Me driving, mid-sentence, sunlight hitting my face, looking more relaxed than I've ever seen myself. "I don't brood," I protest mildly. "You're the Olympic champion of brooding." She tucks the photo into the sun visor without showing me. "That one's mine." The gravel crunches under the tires as I turn onto the final stretch of road. 3 hours of driving, the last 40 minutes on unmarked forest roads where GPS stutters and dies. Perfect. "Are you sure this isn't where you plan to murder me?" Kenya's voice is playful as she stretches awake, having dozed off against the window. Very wealthy man disposes of inconvenient wife energy, collects what meager life insurance policy I can offer. "If I were going to murder you, I wouldn't drive 3 hours into the mountains. Too much planning. Too many variables. I park in front of the cabin and cut the engine. I do it at home where I control the environment. Romantic." She reaches over and messes up my hair, an intimacy that still startles me. Also terrifying how quickly you had that answer. The cabin stands before us, nestled among towering pines. Not rustic, I don't do rustic, but a modern interpretation of wilderness living. Clean lines, floor-to-ceiling windows, natural materials that blend with the surroundings rather than fighting them. "This is..." Kenya steps out of the car, her breath visible in the cooling mountain air. "Not a cabin. This is architectural porn." I grab our bags from the trunk. "You expected me to book us into some termite-infested log structure with animal heads on the walls?" "Kind of, yeah. For the drama of it." She turns a slow circle, taking in the view. "You full of surprises, Carlyle." Inside, the space unfolds in quiet luxury. Stone fireplace dominating one wall. Open kitchen with copper fixtures, furniture in neutral tones that draw the eye to the windows and the wilderness beyond. No television. No office setup. Just space to exist. No reception, I confirm, checking my phone before deliberately placing it in a drawer. No Wi-Fi password. No live stream potential. Kenya runs her fingers along the smooth edge of the dining table, tracing the natural grain of the wood. "Peace," she whispers, almost to herself. "Freedom," I correct, coming to stand beside her. Her eyes meet mine, something knowing in them. Same feeling, different words. And there it is. The perfect distillation of us. Same reactions, different languages, same desires, different expressions. We've been translating each other all along, stumbling through the dictionary of each other's hearts, arguing over semantics when we meant the same thing. Kenya moves to the bathroom, her gasp echoing against tile. "This tub could fit 4 people. Or 2 people who enjoy their space," I call back, unpacking groceries into the refrigerator. She reappears, leaning against the doorframe. "Or 2 people who don't. No cameras, no contracts, no exit interviews or engagement metrics. Just us, finding the vocabulary for whatever this is becoming. And it's beautiful."
Chapter 30. Kenya. I wake to sunlight pouring through windows we deliberately left uncurtained. The mountains frame themselves like a living painting, all deep greens and copper-tinted rocks catching the early light. The cabin smells like cedar and coffee and something buttery that makes my stomach do an uncertain flip. Griffin stands at the stove, bare-chested in just his pajama bottoms, humming something unrecognizable that might be trying to be Sinatra. The domesticity of it catches in my throat. This man who once threatened to sue me into oblivion, now flipping eggs while doing little hip movements he'd deny if I mentioned them. I tug his cashmere sweater tighter around me, the sleeves falling past my fingertips. Usually, I'd find this whole scene Instagram-worthy, but today my body feels wrong. Like I'm slightly detached from it, floating half an inch above my own skin. Morning. My voice comes out raspier than intended. Griffin looks up, that slow smile spreading across his face, the one that starts in his eyes before it reaches his mouth. There she is. I slide onto a stool at the kitchen island, watching him pour coffee into my favorite mug, the one with "professionally petty" written in gold script that he pretends to hate. Could I get decaf instead? The words come out before I fully process them. Griffin freezes, spatula suspended midair over perfectly cooking eggs. His eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappear into his hairline. I'm sorry, what did you just ask for? He turns fully toward me, eggs forgotten. Who are you and what have you done with my wife? The woman who once told me coffee was anxiety juice that makes life worth living. Just feeling a little off this morning. I force a smile that probably makes me look constipated. He studies me with that penetrating lawyer stare, the one that makes guilty people confess to crimes they haven't even committed yet. Are you sick? I'm fine. Just tired. I wave him off, but then he turns back to the stove and flips the eggs. The smell hits me, normally delicious but suddenly overwhelming, and my stomach heaves. I bolt from the stool, knocking it backward with a clatter, hand clamped over my mouth. The bathroom door doesn't fully close behind me before I'm on my knees, emptying what little was in my stomach. Griffin appears instantly, kneeling beside me, one hand gathering my hair back while the other rubs circles on my spine. Kenya, talk to me. His voice has that dangerous softness that means he's genuinely worried. I sit back on my heels, accepting the damp washcloth he offers. It's nothing. I probably just drank too much mountain air. Mountain air, he repeats flatly, not buying it for a second. Or that weird tea I tried yesterday. I rinse my mouth, avoiding his eyes in the mirror. I'm fine. Really? Griffin's reflection shows he's not convinced, but he doesn't press. Instead, he presses a kiss to the top of my head and says, I'll make you some toast instead. I nod, meeting his eyes in the mirror, as a strange floaty feeling that has nothing to do with nausea settles in my chest. I slip back into the kitchen on unsteady feet, wearing courage like I used to wear designer outfits for the camera. Perfectly arranged but ready to fall apart at one wrong move. Griffin is scraping the rejected eggs into the trash, his back muscles tensing beneath smooth skin with each methodical movement. The small white stick burns a hole in my palm. 3 tests, all positive, but this one feels the most real. The one I took 5 minutes ago, while he thought I was still recovering. My heart hammers against my ribs, a drumbeat counting down to inevitable chaos. This wasn't in our contract. This wasn't in any plan. He turns, sliding toast onto a plate. Dry toast and ginger tea. Should settle your stomach. I reach into the pocket of his sweater that I'm still wearing and pull out the test. With the casual flick I once used for tossing business cards at networking events, I set it beside his perfectly arranged breakfast setup. So, I guess we're not entirely off the grid, I say, voice impressively level despite the earthquake happening inside me. Griffin's eyes fall to the plastic stick. His face freezes in that peculiar way I've only seen twice. Once when I crashed into his office with my marriage proposal, and once when the contract leaked. Complete system shutdown, He doesn't speak, doesn't blink. His hand hovers with the butter knife suspended midair, a statue of domestic life interrupted. My knee jitters under the counter, but I keep my expression neutral, eyebrows slightly raised in challenge. Waiting. The silence stretches between us like taffy, getting thinner and more transparent with each passing second. Well, I deadpan, spreading my hands. That escalated. I watch his throat work through a swallow. His eyes haven't left the test, like if he stares hard enough, the result might change. Is it? His voice comes out rougher than usual. Accurate? Yes. I've taken 3. All positive. I tap my fingernails on the counter, a nervous habit I thought I'd broken. The sound starts small. A huff of breath that could be confusion. Then another. I look up from my white-knuckled grip on the counter to see Griffin's shoulders shake with silent laughter. You're laughing? I ask, voice wavering between relief and indignation. I tell you I'm pregnant and you're laughing? But it's not mocking laughter. It's something else entirely, warm and disbelieving and tender in a way that makes my chest ache. His eyes crinkle at the corners, catching the morning light streaming through our kitchen window. A baby? He says between soft chuckles. We're having a baby. The laughter shifts, changes tone, and that's when I see it. The glimmer in his eyes isn't just mirth, it's moisture. Actual tears forming in the eyes of Griffin Alden Carlyle III, the man who once told a judge, emotions are for people without valid arguments, without blinking. A single tear escapes, trailing down his cheek. He doesn't even try to hide it. Griffin? I step closer, uncertain. He leans back against the counter, tilts his head toward the ceiling, and swipes at his eyes with the back of his hand. His voice cracks. He clears his throat and tries again. I just got used to peace. The words hang between us, weighted with everything unsaid. How we fought our way here. How we broke each other down and built something new from the wreckage. How we finally found quiet after the storm. I cross to him, reach up and brush away another tear with my thumb. His skin is warm beneath my touch, stubble rough against my palm. Guess you better get used to chaos again, I say, trying to keep my voice light despite the emotion threatening to choke me. 3 a.m. feedings, diapers, tiny hands grabbing your $2,000 ties. His arms come around me, pulling me against his chest with sudden fierceness. I feel his heart thundering, matching the rapid beat of my own. This time it's our chaos. He murmurs against my hair, voice rough with emotion. His hands spread across my back, drawing me closer, as if he can't bear any space between us. I press my face into his chest, breathing in the scent of him. Cedar and coffee and home. Our chaos, I repeat, the words settling into my bones with a rightness I never expected to feel. His hands slide up my thighs, the warmth of his palm searing through the thin fabric of his sweater I'm still wearing. His eyes lock on mine, and for once, there's no mask, no armor, just raw, unfiltered Griffin. We're really doing this, I whisper, my voice trembling with a mix of awe and disbelief. My fingers curl into the nape of his neck, anchoring myself to him. Damn right we are. His voice is low, gravelly, and it sends a shiver down my spine. He lifts me effortlessly, settling me onto the counter with a care that makes my chest ache. His hands linger on my hips, thumbs brushing the bare skin where the sweater has ridden up. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. We stay like that, locked together, our breaths mingling, our bodies slick with the exertion of our lovemaking. His forehead rests against mine, and I can feel the rapid beat of his heart against my chest, a powerful drumbeat that echoes the chaotic rhythm of my own. We're really doing this, I whisper again, my voice soft and awed. Damn right we are, he says, his lips brushing mine. I can't think of anyone I'd rather do life with than you. For the first time, I believe him. This is our story, our life, and I wouldn't have it any other way.